Volume 1, Chapter 1, the first chapter. Early morning. It's so bright that I had to open my lazy eyelids. Why does my house have to face the sun? Waking up every day to the sun's glare makes me want to cry. You lazy bum. Are you up yet? Hearing this pleasant voice, I immediately jumped down from bed. I'm up. Hurry up and come eat breakfast. You're going to be late for school. Okay. I'm coming. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise Mother's pleasant voice would have started casting the elementary water magic, water bullet, to wake me up. But Mother is an intermediate water mage, so if I got hit I would truly be miserable. However, this is not the primary reason, because if Mother shoots the water bullet at me, the blanket will get wet. When I go outside to dry my blankets, all of my friends ridicule me as bedwetting woo. Right, I forgot to explain my background. Of course, I'm the hero of this story. My name is Zhang Gong. The continent I live in is called Tianwu, and in the west is the continent of Libo. In the whole world there are only these two continents, and of course, the rest of the world is covered by the ocean. In Tianwu there are three countries: the Kingdom of Plentiful Resources, the Dalo Kingdom, the Kingdom of Knights, the Shoda Kingdom, and the kingdom where I reside, the Magic Kingdom of Aisha. The Kingdom of Dalu has the largest territory, with it spanning 3/7 of continent of Tianwu's land. Furthermore, it is rich in resources, wealthy, and is overall a powerful kingdom. The main army is composed of warriors, while mages supplement the main army thanks to the funding the army receives. With an army such as this, the Kingdom of Dalu has the largest army of the three kingdoms. The Kingdom of Shoda is a country which upholds the honor of knights, therefore the country does not have many mages residing in it. Their army is composed entirely of warriors, with their cavalry being the most powerful in the whole Tianwu continent. Furthermore, they possess 3 regiments of the unique Earth Dragoons, which is composed entirely of knights at the intermediate rank or higher. On the plains it is impossible for any opposing army to withstand the assault of Shoda's cavalry without a barrier. Speaking of my homeland, the Kingdom of Aisha is in fact an authentic magic kingdom. Every single citizen, no matter how poor they are, will receive an elementary education in magic. The kingdom possesses dozens of major magic schools, as every citizen has the right to learn magic. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the money to pay the tuition. Even if the citizen doesn't have money, there is still the town's elder who will teach some basic knowledge of magic. In this country, magic education is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, Elementary Magic Academy. Generally, students enroll between the ages of 5 to 10 years old and will continue studying there for 5 years. Upon graduation, the students will take an exam to become a magic disciple or receive the title of an elementary rank mage. The second stage, Intermediate Magic Academy. Admission is based on what the students scored on the Elementary Magic Academy graduation exam, and naturally students with better results will be able to enter better magic academies. Intermediate Magic Academy doesn't have a set number school years, instead it works on the basis of credits. Only 60 credits are required before students can graduate and obtain the title of an intermediate rank mage. In the duchy, the fastest record for graduating Intermediate Magic Academy was still 3 years, while it generally takes 5 to 10 years to graduate for the average student. Most of the kingdom's wealthy citizens stop learning magic sometime during Intermediate Magic Academy. The number of intermediate rank mages in the kingdom is somewhere from 300,000 to 450,000. The third stage, Advanced Magic Academy. In order to be admitted into an Advanced Magic Academy, not only is an intermediate rank mage certificate required, but it is also required to pass the examination of the Mages Union. After passing the exam, students once again be admitted to the academy corresponding to their exam results. According to Aisha's regulations, all students who attend an Advanced Magic Academy will not have to pay any tuition fees. The reason that all costs will be covered by the kingdom is for the kingdom's magic talent to flourish. The most prestigious magic academy is the Royal Magic Academy, where only those with great magical talent are admitted. Furthermore, they have extremely rigorous examinations even for a prince. Princesses also must pass examinations before they will be admitted. After graduating from an advanced magic academy, the results of the graduation exam will determine which certificate the student receives. Tianwu continent's three human kingdoms are extremely united because they have a common enemy, the Western continent's demon race and beast clans. In the Western continent, there are two kingdoms. The Holy Light Empire is ruled by the demon race while the beast clans rule the Valiant Mist Empire. The demon race looks very similar to humans, with the only difference being that their eyes are purple. Those of the demon race are naturally ambitious and aggressive while they inherently possess darkness magic. On the other hand, the beast clans are unable to use magic, but their powerful bodies are their best weapon in addition to their high magic defense. The beast clan's ace score in comparison to their main army is even more frightening. The eastern and western continents are separated by the Tianduo Mountains. Humanity sacrificed millions of warriors in order to build the most powerful mountain fortress, Tuluan Fortress. Since the magic fortress had been built, the two beast clans could not climb past the pond called Lei, enabling the continent to enjoy peace for the last 200 years. In this world, there are 6 elements of magic: light, darkness, water, fire, earth and wind. Besides these 6 elements of magic, there are also special elements of magic such as summoning magic, spatial magic and so on. Mage's ranks are divided into novice mage, apprentice mage, elementary rank mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, great mage, magic scholar, magister and the legendary Grand Magister. Magic spells are divided 9 ranks. Ranks 1 to 3 are of the elementary class, ranks 4 and 5 are of the intermediate class, ranks 6 to 8 are of the advanced class and rank 9 spells are of the forbidden class. Forbidden class spells require 6 or more magisters working together in order to cast. A mage who is able to cast a forbidden class spell single-handedly would be considered a Grand Magister, and only one has ever appeared in the legends. Warrior ranks are divided into elementary warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, knights, earth knight, heaven knight, holy knight, sword saint and the legendary war god. Battle spirit classes are divided into battle spirit, earth battle spirit, heaven battle spirit, god battle spirit and holy battle spirit, which enables whoever possesses it to be unscratched by all spells below the forbidden class. Summoned beasts have 2 types: the power growth type, which grow more powerful as they mature, and the body rank type, where they will remain as powerful as they were when summoned. The higher the rank their body is, the more powerful the beast is. From ranks 1 to 9, power growth type are very rare. Furthermore, if the power growth type summoned beast encounters a body rank type summoned beast, they attempt to kill each other in order to prevent their opponent from growing any stronger. Money is divided into 1 diamond coin equals 100 gold coins equals 10,000 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. Magic crystals from highest value to lowest is purple, jade, red, blue, white, black, green. The background information is here. Following this will be the main story. A new chapter is about to begin. The wheel of history is moving toward his destiny. Volume 1 to Chapter 2, Choosing the Light Element. Volume 1, Chapter 2, Choosing the Light Element. Song. I quickly ate 2 mouthfuls of breakfast, then left the house for school in a hurry. Walk faster, you don't want to be late, otherwise the teacher will have a bad impression of you. Properly learn magic. Pay attention to the road and come home quickly after school. Mother sure is amazing, saying these words every day. It's impossible for me to not know them by heart by now. However, her concern for me makes my heart warm. My name is Zhang Gong, 7 years old this year and living near the landlocked kingdom of Aisha's second largest city, in a small village beside Senkei City. As my family is relatively wealthy, my mother and father were very hopeful and brought me to the city's Suunka Elementary Magic Academy in order to learn magic. I'm now in the 3rd grade. Since a young age I have shown interest in magic, but I'm a lazy person by nature. In more than 2 years I have only learned some elementary class magic and some basic magic theory. Today is the day I have to tell the teacher what element of magic I chose. This will determine what class I'm in. Each mage has major and minor magic elements. They will only have one major element which they concentrate on, while they can have up to 3 minor magic elements to supplement their major element. What should I choose? I like fire magic, but it feels a bit too dangerous. Since my motto is safety first, it really conflicts. So what should I choose? Which magic is the safest? Thinking about it. Yes, light magic seems the safest. In the past, teacher said that there are basically no attack spells of the light element before advanced class. It's basically purely defensive or curative, and I won't have to spar with others. Yeah, I'm choosing this. Due to the Kingdom of Aisha constantly promoting magic, students in magic academies often have to tests to increase their practical experience and confirm their magic level. However, because of our low magic levels, no one has come to test the lower grades magic levels yet. Generally they will test it in grade 5 or in the intermediate magic academy. I'm truly smart. What minor magic to choose? I'll choose wind magic and learn some air blasting techniques, major wind magic, or something. This way I can quickly escape in case of danger. Wait, no, wind magic is fast, but it isn't capable of instant movement. Mother told me there was a spatial magic scholar who could teleport about 10 kilometers, and he is still only a magic scholar. Spatial magic is pretty good, so I'll choose it instead then. After such deep thought, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Later generations would praise a light system Grand Magister, Zhang Gong, the child of light. Zhang Gong will later become a powerful figure with a widespread name, unable to escape the clutches of the hand of fate. Chosen, his light magic had been destined to be spread throughout the continent. Not to mention his spatial system magic, which he often uses to escape. I happily walked to town and turned my thoughts to this beautiful life. I couldn't restrain myself from laughing due to my happiness. Zhang Gong. You're so annoying, Aoda. You scared me. He is both my best friend and my classmate. What elements of magic did you pick? I've chosen the light element for the major and the spatial element as the minor. That's just like you. Ha ha. What do you know? Why don't you tell me why I picked these two then? I'm surprised by Aoda. Of course, since your motto is safety first. So annoying. You're correct. What did you choose then? I chose water element as my major and spatial element as my minor, said Aoda with his chest out and a proud look on his face. I understand why you picked the spatial element. Of course he would pick the same as me. But why did you pick the water element? You wouldn't understand, Aoda said while looking like a little adult. Hurry up and say why. There are a lot of girls who pick the water element. There are basically no boys. I can bully them and take their snacks. Ha ha. This young yet you're so spoiled. I'm going to tell your father. I raised my head high. But then I thought, though the water element has more girls, after entering an intermediate magic academy, if he continued bullying the girls, there would be tragic consequences. The older brothers of this village were beaten horribly when they bullied the academy's beauties. Aoda will truly be miserable after he grows up from a brat. Thinking this, I cannot help but look at Aoda with doubt. Come learn magic of the water element with me. Because he doesn't want me to expose him. He's even trying to draw me in. No need. Just get me some good treats in the future and I won't tell you, father. Okay? Okay. No problem. We're at the school. Hurry up, we're going to be late soon. Suwonka City's Elementary Magic Academy is the city's biggest magic academy. It occupies over 20,000 square meters and there are a lot of practice fields and faculty buildings. Aoda and I are in class 3 to 4. Good thing we're not late, otherwise the old witch will punish us again. Aoda muttered to me. Be quiet. The old witch is coming. Of course, the old witch is our class's teacher. The 50-year-old fire element advanced mage, Teacher Lin. She very strict and she matured into an unattractive woman. So me and my classmates gave her the nickname of Old Witch. Good morning, students. Good morning, teacher. As soon as the old witch came in, the class fell silent, because no one wanted this old volcano to erupt. Have all of students thought properly about what magic element to choose? Yes, we have. Good. Come line up in the front to register then. When I registered, the old witch looked at me and said, "You're choosing the light element as your major?" Yes, that's right, teacher. Did you know that in the whole kingdom those who choose the light element as their major besides the professionals are only monks who use it for treatment? What? Why is that? I didn't know. It turns out that 200 years ago, when the two continents first collided, there were a lot of humans learning the light magic because light magic is the weakness the demon race. In the war, intermediate light element mage had two main functions, as intermediate light spells are capable of basic treatment of the injured and damaging the demon race. Light and darkness spells also had two other functions. But today, 200 years later, due to the peaceful 200 years without war, people are able to live peacefully. Thus light spells have slowly become entirely useless. In comparison to the practical water, fire, earth and wind spells, the light element is fairly basic. Furthermore, in intermediate class, light spells are almost entirely defensive or for healing purposes. So most people who favor being aggressive choose the water, fire, earth or wind element as their major, and although slightly inferior to light spells, water spells are also able to heal. However, due to water spells having offensive spells and defensive spells in a more even ratio, even the girls who want to learn how healing spells give up the light element in favor of the water element, leaving only the peace-loving monks to choose the light element as their major. For the 7-year-old me, of course I wouldn't know about this. After the teacher's explanation, I told her about my motto of safety first and that I was set on choosing the light magic. Well then, all of the students who have selected their magic element, it's an early dismissal today. Tomorrow, you will all be divided into classes according to the magic element you have chosen. Yeah. Class is over. And so the Child of Light's light element education begins. How it will turn out tomorrow, we will soon find out. Volume 1, Chapter 3, My Teacher. Volume 1, Chapter 3, My Teacher. Feeling accomplished, I returned home and see that Mom has already prepared dinner. You're home. Were you good today in class? I was very good. Right, Mom, today I picked the major and minor magic elements I want to study. Ah. Come quickly, husband, our son has picked his major and minor magic elements. Really? Son, did you choose wind magic? Hearing the news, Dad quickly ran over. Definitely not, obviously our son chose to study water magic, right son? With eyes brimming with hope, Mom looked at me. My mom is an intermediate water element mage and Dad is an intermediate wind mage. Since the moment I have been born, they have been arguing about what magic element I should choose as my major. Watching their eyes brimming with hope, what am I going to do? I had forgot all about them. My small brain thought quickly on how to answer them. No, not at all. The major magic element I chose was neither the wind element nor the water element. What? The two of them looked at me with surprised eyes. Then what did you choose? Did you choose the earth element or the fire element? Either of those is unbefitting of my son. You didn't even consult me or your mother of choosing your magic element. This month you're not getting an allowance. Is your ass itching for a beating? Dad said with a threatening look. No. It's not like that. Mom, Dad, don't be upset. I didn't choose the fire element or the earth element, I chose the light element. I chose it for your sakes. What? Because of us? Yes, of course it's because of you too, but also for our family's harmony. It is like this, think about it, if I chose the water element, Dad would be upset. If I chose the wind element, then Mother would have certainly killed me, so I didn't choose either of them. Fire magic and Mom's water magic mutually suppress each other, so for my gentle, beautiful, and kind Mom, I couldn't possibly choose it. Earth magic and Dad's wind magic also mutually suppress each other, so for my handsome, charming, and powerful Dad, I couldn't possibly choose it either. So I chose the light magic, which doesn't oppose anyone else's magic in the family. Because I was thinking about our whole family's happiness, this is what I chose. As I said this, I looked at Mother and Father with eyes brimming with tears. Looking at the teary-eyed me, Mother couldn't help but come and comfort me. Our Zhang Gong is such a good son, doing this for the sake of his parents. Father also came and embraced us. I really like this loving and harmonious atmosphere, but I did not expect some nonsense and two tall hats would have fooled them into uniting. Ha ha. Zhang Gong, in the future you must study properly. You must at the very least become an advanced rank mage. Yes, Father, I definitely won't disappoint you too. Mom looked like she suddenly remembered something. Zhang Gong, light spells in the elementary rank and intermediate rank didn't have any attack magic right, since people rarely study light magic. Don't worry, you two can be assured that I will definitely become an advanced mage. I'd become so clever. If I wanted to work hard, I wouldn't have picked light magic. Ha, I'll trick them first, then worry about it. Well, fine, let's eat and celebrate our Zhang Gong's choice. A night without words. The next day, in the morning, working up by both the son and mother's call. I eat some breakfast and Aoda is already here. Zhang Gong, it's time to go to school. Today the classes will be divided. I'm coming. Let's go. Just like yesterday, we step into the classroom. The old witch walked in. Enough, quiet down, students. We're going to start dividing the classes. In this group of 5 classes, everyone has already picked their major and minor elements to study. All 5 classes will be rearranged into new classes according to the element that was chosen. 3 classes for fire, 2 classes for water, 2 classes for wind, and 1 class for earth. Now I will announce the classes each of you will be in. As I read off the classes, go to the class you have been assigned. There's no need to question the fire element's attack power. Impossible, how come there isn't a light element class? A huge question mark is produced in my mind. Tang Di, Fire Element Class 1. Li Cha, Fire Element Class 1. Aoda, Water Element Class 2. Except for me, all of my classmates have been assigned their class, and one by one they left to for their assigned class. After the last student leaves for their class. Zhang Gong, follow me to see your teacher. Since there are only 10 light element mages in the world, the academy has specially arranged for a teacher to give you a specialized tutoring. Oh no! Specialized tutoring, it must be a temperamental teacher. My death is assured now. I can't suffer this old witch's pain. While thinking this, I walked with teacher out of the classroom. Arriving at the teacher's office on the 3rd floor, isn't this the principal's office? Go on, Zhang Gong, come in with me. Seeing me hesitating, the old witch gave me a pull. Oh, good, teacher. Entering the principal's office, I see the principal behind a big office desk smiling at me. Teacher Lin, is this the Zhang Gong that chose to study the light element in your class? Let me introduce myself. I am a great mage, with my major element being spatial and my minor element being light. My name is Xiu Xiu, but call me Teacher Xiu. My eyes followed the principal's hands. Ah, this is going to be my teacher? A 50-year-old man? Looking him from head to toe, he looks like a spotless purple-robed mage shaking with energy. On his chest is a mage badge with 4 stars. A mage's rank can be seen by the number of stars on his badge. Each rank risen corresponds with an additional star, while an apprentice mage has no stars. Wearing a serious face, he seemed quite ominous. Hello, Teacher Xiu, please look after Zhang Gong. Teacher Lin, no need to be courteous. So you are Zhang Gong. Hey, you better study magic properly under me. I'll have you know I'm very strict. I hope you will study hard as I will try my best to impart my knowledge onto you. What can I say? My eyes had already lost hope. How could I have overlooked this? I'm going to become cannon fodder. So miserable. God of creation, you treat me so unfairly. Thank you, teacher. I will put in great effort. It seems from now on I am going to have a hard time. On the way home, Aoda asked me who my magic teacher was. In order to save face, I boasted that I had a very benevolent teacher. Aoda enviously told me that his class's teacher is extremely fierce. How could he possibly be fiercer than Teacher Xiao? I could only hope that Teacher Xiao has a heart attack tonight and becomes unable to teach me. Right as Teacher Xiao was eating dinner, he sneezed and thought, who's cursing me? Later, historians' records of Xi Xiao, Teacher Xiao, show that, if there hadn't been the great mage Xi Lu Xiao to build the foundations into the Child of Light when he was still a child, then there wouldn't be the Child of Light as we know it. Laying this so-called solid foundation had such a great effect that the Grand Magister, known as the Child of Light, trembles at the name of Xi Lu Xiao even 30 years later. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Basic Knowledge. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Basic Knowledge. Zhang Gong Wei, what time do you think it is right now? Teacher Xiao said with eyes full of fury. Ah. Teacher, why are you here? Sorry, I overslept this morning. The truth is that I was terrified of meeting this terrifying teacher today, so I ended up walking in circles in the front of the school as I didn't dare to go in. I hadn't expected him to come out, I'm doomed. As expected, you overslept? Then your willpower must not be good. The most important thing for a mage to practice is their willpower. Then you'll need to be stimulated first then. Go run 5 laps around the school until you're vigilant. With no way out, I began running at a slow and leisurely pace. My name is Xi Lu Xiao. Obey my call, come forth my servant, Light Tiger. This is a level 5 magical beast. Every person who studies magic each has their own magical beast. They can have more than one, but summoning more than one will consume a greater amount of willpower. Zhang Gong, you have to run faster. If you get caught by him, you know what will happen to you. Seeing the Light Tiger, who was 4 to 5 times bigger than me, gave me a lot of motivation. The fear of getting eaten drew my strength out and quickly ran straight ahead. Teacher's Light Tiger followed me not too slowly or not too close. When I slow down a bit, a light arrow flies over and scares me, so I immediately speed up again. Elementary and intermediate light spells only have one attack spell that's at rank 2. I'm truly miserable. Finally, I finished my run, which was like a long journey. Teacher Xiao unexpectedly let me rest for 15 minutes. How does my life have so much suffering? Resting time is over, now we're going to see what you have learned already. What spells do you know, Zhang Gong? I know the illumination spell. What else? Nothing else. In 2 years you have only learned the illumination spell. Carrying on, Teacher Xiao asked me many questions regarding my knowledge of basic magic theory and then some problem questions. My knowledge of basic magic theory was horrible since I mostly sleep in class. However, for the problem questions, my answers were really good, as after all I am very clever. Teacher Xiao looked at me for 2 minutes, then let out a heavy sigh. How did I meet such a lazy student? No wonder Teacher Lin asked me to teach you. Although I know your scores are near the bottom, I still didn't expect it was bad to this extent. Well, let's end class for today. Don't be late tomorrow. I encountered such a poor student and he's also helpless. What? He allowed me to finish class already, and it's still the morning. He's so great. Right, I'll give you some homework to do. Saying so, he handed me 2 thick books. Receiving them, I took a look. One of them says basic magic theory while the other says major light element spells and explanations. Giving me this, what does he expect me to do with it? I cannot help but wonder about his intentions. For tomorrow, you must memorize the basics of magic theory so you can make up for your originally poor knowledge of magic theory. I don't want my students to be lacking in comparison to others. The other textbook is for later, but you can also take a look at it. Well, you can go home now. Teacher, the whole book of basic magic theory must be memorized? I still hold on to a minuscule bit of hope. Of course. Tomorrow I will check your knowledge. If you want to continue playing with Light Tiger, then you can choose not memorize it. With these words, Teacher Shio returned to the teacher's office, leaving me in a daze. What kind of teacher is this? Ah, he really is a demon, giving me only one day to memorize a 300 to 400 page book. Today's weather is quite good, sunny and no wind, makes a stark contrast with my mood. Back at home, mother and father weren't home, both of them were working. Father is a metal molder while mother is the village healer. I take out basic magic theory and flip through it. Although I'm lazy, thinking about this afternoon's demon's punishment. My calf muscles are still clenching. What other alternative is there but to memorize it? Gradually the sun went down. With my tireless effort, I finally managed to memorize 10 pages. Only 10 pages. Ah, my life is over. Oi, who came home so early? Usually the first to come home every day is my mother. Me. Hearing my faint voice, mother quickly came over. My baby child, how come you're home so early today? Why are you so listless? Did you do something wrong and got scolded? No, mother. Thinking about the impossible task, I rushed into mother's arms and started crying. After all, I am only 7 years old. Hugging me, mother asked. What is it? Quickly tell mom. Is some bullying you? Yes. My new teacher is really horrible. The task he left for me, it was impossible to begin with, but he also punishes me too. Ah. What task? How is this teacher punishing you? Reluctantly, I told mother what happened today at school. Zhang Gong, it's you who is wrong. In the past, mother knew your studies weren't too good, but mother didn't think your studies were bad to this extent. Unexpectedly, even after 2 years you haven't learned the basics. Teacher's actions are correct. For a slacker like you, a ferocious teacher is best for teaching you. Mom and dad have let you become so spoiled. What your mother says is correct. Let father see what kind of impossible task you were given. Father also came home. After looking at my homework, father smiled. My foolish son, aren't you usually very smart? How come you're so foolish right now? Although this book is very thick, you don't have to memorize it. Let your mother go cook dinner and father will coach you. Afterwards, father taught me how to finish this impossible task. Look, Zhang Gong, this section primarily talks about applications of magic theory. In our world, there are many elements, the 6 basic elements you know about, right? In order to use magic, you must communicate with your element properly, making it recognize you, then gathering it around you. Afterwards, through an incantation you transform the magic essence gathered to achieve what you want. You see, this is magic. My name is Li Aoa, Wind Essence, hear my call, come to me, protect your friend, Windshield. Father, while explaining to me, used actual examples to inspire me. He divided the whole book into several parts, with each part having a main idea. Then he explained each part's theory to me. Through father's pointers, the clever me immediately found a trick and gradually aroused my interest in magic. Well, it's very late now. Only a bit is left, so tomorrow morning we'll wake up early and finish it. Okay, father. I never thought magic was like this. Receiving quite a bit of magic theory knowledge, I can't help but indulge in how profound magic is. In one night I have gained more knowledge than the 2 years I spent leisurely. Zhang Gong, before, mother and father were at fault, having too little concern for your studies. From now on, father will tutor you often. Our Zhang Gong will definitely become an outstanding mage. While patting my head, father kindly looked at me. Father, I will definitely properly study magic. The child of light didn't yet know whether he was able to walk this path, but after this first time studying magic, he truly studied magic properly afterwards. Regardless of whether or not he truly meant what he said, Shio, teacher Shio, was there to make sure he didn't slack. Volume 1 to Chapter 5, Lying Down Meditation. Volume 1, Chapter 5, Lying Down Meditation. As a result of father's tutoring, I was eventually able to master the basics of magic theory. Is it right? It seems like you've worked diligently yesterday. Follow me. In the morning, just as I arrived, teacher Shio assessed my knowledge. Although I cannot answer immediately, given some time I could find the answer. My efforts weren't in vain. I finally passed old Shi's, teacher Shio, test, so I don't have to run laps today. I followed teacher Shio to a small house in the rear court. This is related to teaching me magic? Zhang Gong, you have an understanding of the basics now, but you must continue to enrich yourself. Do you know what magic power is dependent on? Magic level. Then how do we use advanced magic? Incantations. Nonsense. Teacher Shio gave me a sudden fright. In order to use advanced magic, you must have a lot of spiritual power. Your basic knowledge is very simple. The most effective way to increase your spiritual power is through meditation. Starting today and for the next 3 months, you will meditate every day. Tomorrow I need to make a trip to the capital and I will probably be back in 3 months. My heart was overjoyed. I'll finally be liberated. However, teacher Shio's next words brought me back down to earth. Zhang Gong, teacher's major magic is spatial magic. Although I am only a great mage, teleporting back here is still possible. If I suddenly come back to investigate and find that you are slacking off, then you will become a national long-distance running champion. With a stern face, teacher Shio threatened me. While meditating, you must concentrate spiritually, so you can feel the light element. Try to gather and store as much of the element as you can, this way you will gradually increase your spiritual power. During the time I am gone, you must meditate every day for at least 8 hours. Are you listening? If I come back and your spiritual power doesn't satisfy me. Listening to the words of this demon, my heart has become discouraged. Meditating for 8 hours every day will bore me to death. The basic method for meditation, I'm sure you already know how to do it. Meditation also has some techniques, so you can go to the library and look up some books on it. Find a meditation technique you like, this way the effect will be even greater. Wait until I return, then I will teach you the specifics of using magic. Okay then, you can start meditating now. Under his gaze, I sat on the mat, closed my eyes and began meditating. Although the demon is gone, I am unable to feel the beauty of 49 years. Located in the northeast corner of the academy is the library. I browsed through many books about meditation and finally found what I wanted. I'm finally freed. While rummaging through books in the corner, I found a yellow book. It looks very old, but the author is actually a light mage who wrote the book 150 years ago. The book said it is only necessary to sense the magic element in order to gather it. Any position is fine, and the book also had a few examples. There is lying meditation, sitting meditation, and others. I can lay down and meditate. For a lazy person such as me, the lying position and the sitting position are two completely different concepts. This is very good. Back at the classroom, small cottage, I was the only person there. I followed the book's instructions, laid down, gathered myself and began feeling the light element in the air. Gradually, I began to sense the abundance of light element in my surroundings. The light element gave me a feeling of kindness and affection, just like mother and father's embrace. Ah, so comfortable. You are the light element? I asked the spiritual world. I felt a sense of warmth surrounding me. Uncle and Auntie Light Elements, how are you? My name is Zhang Gong. From now on, will you play with me? Again, there was a sense of warmth. Then from now on, we are friends. I felt the light element forming thin threads that flowed into my upper dantian. A surge of warm energy surrounds me. If anyone was there to witness this, they would surely see a layer of white light surrounding me. This continued for a long time, even I don't know how long. I gradually began to sense the light elements through a communication channel located in my upper dantian. With my whole body so warm and comfortable, I unknowingly fell asleep. What I didn't know was that I unexpectedly gained the recognition of the light elements by accident. On the continent, every mage practices magic by sensing the surrounding magic element, then seizing control of them in order to gradually increase their own magic power. Following their increase in magic power, their spiritual power will also increase. In order to achieve this, they will cultivate. Personally, I don't want to meditate, so the lazy me had looked for a way to increase magic power without putting in any effort. Naturally, I hadn't forced the elements to gather around me, and instead I communicated with the light elements, appearing innocent. To my surprise, the light elements recognized me. Since then, my magic gathering speed and recovery speed was 3 times faster than the average person. I really had become friends with the light elements. Unknowingly, time passed by quickly and I felt someone push me. Bewildered, I opened my eyes to see that it was Mother. Mother, why are you here? Mother was almost worried to death. It's so late yet you still didn't come home. Just now I came to find the principal and he said you should be in this classroom. He said you studied so hard you fell asleep. Ah. I looked outside at the sky and it's actually evening. It felt as if I had laid down for just a little bit. This method of meditation is really good. I quietly checked my magic power. Unexpectedly it increased a lot for the tiny amount of magic power I had before. It has already become a small ball of light. Wow, the effect is so good, simply too good. Let's hurry home, aren't you hungry? Seeing you working so hard, Mother is really happy. How could Mother know that actually, the teacher wasn't here at all and I just slept the whole day? Ha, this is too good. Every day I can practice while sleeping. After returning home and eating dinner, I went to my room. I truly am a genius, to actually come up with such a good idea. Hee, I cannot help but be a bit narcissistic. Right, my magic power increased. Then the strength of my magic should have also increased. I'd better test it out. I held out my hand. My name is Zhang Gong, light elements, for your friend, illuminate everything in sight. I used the only spell I know, illumination spell. With my spell, I felt a warm energy flowing from my upper dantian along with my body's internal magic power, surging to my outstretched hand. A white ball of light emerged from my hands. It emitted a soft glow. Although it was very bright, it wasn't dazzling. Wow, the effect is so good. Before I could only produce a little bit of light in my hands. Yeah, it's too great, my illumination spell already has the best lighting effects. I feel the energy continuously flowing into the palms of my hands, maintaining the ball's brightness. The light elements also continually flowed from my upper dantian. There wasn't a single sign of my internal magic power depleting. So good, this is the way to practice. In the future I don't have to use exhausting methods of meditating to increase my magic power. Well, time to sleep. I'll use the lying meditation method to sleep. This way of sleeping is very comfortable. So, my daily schedule is, get up early, eat breakfast, go to the school's classroom and meditate, sleep, go home for dinner, then meditation again. 3 months later, with my constant effort, my internal magic power gradually increased. My ball of light is now 5 times bigger. Every time I meditate, I feel more and more intimate with the light elements. They are like my elders who meticulously take care of me, and I am like their child, every day in their arms like a spoiled child. And so, the child of light created a unique method of meditation, which later became the source of this Grand Magister's endless magic power. Volume 1 to Chapter 6, Once Again Meeting the Demon. Volume 1, Chapter 6, Once Again Meeting the Demon. Ow, that hurts. The meditating, sleeping me didn't know what suddenly attacked me. Drowsily opening my eyes, a solemn face appeared in front of me. Old demon! I couldn't help but shout. What? What did you just say? Teacher Shio just came back and is looking at me with some gruesome eyes. Ah, no, it's nothing. I wasn't thinking of you just as you came back, Teacher Shio. Really now? Then what's this about an old demon? My head became soaked with cold sweat. Oh, I just now had a nightmare where lots of demons attacked me. It definitely wasn't about you. How could such a kind teacher possibly be called a demon? Oh, is it now? Said Teacher Shio while giving me a doubtful look. I told you to come here to meditate, but instead you came here to sleep. My name is Shiyu Shio, obey my call, come forth my servant, light tiger. Zhang Gong, go for a run right now. There's no need, teacher. I've been meditating really hard lately. I was just a bit tired just now, so I took a small nap. I can't possibly tell him I was doing lying meditation, who would believe that I could practice while sleeping? Really? Then I'm going examine you. Come over here. Oh. I walked to Teacher Shio. Teacher Shio took out a magic stone, a magic crystal type, specialized for detecting and measuring a mage's magic power, for magic appraisal from his dimensional space, a space that can store things only intermediate and above mages can use, and the space is proportional to the mage's magic power, and gave it to me. Repeat after me. Hear my name, light elements, obey my call, and gather in front of me. Hear my name, light elements, obey my call, and gather in front of me. Following the incantation, both the light elements in my upper dantian and my internal light elements' energies surged towards the magic stone in the palms of my hands. The magic stone emitted a faint glow. The faint glow gradually increased. I let my internal magic power continually flow into the magic stone, knowing that the magic power has reached equilibrium with the magic power flowing from my upper dantian. The light emitted by the magic stone lit up the whole house, enabling one to see all the details. Unexpectedly, my illumination spell is good enough now. Teacher Shio was stunned. You really didn't slack off, ah? I really didn't expect that in 3 months' time, your magic power has reached the level of an elementary mage. You must have meditated for at least 18 hours a day. Wait, that's not right. Even 24 hours of meditation a day couldn't possibly achieve such a good effect. On this continent, even with diligent cultivation, it takes 1 year from not knowing any magic to becoming an elementary mage. It seems you really are a genius at light magic. Of course I am, after all, I am extremely smart. Ha ha ha, I can't help but be proud of myself. What are you pleased about? This is nothing. I still need to see your future performance. What use is light magic power if it's not applied properly? Seeing how proud of myself I was, Teacher Shio immediately poured cold water on me. Teacher Shio dismissed the light tiger, so I secretly wiped my sweat. This event can be considered over. Looks like I won't be having a funeral, huh? These days I already regard lying meditation as sleeping. It's a lot more comfortable than the way I slept before. It's very late now, hurry up and go home. Tomorrow you will start learning light magic. Remember to bring that book on light magic that I gave you. Okay, goodbye, Teacher Shio. I ran out of the classroom as fast as the wind. Looking at the figure of my back as I'm leaving, Teacher Shio revealed a faint smile. It seems this child is very suitable for learning light magic. Morning, Teacher Shio. Because I successfully completed the task yesterday, I thought I didn't have to run today and was in a particularly good mood. So today I came early. Today you came early, huh? Did you bring the book? I brought it. Good, today we will begin learning light magic. A lot of intermediate and advanced magic spells are derived from elementary light spells. So learning elementary spells is very important. Today, the first magic you will learn, Light Shield. Light Shield? Correct. After learning the basics of magic theory, you should know that elementary and intermediate light spells are basically all used for defense and recovery. My name is Shiyu Shou, light elements obey my call, converge in front of me and block all evil. A layer of faint, transparent light appeared in front of Teacher Shou. Light Shield can block all elementary magic attacks. The duration of the spell is dependent on the amount of magic power infused into it. You try it now. My name is Zhang Gong. O great light elements, converge in front of me and block all evil. That's wrong. You recited it wrong. It should be obey my call. Ah, how can? A light shield thicker than Teacher Shou's appeared in front of me, stopping the words from coming out of his mouth. You recited it wrong, yet the effect is greater than the effect of the proper incantation. How can this be? I don't know. I just felt like the light elements is like my elder, so I shouldn't command them, and they also speak to me, so I recited it this way. Teacher Shou tried using the incantation I used, but it still had the same effect as the incantation he originally used. He couldn't make heads or tails of this mystery. In fact, it is because the light elements has already approved of me due to me respecting them more. Therefore they are more willing to help me, which has caused this situation. Although Teacher Shou is a great mage, he is not a major in light magic, nor is he recognized by the light elements. So naturally he is unable to reach the effect of my spell. Good, now test the effect of your light shield. My name is Shiyi Shou, gentle water, obey my call, assemble in front of me and eliminate my enemy, water bullet. When a mage reaches the rank of great mage, they can use any magic element as long as the spell is an elementary class spell. The 5 centimeter diameter water bullet rushed towards me. I couldn't help but close my eyes in fright. I felt the light shield I had cast vibrated once and I hadn't feel any pain. Opening my eyes, I saw that the water bullet has already disappeared. Ha, it seems my light shield is full of power. Teacher Shou, seeing this situation, began attacking my light shield with various elementary class spells of various elements. When the barrage started, the light shield only convulsed a bit and nothing more. However, gradually the magic consumption of the light shield overcame my magic recovery rate. Near the critical point I shouted, Teacher, I can't persist anymore. Please spare me. Teacher Shou finally finished his magical assault. It seems the effect of your light shield is pretty good. It's stronger than average. However, using the light shield also requires some technique. After that, Teacher Shou began teaching me techniques for using the light shield, such as long as it's not an area magic attack, I can dodge as much as possible and use the light shield on attacks I can't dodge. This way, the magic consumption will be greatly reduced. Like this, I started learning my first elementary light spell. In the next 10 days, every day Teacher Shou would use all kinds of elementary magic to attack me in order to let me become familiar with using the light shield. This tired out the miserable me, and when I asked him to change his teaching methods, he didn't say anything but just summoned his light tiger. I would immediately say his previous teaching methods were good. He truly deserves to be called the demon teacher. Ah, with great difficulty I solved the meditation problem and I am ready to take the next lesson. It seems that with my fate in the hands of this demon, I cannot be lazy. However, fortunately, no matter how much magic power I consume during the day, I just have to do lying meditation at night and the next day I'll be full of life. Additionally, I feel that my magic power is increasing at an even greater rate than before. Thus, the great child of light began his life of endless learning. Volume 1, Chapter 7, Spatial Magic. Volume 1, Chapter 7, Spatial Magic. Due to Teacher Xiu's hands-on teaching, in half a year my magic power level had a qualitative leap. Under the demon's harsh training, I am now able to endure 2 hours of the demon's magic assault. Every morning when I get to school I practice defense, and more defense. I do this until my strength is exhausted, then Teacher Xiu allows me to meditate and restore some magic power. In the afternoon, he continues attacking me with magic. In the last 6 months, I have learned all of the elementary light element defense spells. I always thought that Teacher Xiu was actually a sadist while I was just a pitiful little sandbag for him to ravage. When I arrived at the door of the classroom, I had first cast a light shield on myself, then had cast a light mirror to reflect magic. Light mirror is a spell I learned in this short period of time and is also my favorite spell. It's a reflection type defense magic that I am very skilled at. Carefully controlling these two magics, I opened the door. I was really scared as every day as soon as I enter I will be suddenly bombarded with magic. I will often get covered in dirt, so right now I'm casting some good defensive spells on myself before I enter the classroom. Good morning, Teacher Xiu. What greeted me was a light arrow. I hastily leaned my body to the side while using the light mirror's plane to deflect the light arrow. So why did I deflect the spell? The reason was that although the light mirror can reflect spells, it will consume a lot of my magic power. However, deflecting it can greatly decrease the power of the incoming spell and the effect is really good. Currently, my control over these elementary spells was very strong. So, I fused the light shield and light mirror to create a new basin-sized shield on my left. For now I'm calling it the light prism shield. Although it isn't an omnidirectional defense, due to the compression of light element, the defense power was enhanced greatly. Moreover, it can reflect magic, so it's really effective. Teacher Xiu used an intermediate class spell to attack me, but within this short period of time, it was unable to break my light prism shield. It reflects very quickly. Defensive magic will now temporarily come to an end, and starting today, you will learn spatial magic. This is my major magic, so hopefully you can learn it well. Wow, spatial magic. That's good too. In the future I can use it to flee. In the future I won't have to fear this ruthless old man anymore as long as I learn this properly. If he abuses me, then I can just use spatial magic to go home. Ha ha. Is it really that simple? Now I will tell you the fundamental principles of spatial magic. Spatial magic is split into movement magic and attack magic. Spatial movement magic relies heavily on skill, where magic power determines the distance you can teleport and spiritual power determines how accurate your teleport is. The shorter the distance you teleport, the more accurate the teleport will be. The technique to use spatial movement magic is to use your spiritual power to designate the location you want to go to, then with a simple incantation you teleport you there. It is divided into short-range teleportation, long-distance teleportation and large-scale long-range teleportation. Short-range teleportation is generally used to dodge enemy attacks. However, large-scale long-range teleportation and long-range teleportation are rarely used, mainly due to the requirement of high spiritual power, low accuracy, and could potentially teleport several hundred kilometers off the target. Large-scale long-range teleportation also needs magic support in order to cast. Teacher, then you were deceiving me when you said that you would teleport back from the capital to inspect my studies? Having accidentally leaking that out, Teacher Xiu had an awkward expression on his face. You go study magic properly and don't ask so many questions. Today you'll start learning short-range teleportation of the spatial movement magic. If you have the magic power and spiritual power of a great mage, you will be able to teleport anywhere within 500 meters with this magic. Having said this, Teacher Xiu suddenly disappeared right in front of me and there was a clap from behind me. It turns out that Teacher Xiu used teleportation magic to move behind me. Wow, so mystical. Teacher, how come I didn't hear an incantation? This is what I was going to tell you next. The short-range teleportation incantation is very short, just a single word. All you need to do is control the magic power, designate a place you want to go in your mind, then mouth the word silently. What's the word? Move. It's this simple? You try it then. Okay. I begin to focus my spirit, setting the target as the corner of the classroom. Silently, I thought move. I felt a whoosh, then I moved to a different area. How come there's nothing under my feet? Ouch. Thump. I teleported to the small pond outside the classroom. From the pond, I awkwardly climbed out and spit out water. What? This is not good at all, the mistake was too big. I returned to the classroom. Teacher Shio, seeing my embarrassed look, couldn't help but reveal a smiling expression on his serious face. Know that movement magic requires a high amount of spiritual power, and during the transfer, your spirit must be focused. The slightest bit of carelessness can cause a huge difference. Today you will practice here. Try to teleport as far as possible. Yes, Teacher Shio. Seeing that Teacher Shio had left, I sat my butt on the floor. This is better than the last few days. I don't have to suffer the demon's training anymore. Because of my motto of safety first, fleeing career, I must practice properly. In my mind, I secretly became determined. Move. The place I transferred to is 3 meters in front of me. Ah, not bad. This time it was really a success. Move. 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 I kept practicing short-range teleportation until I ran out of magic power to sustain the spell. The result is not bad. I'm becoming more and more skilled. In the range of this 30 square meter house, I am basically able to move to anywhere I think of. No more practice, it's time to rest. Tomorrow I will give the old demon a pleasant surprise. While I was thinking, I gradually entered the meditation, sleep, state. Since that day, I began to continuously practice short-range teleportation. The thought of escaping the demon's training quickly left me. Every morning I'm abused for 1 hour. Afterwards I practiced short-range teleportation. Gradually, the range I could teleport expanded. From a radius of 30 meters to 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, and within a year I could already reach the limit of short-range teleportation. I can casually teleport to anywhere within 500 meters with a very high accuracy. Zhang Gong, come. I'm taking you to a new training ground. I followed Teacher Shio to the rear courtyard. The whole area had an area of 300 square meters with 5-meter-tall wood stands installed, and on every stand is a thick rope attached to a big sack. Teacher, what is this used for? It's for letting you practice short-range teleportation. Watch. Teacher Shio all of the over 100 sacks down from the stand. All of the sacks interweaved together, continuously swinging. Watch carefully. Having said this, Teacher Shio teleported to the sacks, and continuously teleported. The sack from beginning to end didn't touch him. After a minute, Teacher Shio left the circle. You go try. From now on, you'll practice within the swinging sacks. I'll have Light Tiger help you push the sacks. Teacher, please spare me. Be at ease, there's no problem. Teacher's recovery magic is not bad. Or do you want to switch the sacks with iron balls? Of course the sacks are good. The sacks are great. Hearing this such terrifying words, I didn't dare to complain. I immediately entered the waves of sacks. I dodged. Not even 3 times and I was hit outside by the sacks. It really hurts. Teacher Shio immediately cast elementary recovery magic on me, then put me back in. I continually dodged and dodged. Quickly I got hit and came flying out. My young body is being ruthlessly destroyed by this demon. Another strange thing is that by enduring this inhuman torture, my body has really gotten more and more sturdy. Teacher Shio told me that one cannot achieve glory and wealth without having been through trials and tribulations. Only by first protecting yourself will you be able to survive. But the best way to protect yourself is to flee. This matches with my ideology. Every week Monday, Wednesday and Friday I study magic. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday is the Sax array. The Sac array also gradually increases in difficulty according to my ability. This so-called difficulty was nothing after Teacher Shio gave me an omnidirectional intermediate magic, that of lightning. Volume 1 Chapter 8, Magic Evaluation. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Magic Evaluation. Time passed by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, I was already 9.5 years old. Although I suffered inhumane torture every day, it hadn't affected my regular development, with the height of 1.5 meters and weighing 40 kilograms and a head of pale blue hair reaching the shoulders. Although my features weren't very pretty, they were gentle and adorable. The villagers, my classmates, and the teachers said this. Father always said if you looked at my features separately, they're not that good, but together they're not bad. Every time, Mother would glance at my mouth and sarcastically say this is due to my father's genes. However, Mother is a great beauty, and though she is in her 30s, you won't find a single sign of aging on her face. In the past few years, although my ideals conflicts with the old demon's teachings, I had no choice but to acknowledge them as I learned a lot of magic from him. The rate at which my ability increased surprised Mother and Father. Now in front of the sacks, I could almost dodge all of the attacks of the swinging sacks. Should I begin teleporting in the array, you would only be able to see a faint shadow. Teacher Shio couldn't grasp my teleportation route, and his direct magic attacks are completely unable to hit me. The me right now could already treat the array of sacks as a game, to the point that while practicing, Teacher Shio would make a grimace. I annoyed him to the point where he thought about using advanced magic quite a few times to attack me. Teacher Shio is only able to use up to rank 7 spatial magic. However, because his spatial magic is too powerful, he's afraid it will destroy the whole site. So due to my indignant behavior, he would summon the light tiger to chase me in the array. Anyways, my control of short-range teleportation has already been brought to the point of perfection. Even Teacher Shio had become unable to catch me. My magic power and spiritual power improvement speed is especially amazing. Now I can simultaneously use light prism shield and teleportation and persist for more than 3 hours. Within these 2 years or so I learned a few spells. The following list has relatively unique magics that I like: elementary light defense magic, light shield, comprehensive light element defense magic. Now due to the more useful light prism shield I don't use this anymore. Light mirror, light element reflection magic. Due to my enhanced spiritual power, I can already it will reflect magic at any angle. Light prism shield, the light element defense magic I created myself. A small area where the defensive power is close to the rank of advanced magic. The serious Teacher Shio ceaselessly praised my magic, however he is unable to use it. Ha ha. Divine Guard, it can defend against poisonous gases and elementary darkness spirit magic. A type of darkness magic that can confuse the enemy and make them crazy. Because it can isolate harmful gases, gas masks, I use it whenever Teacher Shio farts. The result is quite good. Teacher Shio doesn't know this, or else. Elementary light attack magic. Light arrow, within the whole elementary and intermediate class light spells, there is only one attack magic. The light elements would condense into an arrow. Shaped attacks. Their power is small. Elementary light recovery magic. Restoration technique, elementary class recovery magic. It will generally heal minor injuries very well as treat fevers and colds. I really regret learning this magic, because ever since I learned this magic, Mother has brought me to the village to help treat people. I'm also not getting paid. Sigh. Spirit healing technique, used to treat a variety of chaotic conditions. Elementary spatial magic. Short-range teleportation, I'm very good at this. Within a 500-meter range, I don't think that a unidirectional magic is able to hit me. Long-range teleportation, I learned the theory of it, but I've never used it. I might accidentally teleport to the territory of the demon race. Then I would be truly miserable. Small dimensional / spatial attack magic. The most powerful attack magic I know. It's able to tear space, and everything within its range will be devoured, including magic. For now, Teacher Shio has prohibited me from using it because I had once devoured his beloved cup. I can now cast a 1-meter-long dimensional slash. It's no problem to swallow an elementary class spell, but Teacher Shio said its devouring power is very high, so if your magic power can't sustain it, it might devour you. Of course, the one I'm able to cast right now is unable to devour me. It would require a huge dimensional slash to devour me. He told me not to use it carelessly. These are the spells I know right now. Teacher Shio evaluation of me is: first-class escaping ability, second-rate defense, third-rate recovery magic, and bottom-tier attack. In fact, within Teacher Shi's heart he was satisfied with me, especially in my talent in defense and movement magic. The degree of control I have over my teleportation magic is even better than his, even though his is a great mage. I also created a new defensive magic. Generally speaking, if you didn't take into account my attack magic, my strength would be close to the level of an advanced mage's. Hey, I didn't do it intentionally. It was just that short-range teleportation was to my liking. Ha, if I can't beat it, then I can just flee. Hee. In less than 6 months I will be graduating from here. I'll finally be able to escape this demon's grasp. Despite the fact that the Sakurai is unable to torment me anymore, Teacher Shio would often display his full range of intermediate magic attacks, or I would often get exhausted. I thought of my better future. Hee. What made me even happier is that, in the morning when I got to the classroom, Teacher Shio said he had to go to the capital. He said he would be gone for a long period of time, but would be back for my graduation exam. He instructed me to meditate properly at school and increase my magic power. If I don't, then he will conduct his demon's training. The beautiful me straightened and blew out a snot bubble. For the following period of time, I can go back to sleeping every day. Volume 1, Chapter 9, Encountering Danger on the Return Home. Volume 1, Chapter 9, Encountering Danger on the Return Home. Currently, going to school is very relaxing. Every day I sleep at home and then I go to school and sleep some more. It feels like the 49th year is here. I slept. While comfortably lying on the ground, I concentrated my spirit to sense the light elements in the air. Under their care, I gradually fell asleep. My internal light sphere already occupied 2/3 of all of my meridians. Teacher Shio said I have enough magic power to cast rank 5 spells now. However, because I am too small, it would be biting off more than I can chew, so he didn't teach me any intermediate class spells and instead told me to wait to go to an intermediate magic academy. A mage's title corresponds to their magic. Generally speaking, mages capable of casting rank 1 spells are called apprentice mages. Those capable of using ranks 2 and 3 spells are called elementary mages. Intermediate mages are able to cast rank 4 and 5 spells. Rank 6 spells are advanced mages, rank 7 magic are great mages, rank 8 are magic scholar, and those capable of casting rank 9 magic with other mages are magisters. Grand Magisters are capable of casting rank 9 spells alone. What time is it now? While stretching, I looked outside towards the sky. The sky was already dark. I should quickly go home and eat dinner, and my belly is calling out. In a lively mood, I walked out of the academy in the direction of my home. Having left Senkei City, I followed the path I used every day to go to and from the academy. Because I'm afraid of the dark, I used my left hand to cast an illumination spell, making everything within 30 meters of it to be as bright as day. Today Mother doesn't know what to make for me to eat. The best would be bone soup, and this is my favorite. Thinking of a luxurious dinner, I smacked my lips and felt my stomach is even hungrier. Suddenly, I felt the surrounding temperature rise. What's going on? Who here is using fire magic? A sudden roar that shook the heavens rung in my ear. Fire lion, a rank 6 magical beast. No, it's a demonic beast. At birth, if the magical beast isn't contracted with, it will then be called a demonic beast. Already, my legs won't listen to me. With its blood-red eye it watched me. I thought it might have the same idea I had earlier as it smacked its lips. Fire lion big brother, I'm still a child. Can you please not eat me? I am the homeland's flower, I don't have any meat. I'll go home and get you something to eat. No. Without letting me finish what I was saying, the fire lion attacked me. I reflexively used teleportation, after all, before I was off and chased by the light tiger. While dodging the fire lion's attack, I fired a flare towards the sky. In fact, it is the illumination spell in the form of a ball of light which I fired into the sky using the light arrow spell. Naturally, once the flare reaches the sky it burst open and become a big light. This is a mage's distress signal. You foul fire lion, I refuse to comply. You can't possibly catch me. Remembering that I have teleportation magic, my heart calmed down a lot. Towards this beast, I am still very confident. The fire lion is powerful, but it can't be more powerful than the light tiger and the old demon combined. At the very least, I can last until my magic power is completely consumed. After that, I would be helpless. Before I consume all of my magic power, I would have ran away with teleportation. I can teleport 500 meters, then I can just teleport several times. The air sure is hot. Because of the priority of safety, I decided to give the defensive spells I knew a try. The first of course is Divine Guard, since it can filter the air and isolate the heat emitted by the fire lion. Afterwards I summoned a light prism shield on my left hand. The powerful fire lion grimaced while I recited an incantation and from my right hand fired off a light arrow towards it. Although its power is relatively small, it would still hurt to be hit by it. Angered, the fire lion fired one after another intermediate class fire magic towards me. I blocked and I dodged just like in the array of sacks. In a relaxed manner I circled him, causing him to become confused and disoriented. The flames atop the fire lion's body gradually weakened. I suppose its magic power is being quickly depleted. While panting unevenly, it watched at me. There's nothing great about this demonic beast. I have a method to deal with it. I dispelled the Divine Guard and the light prism shield. Using this much magic, my magic power is also being consumed quickly. Even without the magic, it cannot hit me. I can just wait for a rescue since the village isn't too far away from here. The village guards should be here very soon. The fire lion suddenly raised its head to face the sky, then roared. All of a sudden I felt the air, which was cooling down, suddenly increase in temperature. How could this be? Not good. This is the 6th rank fire magic, Monstrous Flames. This is an area attack magic. I'm unable to run away now. My name is Zhang Gong. Great light elements, assemble in front of me and obstruct evil. I barely managed to cast a light shield. The monstrous flames came at me like they were hiding the sky and covering the earth. Everything within a 300-meter radius was enveloped in the spell. As a result, my careless teleportation, I wasn't enveloped in the spell. I used all of my body's magic power to fuel the light shield while continuously reciting the light shield incantation. However, the power of the monstrous flames is truly too great. In a moment I won't be able to withstand it, then I'll become a fire-roasted Zhang Gong. The water elements in the air, listen to my call, transform into the conquering hail and eliminate all the evil before me. I'm saved. Following this incantation by an unknown person, the pressure on me is gone. The hail technique offsets the fire lion's magic. The fire lion is also nearly spent, his magic power is also nearly depleted like mine. just his last attack. That's all. Ah. It's Zhang Gong. Hurry up and come, Zhang Gong's mother. It's your son. Mother came. It's finally all right now. I fainted. I don't know how much time passed. I gradually regained consciousness. I opened my eyes to see Mother with her red eyes sitting by my side. Zhang Gong is awake. Father of the child, come over. Zhang Gong, how are you feeling? Are you better now? Yesterday my magic power was pushed to its very limits. My body was burned in various places by the Fire Lion's magic. Additionally, my spiritual power and magic power were depleted, causing me to faint. Under the treatment of Mother's water magic, I have basically completely recovered, but I still felt quite exhausted. Mother, I'm fine. Son, how are you? Are you better now? Father ran in from the other room. I feel much better now, Father. If you didn't grow old, then you wouldn't have been able to see Mother anymore. Saying this, Mother hugged me and cried. Zhang Gong, how did this happen? Father asked. I explained the circumstances as to what happened. Father said seriously, you little fool, you must remember to never show any opening to the enemy. With your magic as it is now, if you encounter an intermediate mage who is an enemy, then you must immediately flee. Because aside from fleeing, you don't have any method to damage the enemy. Moreover, when facing the enemy, how could you be careless? If you had been using the light prism shield to guard, then you probably wouldn't have gotten hurt. I hadn't listened to Father's following words at all. But I remembered very clearly to flee when encountering an enemy. From that point on, no matter what kind of enemy I faced, I had always taken my protection seriously. The Child of Light passed his first difficult trial in life. Volume 1, Chapter 10, Between Friends. Volume 1, Chapter 10, Between Friends. Because I was injured, Mother helped me get a leave of absence from the school so I can rest at home. After eating breakfast, Mother and Father went to work, leaving me alone to lie on the bed. Bored, I just watched the Heaven's Flowers blocks. Zhang Gong, are you home? Quick, come open the door. Who is it? It's still so early. It's me, Aoda. You can't even recognize my voice anymore? Aoda, why did you come visit? I said as I opened the courtyard door. Zhang Gong, I heard you got injured. Are you a bit better now? I'm a lot better now. Yesterday was unbelievable, I was just in time. Say, why do you think there was a demonic beast on the outskirts of the village? Who knows? Here, this is some snow spirit powder. I grinded this out for half a day at my dad's place. Ah. You brought your father's treasure for me to eat? Snow spirit powder is not only the village head's treasure, but it also took Aoda's grandfather many years to refine. No need, Aoda. Thank you. I'm already almost fully recovered, no need to waste the spirit powder. Okay. No need to be so polite, just hurry up and eat it. When you're better, I want to exchange pointers on magic with you. Aoda, thank you. With red eyes, I ate the snow spirit powder. I felt a burst of cold seep into my whole body, thus making me feel very comfortable. Thanks for what? In the future, don't tell my father, and I hope in the future, once you've developed, that you won't forget me. Good. From now on we are blessed brothers, we'll face our troubles together and live well together. Ha ha. I'm older than Aoda by 2 months and grew up with him since childhood, so he calls me boss. Why do I have to be older than him? We played together in our childhood, with us mutually respecting each other. It is said to respect the old and cherish the young. Sigh. I really didn't think Aoda would treat me this well. The sincere feelings between children are something to be treasured. How come you didn't attend class today, Aoda? My class's teacher has recently let us meditate to increase our magic power at home. In a few months we'll be having our graduation exam, so they first let us have 1 month of leave. Meditation over there isn't the same at all. Oh, you guys have it nice. Compared to your luck, I'm just... Sigh. Looking at Aode, I really regret not choosing water magic with him. Zhang Gong, we've been so busy these last 2 years and haven't had any time to do something together. How has your light magic studies been? How is your teacher? Whenever I see you, you're listless. Since I've started learning from the old demon, it's every day from morning to evening, causing me to rarely see Aode. Even in the evening, when I return in the evening and see him, I'm too exhausted from the old demon's torment. So we didn't have any contact at all. I didn't think that Aode is still thinking about me. A friend in need truly is a friend indeed. How could he possibly be good? He is simply a demon. The old witch isn't even 1/10 as terrifying as he is. Ah! Even worse than the old witch. Then you truly are miserable. Bewildered, Aode couldn't close his mouth. Aode, what kind of good spells did you learn? I've learned a few water element therapy spells and water element attack spells. My minor magic of air element I've learned quite well. Right now I am number 1 in my class at using the storm spell. Ha ha. Looking at Aoda's proud look, I cannot help but have some doubts. To investigate, I asked, is it because you took your class's girls' treats that they ran away? Aoda's cracking laughter stopped. Astonished, he asked, how did you know? Ha 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 ha. We both laughed. Zhang Gong, how many days will you be resting at home? It should be about 4 to 5 days. Then I'll come every day to play with you. Then once you're better, us 2 brothers will exchange pointers for a bit. Okay. Kids will bully me saying that I don't have attack magic. I will have to wait and see. Aode practiced well, but he couldn't possibly have more magic power than me. I'll just wait until he's exhausted. After all, we are still children, we still have strong ambitions. Quickly, 2 days passed and my injury has already healed. Aode came to see me every day. Today we're having a contest. I'm also very eager to see for myself to what extent his skills have reached. Boss, I'm here. Hurry up and come out. Coming. Why are you so anxious to court death? Ha ha. Hong, who is going to win, isn't certain. You don't even have attack magic, how are you going to beat me? Try it then. Aode assumed a fighting stance. He first cast a storm spell on himself, then a water shield, and afterwards began reciting the incantation for his attack magic. I calmly watched him. I wasn't even a bit worried because I know at his rank, he wouldn't know any area attack magic. My teleportation magic can surely avoid it. As expected, a water bullet flew towards me. I used teleportation to move to the left 1 meter. The water bullet flew by and brushed against my side. Aode rubbed his eyes, as he believed his eyes were deceiving him. Subsequently, all kinds of elementary water spells unceasingly attacked me. How could this kind of magic possibly hit me? Boss, what kind of magic is faster than my storm spell? This is, of course, spatial magic's teleportation. Boss, you're shameless. How can you call this a contest if you just dodge? Fine then. Then I won't dodge anymore. Come now. While saying this, I had cast a light prism shield on myself. Seeing that I'm not dodging anymore, Aode promptly fired a water bullet at me. I wryly smiled. I faced the light prism shield towards Aode, then the water bullet hit it and bounced back. I didn't waste any of it when returning it to Aode, causing him to be drenched from head to toe. The impact also caused him to fall down. No more. What is this? I concede. Aode got up from the floor. You've submitted. If it isn't an area attack spell, then it's impossible for it to have any effect on me. My defense and dodging has already reached the level of an intermediate mage. You indeed deserve to be called the boss. I didn't expect that even without attack magic boss is so powerful. From now on I'll follow you then. Seeing Aoda's eyes full of admiration, I felt elated. Tomorrow we'll go to school together then. I'll bring you to a place that's good for learning how to dodge. Although you can't be like me and teleport, it will still greatly improve your storm spell. Great. Thanks, boss. Hee. Thanks. Tomorrow I'll let this kid taste the power of the Sakurai. Volume 1, Chapter 11, Royal Academy. Volume 1, Chapter 11, Royal Academy. Early in the morning Aode came to find me. Why did you come so early? I still haven't slept enough. Let me sleep some more. Let's hurry up and go. Didn't you say you would help me improve my storm technique today? Let's go. I hugged my blanket and ignored him. Are you coming? If you're not, then I'll use water magic on you. So annoying, so early in the morning yet you don't let other people sleep. I'm up. Hearing him begin reciting the spell, I immediately got out of bed. This fellow, how can he be so eager to suffer? I'll have to help him out then. Hee. Within the Sakurai, Aode is rapidly moving. He's not bad. This fellow really progresses quickly. In 2 months he can almost persevere for an hour in the Sakurai. Of course, this is in circumstances where I'm not using magic to sneak attack him. I recall his sorry figure in the first few days, but now I want to smile. Aode can now understand why I was returning home every day with my strength exhausted. Boss, I can't endure any longer. Let me come out. If he tried to come out without my permission, then of course I teleport in front of him and push him back in. Fine then. In a few days is the graduation exam, you should preserve some strength. Panting, Aode flashed in front of me, then sat his butt on the floor. Boss, my progress is quite fast, right? It's still fairly average. After all, what you're using isn't teleportation. Being able to reach this level is still pretty good. In 2 more days we have exams. What kind of academy do you think you'll be accepted into? In Senkei City there are 13 intermediate magic academies. There are 2 A class, for B class, and the rest are C and D class academies. The best academies are A class. Every year very few people pass the exam for the Royal Magic Academy, the country's highest magic educational institution. I think I might be able to manage to pass a B class exam. What about you, boss? I don't know either. Every year the exam is different, so who knows what this year's exam will be on? If the subjects are fleeing and defense, then for sure I can enter an A class academy. If the subject is attack magic, then I'll be pitiful and surely enter a D class academy. Actually, I'm not that interested in what academy I get accepted into. However, Mother said that if I get accepted into an A class academy, then she will give me 5 silver coins of allowance every month. 5 silver coins, as far as I am concerned, is a huge amount of wealth. Because of my most beloved money, I'll try my hardest. Boss, didn't your teacher say he will return before the exam? The day after tomorrow is the exam, how come he isn't back yet? I don't know either. It'd be best if he didn't come back, otherwise he'd give me training for the exam. You're thinking about training for the exam? In that case I'll help you succeed. Suddenly, there was a familiar voice. Ah! Teacher Shio, you're back. Exam training isn't necessary, I was just joking around just now. Boss, I'll be leaving first then. Seeing Teacher Shio's strict appearance, Aode, this fellow ignored his loyalties and escaped. Aode, you despicable fellow, don't let me see you again. Zhang Gong. Teacher, I I don't know why I feel uneasy when I look the old demon from head to toe. Unconsciously, my 2 legs began shaking all over. Zhang Gong, you'll be graduating soon. Are you confident? I can't really say, I'll just have to take the exam and see how I do. Foolish boy, you're learning light magic. You're the only one learning light magic in the past few decades. The academy won't test you on attack magic to be fair. The serious teacher Xiao unexpectedly revealed kindness. Ah! This is great. Then I'm certain to pass an A-class academy's exam. I happily jumped up. Of course it is because of the future allowance that I'm so happy. You're rather ambitious, huh? However, this time I don't want you to participate in the academy's graduation exams. What? I asked puzzlingly. This time I went the capital for your sake. So I could enroll you in the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. I wish for you to immediately participate in the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy's entrance exam. Teacher has great expectation of you, so you must put in great effort. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is the Royal Magic Academy's subordinate academy. The academy has a concentration of youths gifted in magic. Every year only a third of the students applying pass the Royal Magic Academy's exam. It's the best intermediate magic academy in the kingdom, deserving to be classified as an S-class academy. Ah! What? I don't want this. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is so famous, they'll for sure be especially strict. It's very difficult to escape from the old demon, he's both a tiger's den and a wolf's lair. Teacher Xiao, how could my level be compared the kingdom's most talented people with such weak magic? I immediately tried to shirk this. Who said your magic is weak? You're the most remarkable student I've ever taught. How would you know if you have never tested yourself? This is the first time I heard Teacher Xiao praise me, but I didn't feel even the slightest bit of happiness. Then I'll go home and discuss this with my mother and father and give you a reply tomorrow. No need. I'll go with you today to visit your family. Then I can discuss with them and they will surely agree. No way. The always calm Teacher Xiao is so impatient today. Well, there's nothing I can do about it then. Once mother and father find out, then I'm going to the capital for certain. True to my expectations, once Teacher Xiao talked with mother and father, they were really excited for me. After all, when your own child has the perspective of entering the kingdom's best academy, then how could you not be happy? But Teacher Xiao, to enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, a lord's recommendation is required. We're commoners, would they even let him take the test? Father asked about a crucial issue. You don't have to worry about this issue. I have already resolved it since I have a good friend who is a viscount. I asked him to recommend Zhang Gong. Mother suddenly gave father a push and quietly whispered to father, the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy's tuition fee is really high though. I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have and throw caution to the wind in order to let my son go. How could we bury our son's talents? Hearing my father's inspirational words, I felt that mother and father's expectations of me are unexpectedly high. Father, mother, be at ease, I will surely pass the entrance exam. I emotionally said. Shortly after saying this, I regretted it. Zhang Gong truly is well behaved. Father patted my head. Mr. Wei, actually you two don't have to worry about these issues. Zhang Gong's tuition is already covered. Seeing the 3 gaping mouths of the family, Teacher Xiao said, I extremely adore magic, but my magic aptitude is too meager. After investing 10 times the efforts of others, I am only a great mage. Even if I put in great effort, I would only be able to become a magic scholar in my lifetime. But Zhang Gong is different. I discovered that he has an unusual gift for light magic, so I hope my student can surpass me and reach the rank of Magister, and even more so to reach the realm of Grand Magister. Zhang Gong, you must not disappoint teacher. Hearing teacher Shio's words, it was only natural that mother and father thanked him 10,000 times for his 1,000 kindnesses. Since all the issues have been settled, what else did I have to say? I could only prepare to set off. Volume 2, Chapter 1, Arriving in the Capital. Volume 2, Chapter 1, Arriving in the Capital. Zhang Gong, you need to listen to Teacher Shio, carefully take the test and strive to pass the exam to win honor for our family. If you truly are unable to pass the exam, then come home immediately. Don't let mother and father feel anxious. Teacher Shio, please take care of Zhang Gong. Mother hugged me and cried for nearly half the day. Well then, don't cry anymore, mother of the child. It's not like Zhang Gong isn't coming back. Let's stop delaying them and let them be on their way. After saying goodbye to mother, father, the academy's teachers, and classmates, of course that fellow Aoda told me to learn magic well, then come back and cover him. Me and Teacher Shio set foot on the road towards the capital. Teacher Shio, how far are we from the capital? We're still very far. We need to pass through a province on a road roughly 1,000 kilometers long. That's so far, During the journey we typically traveled 45 kilometers in 8 hours, taking us over 20 days of endless trekking to finally reach the capital. Me and Teacher Shio couldn't use magic to fly, since only advanced wind mages are able to use wind soaring technique, flight. The flight distance is naturally based on magic power. Originally I wanted to use teleportation, because one teleportation can move 500 meters after all. But Teacher Shio wouldn't let me use it. During the whole journey he taught me a lot of exam tricks as well as some magic applications. Because of mother, father and Teacher Shio's hopes, and of course, for filling up my wallet in the future, I put in an unusually great effort throughout the journey. This astonished Teacher Shio greatly, to the point where he believed I had a change of character. With these 20-some days of great effort in addition to the 2 months of meditation while Teacher Shio was gone, right now my whole body is brimming with magic power. Teacher Shio said that my magic power right now is at the very brink of advanced mages. Since my attack magic is awfully weak, Teacher Shio taught me 2 more light spells during the journey. One of them is the Radiant Bind spell. This spell is mainly used for trapping the main enemy. It's classified as an intermediate class magic. Intermediate class light spells only have 1 attack spell. There's also the advanced class spell, Light Severing Sword. With my current magic power, I can only use this spell once. Teacher Shio forbid me from using it before obtaining a significantly large amount of magic power. After all, I can still just run away. The capital truly is a great city, The city walls are so tall and thick. Then there's the city gate, it's really wide with an endless stream of pedestrians entering and exiting. A merchant's wagon speedily passed by. The sound of wheels never stops. There's also a luxurious carriage with delicate engravings on it. There should be a noble sitting within the carriage. The carriage driver crossed between us. This truly deserves to be called the capital of my homeland, Aisha City. Me and Teacher Shio wandered within the city. Compared to Senkei City, Aisha City is much bigger. On the side of the road there are many stores of various sorts and varieties. I really want to go looking for what kinds of new toys there are, but Teacher Shio wouldn't permit it. While pulling me like a lightweight carriage on a familiar road, we arrived at the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, which is located on the east side of the city. Zhang Gong, look at that grand building over there. That's the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. In 3 days it will begin its entrance exams. For now, let's look for a place to rest. We found an inexpensive inn to stay at. Originally Teacher Shio wanted to bring me to a better inn, but the high-class inns in the vicinity were all taken by the nobility who came from various regions of the country. So there was no alternative but to stay here. Of course the nobility wishes for their children to be able to pass the entrance exam and enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. If it weren't for us arriving early, I fear we wouldn't have been able to stay here either. That's right. Nevertheless, teacher is wise. I only now comprehend why Teacher Xiao didn't let me delay during our journey by wandering aimlessly. Zhang Gong, we're going out. I'll bring you out for a stroll. Okay. Me and Teacher Xiao arrived at the main street. Because it's the Magic Kingdom's capital, magic products are being sold everywhere. We entered a magic goods store. Wow. Inside there are all kinds of magic products. There's magic gowns, some low-level magic crystals, magic staffs, and there's also some magical beast eggs. Every mage has a magical beast, but one's own magical beast needs to be incubated by themselves. All the magical beast eggs here have a seal on them. Blood is required to act as a medium to incubate them. When a magical beast hatches, it will attach the most importance to the first person it sees. In this kind of ordinary store, there are only a few lower-level magical beast eggs since high-level magical beast eggs are very expensive. High-level magical beast eggs are too expensive for even the wealthy. In order to get a high-level egg, luck is required. Zhang Gong, see if there's any that you like. Teacher will buy it for you as a present. Okay. Thank you, teacher. With no trace of politeness, I jumped up. Finally, I picked a pearl white magical beast egg and a magic staff in bed with a white crystal. Your son really knows how to choose. Of the magic staffs we have here, that one is the best. The magical beast egg is a first-rank magical beast. I'll give it as a present to you. The magic staff is 50 gold coins. That pearl white magical beast egg is of the light element. Of course nobody wants it. That expensive? Teacher Xiao scowled, however he promised me. To be a worthy teacher, he naturally bought it reluctantly. Back at the inn, Teacher Xiao helped me appraise the magic staff. The magic staff is able to increase magic attack power. Indeed, it's a pretty good staff. The pearl white magical beast egg is very ordinary, merely a rank 1 magical beast. You've accepted the gift. 3 days from now you must put in great effort during the exam. Don't disappoint, teacher. This staff continuously accompanied me for a very long period of time. Until I received. Also, the magical beast incubated from the egg became my most important partner. Perhaps it was destined. The magical beast the Child of Light obtained had a very important effect on the events leading to his rise to the rank of Grand Magister. The Child of Light will soon begin his intermediate magic academy life. What will his magical beast be? Volume 2, Chapter 2, Entrance Examination. Volume 2, Chapter 2, Entrance Examination. First thing in the morning, Teacher Xiao woke me up with lessons. He made me repeat some details regarding the exam. Then he brought me to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Teacher Xiao, why are we here so early? There's still a long time before the exam. I said as I yawned. In these last 2 days I've nearly been bothered to death. Every day Teacher Xiao would explain all of the exam's rules, exam details, and so on. Just from all his talk my head has grown bigger. Originally I wanted to hatch my magical beast egg and take a look at what it is. However, Teacher Xiao wouldn't permit it, saying that before the exam I need to have ample amounts of vigor and physical strength. He's even more nervous about the exam than me. First, look at the situation. Zhang Gong. As long as you act in accordance to teacher's method, then the exam should be finished without any problems. Yes, I know. An hour of waiting is as long as a year as far as I am concerned. Due to Teacher Xiao's endless nagging. Okay, you can go in now. Zhang Gong, do your best. Teacher Xiao gave me a thumbs up. Okay. I gave him a thumbs up too. Entered the academy. Wow. It's worthy of being counted as the #1 academy. It's very unique. There's a big practice ground that has an area of 15,000 square meters. There's also a lot of people. Teacher Xiao told me that this year there is roughly 10,000 students taking the exam. In the end, only 200 students will be qualified. Only 1 in 50 will be admitted. At this time there was a magic broadcast. Through a magic crystal, sound can be amplified and spread. All the students who came to take the test, according to your registration number, line up from east to west. For every 600 numbers, make one line. Follow these instructions in an orderly manner. Go line up and according to your registration number and prepare for the first exam. My registration is 1503, so I'm in the third line. I went to the third line and lined up accordingly. Looking around, I see that all the examinees are wearing gorgeous magic robes. In comparison, my plain clothes aren't flashy at all, so all the surrounding examinees look at me with a gaze of superiority. Some even spit in disdain and say, even a commoner dares to take the exam. Humph. What's wrong with commoners? Are commoners not people? So what if your family has a bit of power? Examinees, quiet down. The first exam will now begin. All the examinees from each line, according to your registration number, go up to your line's proctor one at a time to begin the exam. There was another broadcast. Altogether there are 20 lines and for each line there are 2 proctors. One is responsible for directing the student on the exam, the other is responsible for recording the grades. The first exam is actually very simple. The teacher just needs to use a magic crystal to measure one's magic achievements and see if it meets the requirements. The whole entrance exam has 4 parts. 200 students will be admitted according to their overall score. As I waited, I was very bored. Why is it so slow? 1 hour later. Number 1503, come up. At last, it's my turn. I arrived in front of the teacher. Hello, teacher. I am examinee 1503. Teacher Show taught me that I must be courteous in order to leave a good impression on the teacher. Maybe it'll score me a few bonus points. You can start the test now. The proctor nodded at my smile. I began condensing magic power and placed my right hand on top of the magic crystal. From my forehead, light element rapidly gathered, then flowed through my right hand and into the magic crystal. The magic crystal began emitting a faint white light. As I released more and more magic power, the white light also grows more and more dazzling. That's good enough, student. Thank you, teacher. I stopped releasing magic power. Your magic power is strong. You're learning light magic? Learn well. Once you reach the rank of advanced mage, light magic is very powerful. Go recover in the rest area while you wait for the next exam. Yes. I feel pretty good about this exam, there shouldn't be any problems with it. I look at the examinees in front of me. Not a single one of them could release as much magic power as me. Hee. I proudly smiled. The next exam tests magic perception. The testing method is also very simple, one just needs to fire off their most powerful spell within a magic barrier. Exam in the afternoon. We're not permitted to leave during midday, but the academy supplies lunch for us. After eating, I slip away to go to take a stroll and wander around the academy grounds. This place sure is big. Apart from the main field, there are also many smaller practice grounds. The academy also has many buildings. The campus grounds are very elegant. Everywhere there is green grass like a cushion, inviting you to sleep on. Furthermore, there are many groves, rock gardens, fountains, and so on. Indeed, it's pretty good. I see that coming here to study wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. The afternoon exam began. The examinees are split into 10 different practice grounds. Every practice ground has 5 proctors. Each proctor will give a score. Add all of their scores together and that's the score for this exam. Wow! An intermediate magic academy's entrance exam is really abnormal. Most of the examinees' magics are of the intermediate class. Some are even casting advanced class spells. The competition is very fierce. What are the proctors whispering into each other's ears? From the smiles on their faces I can see that they're very pleased with this examinee's results. It's my turn on the field now. Number 1503, use your best magic. Yes, teacher. I straightened my body, then raised my left hand. My name is Zhang Gong. Great light elements, assemble in front of me and block and reflect all evil. A never-before-heard incantation. Despite all of the proctor's suspicions, a light prism shield appeared on my left arm. This is... Light shield? No way. Light shield is an omnidirectional defensive magic. After discussing among themselves, the proctor in the middle said, "Examinee, please explain the properties of this magic." Yes. This magic of mine was created with light shield and light mirror as a base. As a result of combining the two, the new spell has both defensive and reflective properties. Those two were originally elementary class defense spells, but now after merging them, the new spell can stop 6th rank attack spells. All of the proctors looked at each other in astonishment. Finally, they reached a conclusion: a genius. Fusing magics is very difficult, especially fusing two of the same element. I fused 2 elementary spells to create an intermediate spell, so how could they not be amazing? Ha ha. Another obstacle passed. While harboring excitement in my mind, I walked away from the academy. Due to there being many people left over, the last 2 exams will be conducted tomorrow. How can it be this simple? Ha ha. Recalling the astonished faces of those proctors makes me want to laugh. As soon as I exit the academy's gates, I see Teacher Xiao. Seeing his anxious expression, for the first time I felt that originally Teacher Xiao was very adorable. Volume 2, Chapter 3, My Good Luck. Volume 2, Chapter 3, My Good Luck. How was it, Zhang Gong? I gave Teacher Xiao an OK gesture. There should be no problems with today's 2 exams. You can be at ease, Teacher Xiao. Don't be arrogant. Continue to put in great effort tomorrow. It ultimately all depends on your overall score. A quiet night. The next day we arrived at the academy at the same time as yesterday. The 3rd exam is on magic control. Depending on the examinee's major magic element, there's a specific way to test this. For example, the test for the fire element is very simple, only need to control the basic fireball magic through a specified route without it exploding along the way. Afterwards the time taken to finish is recorded. The tests for the other elements are about the same. Then what is the test for light element? Teacher Xiao told me he doesn't know due to there being no one in the capital whose major is light magic. Since I'm the only one who majored in light magic, I immediately went to the exam room. I arrived at the academy's right wing in the 5th exam room. Wow! I'm the only one taking the exam, but there are 5 proctors. Isn't this a bit too excessive? Hello, proctors. Hello, student number 1503. Due to the recent years continuously not having any light magic majors, there is only you. Therefore the academy's proctors discussed this and established a new method to test you. Said the teacher in the middle. Ah! No way. Unexpectedly they're giving me special consideration. Then what do I need to do, teacher? The proctors looked at each other, then the middle one mysteriously smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. I heard that during yesterday's magic perception exam you used a spell you created yourself. Today we want to test it out. You only need to withstand 30 minutes of our elementary attack spells, then you'll pass. Your grade will be based off of how well you ward off our attacks. It can't possibly be this easy. I'm indeed fairly strong, but I'm still a bit cautious. I try to ask, is it only elementary attack magic? Can I use my minor elements magic? Be at ease, it's only elementary magic. But I must warn you to take note that our elementary magic isn't that weak. You can also use your minor magic. Well then, we'll be starting now. I immediately gathered light element and created a light prism shield, then I cast a divine guard on myself. Furthermore, I prepare to teleport at any time. Elementary class magic doesn't have any area attack spells. As far as I am concerned, only area attack spells are effective against me. The 5 proctors began attacking. The exam concluded. Of course, the outcome is that not a single one of my hairs was damaged. Furthermore, the light prism shield was barely used. It was simply too effortless. Much easier in comparison to the Sakurai. Even if the elementary magic attacks of the proctors was like the howling wind and torrential rain, there would still be many gaps. Ha ha. Too easy. Teachers, did I pass? The 5 teachers looked at each other in dismay. Helplessly they declared that I passed. This student, why do I feel like your major is spatial magic? I scratched my head and meekly said, this is embarrassing. Teachers, when I was still in elementary magic academy, my teacher assessed me as top quality fleeing ability, second-rate defense, third-rate recovery magic and bottom-tier attack magic. So, Student 1503, no need to feel embarrassed. When you actually meet an enemy, being able to flee from their attacks is very important. When a mage and a warrior does battle, it's even more important. Generally, warriors won't give a mage the chance to recite their incantations, so if you can maintain a safe distance to cast your magic, then your chances of success will be quite large. So by all means you must not regard it as shameful, but instead continue to put forth great effort. Wow! I didn't expect fleeing has this many advantages. From now on, these words are my motto. Ha ha! Thank you, teachers. I felt extremely heartfelt towards these teachers and bowed. Exiting the exam room, I can't help but ponder my good luck. In any case, it's not important. I wandered all over. Teacher Shio had told me that after passing the 3rd exam, according to each exam's grades, 500 people will be selected to advance to the 4th exam. In other words, tomorrow they will announce the grades and the day after the final exam will begin. Right now I feel anxious about going back. Once I get back, Teacher Shio will probably nag me incessantly. I arrived outside the fire element exam room. I inadvertently looked at the corner and saw a red-haired examinee that's about the same age as me. Male, he looks to be really depressed. Ah! I walked over. Hey! What happened? Did you not do well on the exam? It's even worse than not doing well on the exam. I did too well on the exam. A beautiful child's voice resounded. Why? My teacher said to not do too well, just well enough to pass is fine. If not, then once I begin learning there will be a lot of people coming to challenge me. Then there won't be any time to practice magic. Wah! Your teacher is even more abnormal than mine. At best, my teacher is a bit abnormal during practice. Your teacher won't let you do your best during exams. Foo! Don't talk about my teacher like that. He told me for my sake. He also consider other people's needs. Don't talk about this anymore. How well did you do on the exam? Originally I wanted to test into the upper middle ranks. But I saw a few students doing very well, so I momentarily displayed my ability. The result is that I was even faster than the fastest by 10 seconds. Then how long did it take you? 6 seconds. Wow. This guy is like me. He's also a genius. I didn't expect that you were so talented. Hello, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Zhang Gong. My major is light magic and my minor is spatial magic. I extended my hand towards him. He immediately stood up and shook my hand. Hello. My name is Ma Kusai. My major is fire magic and my minor is wind magic. You want to be friends from now on? Sure. Then we're friends from now on. Two childish voices determined their lifelong friendship. Volume 2, Chapter 4, A Genius's Fate. Volume 2, Chapter 4, A Genius's Fate. After saying goodbye to Mako, I returned to the inn with Teacher Xiao. I suddenly thought of a question, so I went to look at my grades. I'm certainly ranked first, then wouldn't I have many challengers in the future? Oh no, I didn't expect this. This time I'm in trouble. It seems that Maka's teacher is truly wise. Teacher Xiao, if my exam grades are particularly good, then after I begin attending the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, many people will come to challenge me? Of course. Ah. Then why didn't you tell me to exercise a bit of restraint? Zhang Gong, that's because you will only improve from actual combat. If you don't want to be knocked down by others, then you must put in great effort. Teacher did this for your sake. This is for my sake too. It seems that the days from now on will be no good. With a heavy mind, it was very difficult for me to enter the mediation state. It's time to wake up, Zhang Gong. We're going to go see the notice of successful examinees. Hearing that we're going to look at the notice, I immediately get up from bed. I want to immediately go take a look. I hope that my position isn't too high up. Arriving at the Royal Magic Academy's gate, I saw 4 big yellow sheets of paper posted on the walls. The first 3 list the top 500 examinees in each exam, while the last one lists the top 500 overall who would enter the last exam. From the back, I immediately ran over to take a look. I must be in the 400s, and by all means, I must not be in the top 100. Right now, I didn't have any of the pride from when I had just finished the exams. No way. I felt dizzy. My grades are Magic Power, 9th place, Magic Perception, 1st place, Magic Control, 2nd place. Unexpectedly, 1st place is that fellow Maku. Overall grades, 2nd place. The 1st place is someone called Hai Long Yang. All of his grades are in the top 5. I'm done for. From now on I'll be out of luck. Well, it's not too bad. At least I'm not 1st place. Just at that moment, a teacher came out from the academy. He walked to the overall grades notice and covered up number 10 and 11, then wrote Hai Long Yang over it. Everybody, due to Hai Long Yang using some dishonest methods during the tests, the academy has decided to drop Hai Long Yang's ranking of 1st, down 10 places to 11th. Therefore the top 10 students will all go up 1 rank. Hearing the teacher's words, the examinees in the surroundings all exploded like a pot. One after another, they began to comment and discuss this event. Wow! I wonder what kind of method this Hai Long Yang used. He truly has bad luck. He was originally 1st. Since Hai Long Yang's ranking dropped, then the top rank is this Zhang Gong person. The remaining comments I didn't hear at all because I was already stupefied. Indeed, what good luck! No way, a genius can't be this way. Suddenly I became aware of someone behind me patting me, thus giving me a fright. I turn my head around and see that it actually turns out to be Maku. What's wrong, Zhang Gong? What's with the sullen face? Did you not get in? Let me go take a look at the notice. My ranking is over here. My magic power, 18th place, magic perception, 16th place, magic control, unexpectedly it's 1st place. I'm done for. But it's not too bad, my overall rank isn't that high at 12th place. It's still good. I'll go take a look at yours. After looking at the notice, Maka had a blank look. Afterwards he suddenly grabbed my pair of shoulders and cried out in fear, "Wow! Zhang Gong, you're so awesome. Your overall rank is 1st place." Yelling like this, Maku attracted nearly 4,000 people's gazes towards us in all directions. I immediately reflected on my choices. While blaming Maku, I promptly used short-range teleportation and fled 500 meters from the encirclement. Afterwards I consecutively used several teleportations to directly return to the inn. Furthermore, at the same time I was teleporting, I yelled out, "Mako, you're awful. Now I can only hope no one saw my appearances clearly. Teacher Xiao also returned with an odd smile. Zhang Gong, you truly deserve to be called my good student. You unexpectedly got first place. Not bad, not bad. However, before the test tomorrow, it would be best if you didn't go out. At the very least there will be 1,000 people outside waiting to challenge you. He. Teacher Xiao, can we go back to Senkei City? Hearing that I wanted to go back to Senkei City, Teacher Xiao immediately became angry. What? Go back? Fine. You don't need me to go back, maybe your parents will forgive you too. When you were setting out, your parents had such high hopes in you. You can go back and tell them you placed first in the exam but you were afraid of other students' challenges so you returned. Will they be able to forgive you? How will you continue learning magic from then on? Recalling what mother and father told me before leaving, I have nothing to say anymore. Even though I'm really lazy, I still have one strong point, which is obedience to my parents. If there wasn't mother and father, then there wouldn't be me. Teacher, don't be angry, I was just kidding. I'm going to put in great effort. Seeing that I have dispelled any thoughts of going back, Teacher Xiao immediately continued smiling from ear to ear. When all's said and done, my first place rank in the first round of exams has lit up his face. I already told you the rules for tomorrow's exam. It's like this, the top 500 people draw lots to determine who they will fight with. The winner gets 50 points, the loser gets 30 points. The results of the first round of exams will be added to the second rounds. The score will be calculated in accordance to the one's ranking. The top ranker is you, so in the second round there are 50 bonus points for you. In other words, even if you lose in tomorrow's exam, you'll have 80 points which will guarantee that you'll be one of the 200 to advance. The first round second place will have 49.9 bonus points in the second round, and so on. The last place will have no bonus points, so the preliminary round's results give you a great advantage. The exam will not allow use of magical beasts or martial skills. It's a magic academy after all. It seems that it's already impossible to escape the clutches of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. It turns out that being a genius is to still be born under an ill star. That's bullshit, genius. Tomorrow I must lose. I secretly made up my mind. Volume 2 Chapter 5, Meeting a Formidable Opponent. Volume 2, Chapter 5, Meeting a Formidable Opponent. At last, the final, decisive battle. I don't know who the final opponent is, but the best to be someone in the middle ranks. This way I can lose and appear weak. All of the examinees have already drawn lots. Following is the announcement for the battles. The first exam is first rank Zhang Gong against 12th rank Ma Kuei. The second exam is second rank Li Jialuan against 79th rank Lei Sai Honglan. What an unexpected coincidence. To my surprise it's this fellow Ma Ku. I'm also throwing caution to the wind, otherwise I'll be ranked first. I would preferably achieve first today and have revenge for yesterday's grievances. I secretly made up my mind, I'll get revenge for informing the nobles. He. Just you wait, Ma Ku, see how I'll mess with you. The order of matches is according to the rankings, from the bottom to the top. People near the bottom will fight spar. Therefore I am the one to spar. Where did that loathsome fellow Ma Ku run off to? I searched within the crowd of people. Unbelievable, I can't find him. He couldn't possibly be afraid of me correcting him today that he ran off, could he? Surely not. Otherwise his teacher wouldn't spare him. Humph. I'm not looking for him anymore. I'll see him when it's time for the match. The matches are held on 10 different stages. Actually, Ma Ku was in a small nook. When he heard his partner for the match is me, he nearly fainted. After saying those words yesterday, he immediately regretted it. I'm done for. Tomorrow elder brother Zhang Gong certainly won't forgive me. How could I be so foolish? It's all my fault. God, please bless and protect me and permit me to have an intact corpse tomorrow. Wow! In order to enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, all the examinees are fighting like their life depends on it up on the stage. Right now I don't know which match number is happening at the moment. The current match has one Water Mage and one Wind Mage. The both of them don't use defensive magic at all, instead they exhaust all of their magic power with the most powerful attack spells they have. Up on the stage it's practically like they're calling the wind and summoning the rain. You use a hail spell, then I use a tornado spell. Truly too frightening. I can't help but think of what methods will I need to use in order to win the match? After thinking for half a day I came up with one method, which is to use defensive and fleeing magic to exhaust the opponent's magic power then to defeat him. Fortunately my magic power should be higher than theirs. At last the match finished due to the Water Mage being careless, thus being defeated by the Wind Mage's Wind Blade. Because of these matches, the Academy dispatched 10 Great Water Mages and 2 Water Magisters in case of any accidents. As a result of their presence, even though the matches are very intense, there haven't been any accidents. 3 hours later it's finally my turn. I stretched my muscles a bit then slowly walked onto the stage. This is the first round's top ranker, Zhang Gong. His appearance seems to be nothing extraordinary. Unexpectedly, someone who learns light magic and doesn't know any attack spells at all, is able to be the top ranker. He definitely bribed a proctor. How come his opponent still hasn't come up? I arrived on the stage then looked all around. Mage's figure still isn't here. It couldn't be that he actually ran away just before the battle? I already made plans earlier which required beating Mage into a spectacle too horrible to endure. Thus giving the examinees in the audience a warning that it's not good to provoke me. In the future, the troublesome things will lessen. The first round's 12th ranker, Mage, hasn't come yet? If in 30 seconds this Mage still hasn't arrived then we'll consider it him forfeiting. I'm here. Helplessly, Mage finally appeared. With a storm spell, he flew onto the stage. First he paid respects to the proctors, then facing he quietly said, "I didn't do it on purpose yesterday. Don't be angry. Please do not be too harsh on me." It turns out that he also knew I wouldn't forgive him. He's quite self-aware. Humph. You already did enough. Could it be that you're telling me that the rice you've already eaten can still be spit out? Let me beat you up one time, then I'll forgive you. Don't! Boss, I'm really scared of pain. Please spare me. You. Spare no effort and let me see you strength. Don't even hope that I'll show mercy. Fine. Boss, you be careful then. After saying this, he cast a fire shield on himself. I also immediately cast a light prism shield. I don't dare to be careless. This fellow's strength is actually quite strong. It wouldn't have been hard for him to have ranked first. Come, boss. Mage also knew that it's impossible for me to be lenient on him. Without any better option, he's forced to use his full strength. Neither of us knew the other's strength, but from the rankings, we both knew the other is a formidable opponent. Not using our full strength will lead to only one result, being beaten up by the other. The elementary spell, Fireball, came flying towards me. I lifted my left hand and used the light prism shield to face the fireball. In a moment, the fireball arrived then suddenly moved, thus going around my light prism shield to my back. Truly worthy of being top ranker in magic control. As expected, he's difficult to deal with. I immediately used teleportation to dodge to the side while shooting a light arrow at him. The light arrow hit his fire shield, with absolutely no effect on it. At this moment, his fireball is once again chasing me. Your fireball won't explode? Hee. Boss, this isn't an ordinary fireball. It's concentrated fire element, so I can simultaneously control up to 4 fireballs. Can you avoid them all? While saying this, he cast 3 more fireballs. 4 fireballs came at me from different directions. With this, I can also handle it. I fled. The audience began booing. Unexpectedly, the top ranker is running away from several fireballs that are chasing him. How could this be? I think to myself, not being afraid of the fireballs is easier said than done, but I have the ability, so I have to try. I used teleportation to run away for a while, then I suddenly realized this won't do. Our magic power doesn't have much of a difference, and right now my magic power consumption is even greater than his. I can't dodge anymore, otherwise I will lose. Looks like I have no other choice but to use a few dirty tricks. Thinking this, I immediately used teleportation to move to Maku's side. Then I used my left hand's light prism shield to hit his body. Maku's fire shield is this strong, almost as strong as my light shield. Furthermore, Maku was proud of himself as he watched me be chased round and round by the fireballs, but didn't think I would suddenly appear at his side. Due to being hit by my light prism shield, he fell down. As a result of losing his concentration, he released the fireballs, causing them to explode in the corner. Wow! Boss is even capable of this. I don't reply, but instead move to his side and give him a left hook. Maku dodged to his left, while sending the intermediate class magic, Cruel Flame, towards me. I move backwards out of the way. Boss, this is what you forced me to do. Oh, Fire Spirit, heed my summons, form boundless meteors and annihilate my enemy. Crap! This fellow is still really fierce. Advanced area fire magic, Flaming Meteor. I can't help but recognize that his strength is powerful. The stage is too small after all. If he used this in open space, it would be able to cover 200 square meters, so it definitely wouldn't be able to hit me. However, this stage is only 15 by 15 meters. I know that the light spirit shield definitely will be unable to resist it. So while risking my life, oh great light elements, my friends, I earnestly request you all to assemble into countless numbers of sharp blades and annihilate everything. Light Severing Sword vs. Flaming Meteor. I'll tell the outcome tomorrow. Volume 2, Chapter 6, still number 1. Volume 2, Chapter 6, still number 1. Sitting in the middle seat of the proctors, a white-robed mage looking to be in his 80s side and said, "The world is truly different now. Nowadays children who haven't even entered Intermediate Magic Academy are able to use advanced magic. To think that in those days I was the same age as them." On the seat beside him, an old red-robed mage said, "Yes. These two children are both quite good. They have good development prospects. You see, that one called Zhang Gong, he's so young yet he created a defensive spell. And that Maku is also pretty good. His magic control is not only quite good to be able to properly control the fireball's path, but he's also to control energy to within a hair's width of his limit. Not bad. It seems that he majors in fire magic. I'll investigate his nature and see whether or not I can pass on my legacy to him. Maku is not bad. That Zhang Gong seems to major in light magic. There's no one besides Zhang Gong in this time period to learn my light magic. No matter what, I must make him my apprentice. Wow. These two old mages' magic crest, on the left side of a mage's robe, on the chest is the proof of a mage's rank. The magic crest, surprisingly, are both made from purple magic crystals. That is to say, they are two of the Tianwu continent's remaining 10 magisters. On the stage, me and Maku were fighting desperately, unaware of the schemes of the magisters. At the moment, both of us are supporting our spells as if our life depends on it. This is the first time I have used Light Severing Sword, so I didn't know how effective it would be. I sensed my magic power being depleted. The first wave of light swords already met the Flaming Meteor. Ah. It seems my Light Severing Sword's power is a bit bigger. Some of the smaller flaming meteors burst open, while the larger flaming meteors were able to counteract the light-severing swords. I see that my magic is winning, so I release even more magic power. My absolute magic power is a little bit higher than Mage's. His greatest mistake was to use advanced magic to compete with me. If he used small spells with his magic controlling skill to compete, then the outcome would be truly hard to say. However, his flaming meteor wastes too much magic power. Right now he can only barely manage cast the spell, thus he's unable to concentrate and use his spirit to control it that well. The stage becomes scarred by our two spells. The flaming meteor scorched it black, while the light-severing swords cut the stage, thus leaving it riddled with scars. Mage's mage robe has been cut in several places, while my clothes have been burned black in many areas. I don't have any money to buy a mage robe. Those are really expensive. Both of our magic powers have already been overused, now we're only relying on willpower. Boss, I'm on the point of death. Please spare me. Mage weakly said. Right after he said so, all of his flaming meteors disappeared. Instead, he uses the fire shield to protect himself as he has no more magic power to sustain it. As a result of even his spiritual power being overused, he lost consciousness. I immediately ceased releasing magic power. I didn't want to accidentally wound him. If he was able to persist a bit more, I would also be on the point of death. Indeed, this fellow is very strong. My magic power is also nearly depleted. I slowly stood up and walked to his side. Hey, hey! You loathsome fellow, this still isn't enough. Seeing that I could still stand, the proctor on the stage promptly declared, Mage has exhausted his magic power. Zhang Gong is victorious. Hearing that I won, I felt a burst of joy. Right now I already don't have any strength to think about the future. After declaring the result, the first aid teachers immediately came to the stage and used recovery magic to treat us. I also followed Mage's footsteps and lost consciousness. When I woke up I was already back at the inn. Teacher Shio was sitting by my side guarding me. You're awake. Not bad. You're still number one. Now that you're awake, teacher is relieved. You go rest some more. I don't know what to say, in any case, it's this way. I closed my eyes and began meditating. The next day when I woke up the sun was already setting. Teacher Shio wasn't present. I got up and stretched. Good. I went downstairs and the boss just happened to be there. Uncle, is there anything to eat? I'm really hungry. There is. I'll get you some. Maybe the boss also knew that I got first place on the exam, so he treated me especially nice today. A moment later a piping hot pot of beef potato stew is given to me. It's really fragrant. My drool is leaking out. Thank you, uncle. I'll be eating now then. Don't eat so quickly. You'll choke. Seeing me already wolfing down my food, the boss pats me head. As a result of my great effort in this struggle, the beef I acquired was annihilated in addition to 6 bowls of rice, a fine achievement. After this meal, I could go 2 days without eating. Teacher Shio, you're back. Just as I finished eating, I saw that Teacher Shio is already back. Yes. I already went to get your admission notice. Let's return to the room now. Back at the room, Teacher Shio gave me the acceptance notice with gold engravings. Zhang Gong. Tomorrow you can go register. In 1 week you will officially start attending class, but for now you can go get familiar with the school environment. Teacher will be leaving tomorrow. I have already paid your tuition fee for this semester. You must study properly. When teacher has time I will come back to visit you. For now I will go back to Senkei City and inform your parents of your great results. Afterwards I might roam around, maybe I'll even visit the Shoda Kingdom. Teacher, you're leaving tomorrow? I would hate to part with you. These words, at the very least, are half true. In this long period of time we have been together, Teacher Xiao has truly treated me very well. As long as you properly study, that will be enough to repay teacher. Teacher Xiao revealed a benevolent smile while stroking my head. From within his clothes he took out a small pouch and gave it to me. It's sunk into my hand. The academy is a closed environment, basically impossible to spend any money. Hold on to these 50 gold coins and only use them in an emergency. When the semester is over, teacher will come and pick you up. Wow! This is the most money I have ever held since my birth. Thank you. Oh, that's right. Last time we bought that magical beast egg. Take it out. Teacher will watch you hatch it today. Okay. I've been anticipating my magical beast for a long time. I immediately took out the white magical beast egg. Volume 2, Chapter 7, Magical Beast's Birth. Volume 2, Chapter 7, Magical Beast's Birth. I held the magical beast egg in my hands and began gathering magic power. After a day of rest, my magic power has already recovered to 7/10. Light elements flowed from my hand into the magical beast egg, causing it to float in the air. I used my left hand to draw a magic hexagram. With the magical beast egg in the center, I began reciting an incantation. All living creatures on this world, bear witness, I, Zhang Gong, will share my energy with this creature before me, contract. I bit my middle finger, it really hurts, and let a single drop of blood fall on top of the magical beast egg. Instantly, the magical beast egg began emitting a dazzling golden light. Ah! A growing type magical beast. Teacher Xiao said in astonishment. The magical beast egg began to crack open. From within a small white triangular head peeked out. It turned left and right, looking at its surroundings. He flung his head back and when he saw me, he gave a joyous cry. Whoosh! He scuttled over onto my body and licked my face with his small tongue. It turns out it is actually a small white snake. It sure is cute. On top of its triangular head there are two eyes that sparkle like black gemstones. A layer of unusually exquisite scale covers him. On his head there is a gold stripe that runs all the way to his tail. Indeed, he's really adorable. Teacher Xiao, what magical beast is this? Ah! Teacher Xiao woke up from his astonishment and came over. Zhang Gong, ah! You obtained a treasure. This is a growth-type magical beast that is only met once every 100 years. Although he is merely a first-rank magical beast, as your strength increases, his strength will increase in correspondence. However, before he has grown powerful, you must not by all means let other people see him. Because no rank of magical beast will permit growth-type magical beasts to mature. Oh! I didn't really pay attention to Teacher Xiao's words to the extent that afterwards. I'll give you a name that's good. What should it be? Xiao Bai? No, that's not good. It's like a small dog's name. You have a gold stripe from head to tail, so you'll be called Xiao Jin. All right. I questioningly looked at Xiao Jin and asked. He seems to be very happy, scuttling back and forth. Well then, Zhang Gong, carry him on your body. Wait until his rank increases a bit, then you can make a contract with him as your fate beast. A fate beast is able to have a spiritual connection with their master. Furthermore, they can be summoned with the simplest summoning incantation. For now let him cling to your body and absorb your energy. I let Xiao Jin coil around my stomach as well as assemble some light element to the place he is coiled around. Xiao Jin greedily absorbed my energy. He absorbed half of my energy before he stopped. It seems he fell asleep on my body. Teacher Xiao, how can he absorb half of my body's energy? Don't normal magical beasts only require a bit of their master's energy to survive? If he absorbs this much, he'll absorb it until I die. This is the first time he's absorbing your energy, of course he needs to absorb a bit more. In the future he shouldn't absorb that much. You must properly practice magic. Only if you grow stronger, then will your magical beast grow stronger. At last I have a magical beast. Ha ha. It's a growth type too. Too wonderful. For the first time, I unexpectedly aroused a studious mentality due to wanting to grow my magical beast. The next day early in the morning, Teacher Shio brought me to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. He lectured me and lectured me again. Finally, with red eyes he left. Strangely, the me who always rejected him unexpectedly doesn't feel even a bit happy. I took a deep breath. Forget about it. Don't think about it. Teacher Shio will still come back and visit me. I need to go report now. I arrived at the first story of the school building located in the center of the academy to report. I knocked on the door. Please come in. A deep voice resounded. Hello, teacher. I'm here to check in. Oh, come in. You're this exam's top ranker, Zhang Gong, right? In the future, make sure to put in great effort and win honor for the academy. Entering the registration department, I clearly saw that he's actually a wind element great mage. From the emblem on the mage robes, I identified him. Approximately 50 years old. As a result of your outstanding results during the match, the academy arranged for you to start in the 2nd grade. The 2nd grade? I haven't even started school and they let me skip a year? Teacher, may I ask how many grades there are in the academy? There are 5 grades. In the 5th grade there are graduation exams. Advanced Magic Academy acceptance is in accordance with the graduation exam results. Royal Intermediate Magic Academy graduates are all able to enter an Advanced Magic Academy. Since the establishment of the academy, the most outstanding student was able to achieve the rank of Great Mage before graduating. You must work hard. I heard from other teachers that you're already on the threshold of an Advanced Mage. Work hard and break the record. Crap! Advancing a rank is so easy. If I graduate from Intermediate Magic Academy as a Magister, won't I be a monster? Teacher, is it possible for me to start in the 1st grade? I am unable to do this. This was arranged by the academy. There's nothing to be done. I received a textbook and the dormitory key from the teacher. I departed from the registration department and went towards my dormitory. The academy's dormitories have 4 people per room. I arrived at the 2nd year dormitory. My dorm room is number 208. I used the key to open the door. It seems like there's no one here yet. I suppose they're in class. There's only one empty bed left. After putting in order my luggage, I lied down on my bed and began meditating. Sleeping. Who's hitting me? Bewildered, I opened my eyes. It's green hair. Just at the time, he hit my head. Get up, get up. How did you get in? Who let you sleep here? So rude and unreasonable. He seems to be a noble's son. Ah. Hello, I'm a new student. Newly arrived? You couldn't be this year's exam's Zhang Gong Wei? Yes, that's me. You know me? I heard you're really pushy. Unexpectedly you're directly entering the 2nd grade. Let's go have a contest for a bit. I don't want to. Actually, I'm just really lucky. That's all. In the future I'll recognize you as the boss. How about that? There's no way I can defeat you. As soon as I saw you I could tell you have reached the rank of Great Mage. How could I, an elementary mage, compete with you? Because I didn't want to compete with him, I began flattering him. That's good. From now on you're my younger brother, so you must be obedient. It really is 1,000 wearing 10,000 wearing a horse's skin. It seems from now on I'll depend on him to pass my days. Volume 2, Chapter 8, First Class. Volume 2, Chapter 8, first class. Students, starting from today, our class will have 2 new students. This is this year's entrance exam's top ranker, Zhang Gong and this is Makusai. Let us welcome their arrival. The classroom resounded with applause. Today at dawn, the education department's teacher assigned me to this second grade's A class. I didn't expect that Mako was also assigned to the second grade, as well as the same class as me. From yesterday, I recognize boss's green hair. He's also in this class. In the future, it seems that I will experience hardships. As I was continually contemplating, I basically didn't hear anything of what the teacher said and soon class was over. After finishing class, the teacher told me and Mako about the academy's educational system. In the afternoon is self-practice. Both the students and teachers are surprisingly flexible. The students can follow their own preferences in how they practice. If they don't understand something, then they can ask the teachers or go to the library and consult some books. This is completely different from my expectations of strict, cutthroat students and teachers. Boss, where is your dorm room? I'm in room 209. As soon as we exited through the door, Maku began chatting with me. I'm in room 208, so we're neighbors. Do the students in your room bully you? No way. They're all busy with magic practice and meditation. They don't even notice me. Boss, are you still mad about last time? How could I be so petty? I already punished you during the exam. Even if it's in the past now, in the future, be careful when you speak. Okay. Right at that moment, an uninvited guest came. Little brother, come over here and help me with my daily duties. It's the green-haired boss. Who are you to dare speak to my boss that way? Unexpectedly, Maku was quite fierce. Then who are you? Are you already done with life? He is my newly accepted little brother from yesterday. I let him help me with a small matter, so what? Greenhair spit to the side as he said this. What, you dare to treat my boss like your little brother? Then wouldn't I be the little brother's little brother? Unacceptable, I challenge you to a duel. Who's afraid of who? If you have the ability, then come. Don't tell me you're just a simple freshman with nothing extraordinary about him. During their dialogue, I had a feeling that green hair is quite strict. He probably wouldn't. Fire elements, listen to my command, condense into a fireball and annihilate my enemies. Because they didn't know each other's strength, Mako first cast a small magic to test the opponent's strength. Don't. It's my fault. Please forgive me. My father is the Prime Minister. Read about my father in the newspapers, 300 words have been omitted here. No way. Me and Mako glanced at each other. It turns out that he really is an oaf. Recalling how this oaf deceived me yesterday, I need to release some stress. Immediately, I signaled Mako with a glance, then we yelled, flatten him. We don't need magic, in fear of beating him to death. At once, we began conducted a beating education for Greenhair. Green-haired bedbug, how come it's you again? You are truly the greatest loss of face for this academy. Why are you two lowering yourselves to this bedbug's level? This last sentence was directed at us. The former is a second-grade student. On the school uniform there is a mark to differentiate between grades, with thick black hair. Although he is only around 10 years old, his face has a steadfast expression. It seems like I've seen him before today. I think he is a student in our class. Hello, it's like this. After hearing my description of the events, the black-haired youngster can't help but laugh heartily. So you two are those 2 new students. The green-haired bedbug is one of the highlights of our academy. He is trash that doesn't know anything at all. He was only able to get accepted into the academy by using his father's reputation granted by His Majesty. Hello, my name is Zhang Gong. His father is the Prime Minister, yet you all seem to bully him? You're not afraid of being him retaliating? I questioningly asked. Hello, my name is Waku Nuwashir, the second grade representative. I major in wind magic. Those who are able to enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy are all outstanding talents. Here, only strength speaks. Grown trash like him. Furthermore, our principal and vice principal are 2 of the 10 magisters in all of the Eastern continent. Within the kingdom, they have an exceedingly high status. In the Academy's affairs, only those with exceedingly high statuses have a say. Waku proudly explained. There are still this many reasons. Ah. May I ask, what is the grade representative? Still puzzled, Mako asked. You don't even know this? The representative is the grade's most powerful. The green-haired bedbug hurriedly answered. Oh. Then boss, can it be said that you are the representative of the new students? Mako said to me. In Waku's eyes were a violent radiance. I thought it that if ice could kill, I would surely kill Mako 100 times over. Seeing me staring at him unwaveringly, Mako knew that he once again said something wrong. You two are actually so strong. Then in our spare time we can spar for a bit. As expected, a troublesome matter has come. This Mako, in order to ensure my safety, I definitely can't be with him in the future. We're newly arrived students, how could we be on the same level as senior? Wait for us to study for 2 more years, then we can spar. Once again, I promptly used the miracle of flattery. Simultaneously, I suggest to Waku that since we are new students, he would be the big taking advantage of the small. That's fine. You two must work hard. Don't lose face for our class. Well then, I'll be going now. Green hair, you still haven't gone to do your daily duty. It turns out he was here to find green hair to do the daily duty. Me and Mako walked around the academy. Everywhere we went, we saw many students. In addition to the newly admitted students, all of the higher grade students rarely make a sound. All of them are quietly practicing magic. This place's learning atmosphere is truly strong. Boss, it looks like we must work hard. Look at these students, they're all practicing diligently. I reckon those people dressed extravagantly are nobility, yet they are unexpectedly incessantly practicing magic. Indeed worthy of being the Royal Magic Academy. I also sighed somewhat. Yes. Let's go take a look at the library and look for whatever magic books we require. Then we can properly practice. The previously always lazy me felt that I had no choice but to study. Witnessing this ambience which is so wonderful. Volume 2, Chapter 9, Magical Beasts Magic. Volume 2, Chapter 9, Magical Beasts Magic. Me and Mako arrived at the library. It truly is huge. It has a total of 6 floors, with each floor having an area of 3,000 square meters. The library is divided into 3 sections. Floors 1 and 2 is some basic magic theory and elementary spells, rank 1 to 3 magic. Floors 3, 4 and 5 are intermediate spells, rank 4 and 5 magic. Floor 6 is advanced spells. With our level, we can enter the second sector. The sectors have restricted access, only those at the required level can enter. The number of people on floors 3, 4, and 5 are the greatest. Me and Mako entered the 4th floor and went to look for our respective interests in magic. There are very few light magic books. I only found 1 comprehensive intermediate light magic book and 2 intermediate spatial magic books. Mako found quite a few books regarding fire magic and wind magic. We went to the reading area and began reading with keen interest. There was nothing special in the intermediate light magic book, leaving me awfully disappointed. I opened up a magic book called Spatial Combat Magic, 100 Examples. This book really caught my interest. Inside is a spatial mage's combat experiences. Unknowingly, the time passed by quickly. Zhang Gong, it's dark out now. We should go back now. We still need to attend class tomorrow. Okay. Oh, that's right. In the evening, I need to look for a place without anyone to examine my magical beast, Xiaojin. After eating dinner in the dining hall, we returned to our respective dorm rooms. Green Hair doesn't dare to say anything when he sees me. The other two roommates are both meditating. I'm still not familiar with them and don't know their names. I secretly snuck out to the academy's rear courtyard. Hear my name, my magical beast Xiaojin, obey my command and come forth. A massive light essence flashed and Xiaojin's adorable figure appeared before me. I hold in my hands, carefully inspecting him. It seems like he has grown a bit bigger than when he was hatched. His growth is quite fast. In just one day he has grown this much. Xiaojin, do you know any magic? With anticipation I asked. Xiaojin doesn't seem to really understand anything I said, simply using his head to rub against me. Xiaojin, light arrow. He shook his head. Nothing happened. No way, he's a growth-type magical beast. He should be able to do anything I can. How can this be? Foolish child, in order to communicate with your magical beast, you must use your mind. If you speak to it, it won't understand you at all. A benevolent voice came over. Who? I immediately turned my head. Wearing an ordinary white mage robe, an unranked mage robe, an old fellow appeared behind me. Who are you? Are you a student's teacher? That's right. You and I major in the same element. I'm also a light mage. The old fellow came up to me and patted my head. Try communicating with your magical beast using your mind. See if it works. Okay. In any case, there's nothing else I could do. For the time being, I'll try it out. I focused my mind and through my spiritual connection with Xiaojin, I told him to release a light arrow. I also told him how to cast light arrow, as well as its effects. Xiaojin looked at me for a bit, then his body began giving off a layer of white light. A light arrow came out of his mouth then hit the nearby tree stump. And it succeeded. As I found out how to make Xiaojin cast spells, I was exceedingly happy. After Xiaojin cast the spell, his whole body became soft. It seems he has exhausted his strength. I immediately summoned him back into my body. Thank you, old grandpa. You're really talented in magic, so quickly mastering the communication method between you and your magical beast. Not bad. Do you want to study light magic under me? In the middle of his laughter, the old fellow faced me and asked. Ah. I don't want to. I don't want someone looking after me. No need, no need. I prefer studying by myself. Old grandpa, goodbye. I need to go back and sleep. I still have to attend class tomorrow. I immediately turn around and escape. I don't want to meet another demon teacher. As the white-bearded old fellow watched my figure gradually get farther and farther, he said to himself, "What personality? Other people beg me to accept them, yet I still don't accept them as my student. Unexpectedly, when I want to accept someone as my disciple, he doesn't want to study under me." He can't help but shake his head. Returning to the dorm room, I find that Green Hair is already fast asleep, playing chess with the god of dreams. The other two are still meditating. I lie down on the bed and begin communicating with my uncle and auntie light essences. Light essence entered between my eyebrows. I amass a portion of the light essences in my body and they gather the other portion to Xiaojin's location. With a satisfied appearance, Xiaojin emitted a happy sound, expressing his pleased mood. Recently, whenever I meditate, my strength doesn't seem to increase at all. If my body is a bottle, then right now it seems to be filled up. How come it's unable to increase? If it's like this, then I rather give even more light essence to Xiaojin. I slowly began to will more light essence to gather at Xiaojin's location. I felt Xiaojin's pure light essence energy affecting his body. It seems like his body is gradually growing. It's a good sense of accomplishment. Oh. It's like feeding a child, yes, that's right. You're still a child yourself. Maintaining this state, I entered the land of dreams. First thing in the morning, Mage came over to invite me to eat breakfast together. Today for breakfast there's steamed buns, eggs, congee, cow's milk and whatnot. I think I ate 2 steamed buns, 3 eggs, 1 bowl of congee and 1 cup of milk. The students beside me all looked at me foolishly. Even the dining hall teachers are considering whether or not to raise my food fees a bit. Who cares what they think? I eat my fill first then say, I'm full. Let's go to class, Mage. We arrived to the classroom bouncing. Wow. Apart from us two, everyone else is already here, including the green-haired bedbug. Could it be that I remembered the class start time wrong? Now way. It's 8:30. Zhang Gong, Mage, quickly go take you seats. In the future, arrive to class half an hour earlier. We're the A class, we're different from the other classes. The teacher said with a very proper appearance. Yesterday she introduced herself as Xiulan Li, the second. Yes, teacher Xiulan. I rushed Mage's tongue to spit, then quickly went to our respective seats. Well then, we'll be beginning class. Today our main topic is long-range delivery magic. Teacher Xiulan began an unceasing torrent of explanations regarding the magic's origin and its applications. I have already been taught by these kinds of demon teachers. I want to sleep. I finally heard what seemed to be that position is very important in long-range delivery magic and so on. The following sentence woke me up when I heard it. Class ended. Volume 2, Chapter 10, Academy Life. Volume 2, Chapter 10, Academy Life. Zhang Gong, what teacher talked about today was very interesting. Why were you sleeping the whole time? Mage asked me after class. I have already learned these topics before. I also know long-range teleportation. It's just that I have never used it before. With this being the case, what else am I to do but sleep? Don't forget, my minor is spatial magic. I lazily said. Oh. It's like this. What a pity that I didn't learn spatial magic. Then, can you teach me? Well then, let's go. I want to go eat. We'll go practice magic in the afternoon. Zhang Gong, I'm not going to sit with you anymore if you continue eating like this. Watching me wolf down my food 5th bowl of rice, Mage complained a bit. Hey, I'm still growing. If I don't eat, then how will I grow? Who's going to prevent you from eating? I indistinctly said. Finally finishing my 6th bowl of rice, Mage began dragging me out of the dining hall. From this time on, I had a new nickname, Light Element Rice Bucket. Wow! Zhang Gong, quickly come watch. That water mage is really pretty. Abruptly, Mage said in awe. Really? I turned my head. Wow! My blood went straight to my forehead. She truly is very pretty. Covering her body is an azure magic robe, dark blue hair, white skin, and 2 big sparkling eyes. Even though she's still a child, she will definitely quickly grow up to become a beautiful woman. Indeed, pretty good. Although good is good, I still don't feel an instant attraction to her. Maybe it's because I'm too young. She's very pretty, but she's not my type. I'm going to go back to the dorm room and sleep. I say so in a big show for Mage. Boss, if you don't want her, then I'm going to go chase her. You go chase her then. I'm going now. I'll watch how this youngster dies. Such a pretty girl surely has more than a few people chasing after her. Hey, I'm not going to join on the fun. After returning to the dorm room, I once again began meditating for the sake of Xiaojin. I give everything that I receive from meditating to Xiaojin, so of course I'm meditating for his sake. In the afternoon, I awaken from my meditation. In any case, it doesn't matter. I need to find a place without people to practice magic. I don't want to get punched in the face in the future due to a misfired spell. Today I'll practice this then, the intermediate class light spell, the elemental spirit restoration spell. I recited the incantation in the book and began gathering magic power. Of course I improved the incantation a bit. Great light elements, your friend requests you to save the creature before me. Following my incantation, a layer of white light appeared around me. Little by little, the light gathered on my hands. Wah, I forgot something. Who am I supplying this to? I fell. I sure am crazy. However, the gods truly take good care of me. Right at that time, a man beaten to look like he had a pig's head quickly ran towards me. He loudly shouted, "Save me, Zhang Gong. I'm about to die." Who is this person and how does he know my name? I help but be somewhat baffled. Well, whatever. He's just in time for me to test out how powerful my magic is. I used the white light within my hands to cover up the pig head before me. This spell still consumes a lot of magic power, consuming nearly 1/3 of my magic power before I could treat this pig head's injury. Wah, no way. To my surprise, it's actually Maku. Maku, how did you end up like this? Don't bring it up. Boss, what spell is that? It's really powerful. It only took a moment to cure me. Hee, this is the intermediate light restoration spell, elemental spirit recovery. Ah, this is an intermediate spell. I thought it was an advanced class spell. The power of this spell is about the same as advanced water treatment magic. It turns out that my restoration magic is this effective? Pretty good. I don't need to fear being injured in the future. Maku, you still didn't say how you became like this? Boss Zhang Gong, you must act in my place. Ah, the opponent is very fierce. After saying this, Maku began telling me the whole story. So it was actually like this. Maku went to chase that girl and approached her to strike up a conversation, be asking, "I'll treat you to some popsicles, alright little sister, what's your name, what grade are you in," and so on. She basically took no notice of him and bluntly said, "So annoying. This housefly should quickly get lost, or else I'll give you an ugly death." Maku obviously couldn't accept this, as he continued bragging about him skipping a grade and how he grew to be so handsome. Finally, she urgently called a 4th grade student to beat him into this state. After listening to his story, I couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Serves his right. I've already predicted this would happen. Ha ha. You're an idiot. Don't you know how to hit back? Aren't you able to use advanced magic? Fight back? You don't know how powerful that guy is. He can use 6th rank magic as he pleases. I'm lucky he started off leniently with me, only using magic to bind me. Then how did you get that appearance? Although he didn't use magic to beat me, he can still use his fists. I was binded and couldn't fight back, so of course I ended up like that. Maka had the appearance of someone remembering a painful past. Who let you hit on people as you please? Serves you right. In the future, don't provoke other people. No, I still must go. You don't understand. Her angry appearance is really cute. She truly is very pretty. Maka's eyes have already become heart-shaped. There's no way you understand these things at such a young age. You're still only 11 years old. Even if it's puppy love, it's still too early. Aren't you afraid of being beaten? Boss, the power of love is great. With the backing of your powerful restoration magic, what would I be afraid of? If worst comes to worst, you can use one of those recovery spells on me, then I'll be fine. Maku said with a virtuous face. It's the elemental spirit recovery spell, you idiot. HNNNG. If you continue to be troublesome, I'll stop caring about you. You can do as you see fit. No, please. Boss. Mage truly is a housefly, unceasingly bombarding me with his saliva. I really can't stand him. To get it over with, I promised him I'll help him in the future as he's doing his best. However, I also warn him that he's not allowed to tell anyone that I'm healing him. Is that girl really that attractive? To the point that he's willing to sacrifice his life? It's really hard to imagine. The me who didn't understand the male-female relationships couldn't help but laugh at Mage through my nose. Volume 2, Chapter 11, Xiaojin's Growth. Volume 2, Chapter 11, Xiaojin's Growth. Boss. Just as I finished preparations to go to class, Mage came to find me. What is it? Boss, I found out who beat up yesterday. Mage told me while he gasped for breath. Who is it? Mage's words caught my interest. Boss, it seems there is still hope. That man is the elder brother of the girl I'm chasing. Ha ha. It seems like I still have hope. Mage excitedly explained. Oh. Really? That's not bad then. You don't need to take revenge then. Of course I'm not taking revenge anymore. How could I possibly beat up my future wife's older brother? What? Your relationship hasn't even begun yet. What grade are they in? Hearing me ask this, Mage seems to become a bit discouraged. That girl is pretty good, she's in the 3rd grade, so she's older than us by 2 years. She also majors in water element magic. Her older brother is an influential figure, he's the chief for the 4th grade. He majors in fire magic. I heard he's one of the academy's top 10. Wow. Yet you still dare to tease his younger sister. I genuinely admire your courage. I said as I rejoiced in his misfortune. The power of love is great. I must persevere. To persevere is to gain victory. Mage's face was brimming with enthusiasm. I smiled and said, go do your best then. Just don't get beaten to death by other people. So annoying, you're actually discouraging me. Let's quickly go to class. While listening to the teacher's lecture, I was paying attention to Mage. It looks like he's planning something. In one moment he'll frown and in another he'll giggle. It's kind of funny. I threw a paper ball at him. He quivered then pouted at me. Just as I was distracted, I heard the teacher say, Zhang Gong, answer this question. Ah. Oh. Yes. What is long-range teleportation magic? The teacher saw that I wasn't properly paying attention to the lecture, so she deliberately picked me. Ha ha. Unexpectedly she asked me this one. I calmed my mind. Long-range teleportation magic uses spatial magic as a basis to instantly move long distances. It's like opening an imaginary passage in space to travel through. With advanced spatial magic, other people can be teleported too, but the success rate is very low. Unless the mage has extremely high control of magic, they generally won't use it. I orderly answered the question and proudly gave Mage a glance. Correct. You can sit down now. Zhang Gong, your answer was very good, but in the future you need to pay attention to the lecture. Somewhat embarrassed, I said, yes teacher. Having been warned by the teacher, I didn't dare to let my mind wander again. I concentrated my attention and listened to the whole morning class. Tired, I wanted to immediately go sleep. With great difficulty, I endured until noon. After me and Mage finished eating lunch, this fellow went to go conduct a large-scale project of picking up girls. This fellow really is an early bloomer. I just want to go back and take an afternoon nap. Otherwise I'll have dark circles under my eyes which would damage my image of being a great hero. After some beauty sleep, I felt that my whole body was brimming with light element. Although it can't grow anymore, the power all over my body is still pretty good. I opened the window curtains to see what's outside. Wow! It's already night. I slept for quite a long time. That's no good, I need to quickly go and eat dinner. Otherwise there won't be any dinner left. With lightning speed, I ran to the dining hall. Still not bad. Although dinner is about to end, they're still selling food. I quickly took enough food for 3 people like I was a gale sweeping up dead leaves. Wow! That's the light rice bucket. You see, he can eat so much. Yeah, he's like a pig. From behind me came the sounds of laughter and whispering. They still care about how much other people eat. Truly annoying. I'll just ignore them. I have a good temperament. I accelerate my eating speed. After I finished eating, I ran back to the place where I encountered the white-robed old man and summoned Xiao Jin. In comparison to me, this fellow eats very little. I eat rice while he eats my painstakingly assembled light element. Is it really exhausting? Isn't it assembled by sleeping? Wow! He grows very quickly. He's not eating all that for nothing. You're a small rice bucket. You can eat so much too. Xiao Jin just kept rubbing himself against my hands. He already grown to 3 times his original size when he was just born. He's 2 feet long now and as wide as a cup of water. Let me see the progress that you've made recently. After saying this, I began giving Xiao Jin commands in my mind. Really not too bad. He didn't eat all that light element for nothing. Right now Xiao Jin can already use all of the elementary light magic that I can use. But it seems that he still can't absorb light element directly from the air. Author's note: growth-type magical beasts grow very quickly in the beginning and can learn all of their master's magics. Ranked magical beast can only learn magic according to the rank. As magical beasts grow in rank, their physical attacks also increase, of course. I cheerfully returned Xiao Jin to my body. Xiao Jin, we're going to go back and continue sleeping. You just need to continue growing properly. My silhouette gradually faded. From a tall tree appeared that time's-old Mage. This youngster's magical beast doesn't seem to be an ordinary growth-type magical beast. It's growing too quickly. I don't know what kind of special features it may have. This child will surely develop in a unique way in the future. I must make him my disciple. He. It truly isn't respecting the old. Without knowing that someone is scheming for me, I return to the dormitory. Green hair is also here. Zhang Gong, last time was my fault. Please don't be mad. Testing the waters, Green hair said this to me. No problem. Just don't make trouble for me in the future and that will do. I want to go sleep now. Zhang Gong, I heard that your friend Mako was beaten again today. It seems pretty miserable for him. Ah. Really? Thank you, Green hair, I'll go see him. Throwing off my sleepiness, I immediately arrived next door. Wah! No way. He's even more wretched than yesterday. Mako, how come you didn't find a teacher to help treat you? Boss, you came. I didn't dare because I'm afraid of being expelled. In the academy, personal fights will cause you to be expelled. But public competitions are allowed. What good will telling me do? Great light elements, your friend requests you to save the creature before me. Even though I laugh at Maka's persistence on pursuing the girl, he still is my younger brother after all. How could I possibly not care about him? This time this fellow will grow to have a long memory. Maka said something and immediately disrupted my train of thought. Boss, thank you. Today she told me her name. I wildly fell. I looked at him with an expression as if I were looking at a freak. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? If she told you her name, then how come you still got beaten? He. I found out when her brother called out her name. Her brother said that if I still keep looking for her, he'll break my leg. It seems that I'll have to wait. Not having a leg is not so good. Boss, do you know any methods to treat a broken leg? Maku exposed his idiocy to me. Fortunately, his roommates haven't returned yet. Otherwise, with such an embarrassing younger brother, I wouldn't have the face to meet people. From within Maku's dorm room, a miserable shriek could be heard. Boss, don't hit me anymore. It was my bad. Please spare me. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Meeting Hai Yu Xing. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Meeting Hai Yu Xing. Time passed by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had already gone by. I have also gradually adjusted to life at the academy. Compared to the time I studied under the old demon, this place is a lot more carefree. Every day there's not much to do aside from attending classes in the morning. The rest of the day is basically free time for me. It really is not bad. During these 3 months my magic as a whole did not improve, especially in regards to my mana. However, my spiritual strength has increased as well as my magic control. I really don't know how to further increase my mana. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'll think about it later. At light magic class, I've learned just one light spell, Tribute of Light. An intermediate light auxiliary spell, mainly used for large-scale dispelling of invasive toxic gas, a low-level dark spell, and is also used in a few unusual situations. I have also improved my light prism shield. My current light prism shield can cover my entire body and has become an omnidirectional reflective defense spell. Ha ha. In regards to spatial magic, I have already reached the peak of short-range teleportation. Obviously, it isn't possible to improve any further. I still don't dare to attempt long-distance teleportation. The only improvement has been to small dimensional slash. Right now I can finally control the spell. I tested it with Mage. One of my small dimensional slashes can engulf one of his intermediate level spells. This is truly not too bad. In this period of time the greatest growth will have to be credited to Xiao Jin. Right now, this little guy has grown to be quite impressive. He has grown to be 5 feet long. The gold stripe on the body has become much tougher than before, and most surprisingly of all is that he has grown a small golden horn on the top of his head. However, he is still very attached to me. Whenever I call him out to play, he only travels at most 5 meters away from me. He has also made further improvements with his ability. The current Xiao Jin already isn't inferior to 4th-ranked magical beasts. He can use most of my intermediate level magic spells, but unfortunately I don't know why he can't use spatial magic. As I watch him continue to grow, I become really proud of him. I feel like he has already become part of my life. I would feel empty on days that I don't call him out to see it. A long period of peaceful time passed by and I gradually forgot about the old devil's warnings. Until now I also did not want to come across any ranked magical beasts that meant harm to Xiao Jin. What really makes me depressed is that the white-robed magic teacher is always appearing in my life. Every time I bring Xiao Jin out to play at night, I almost always encounter him. This teacher bothers me and I can't hide from him no matter how hard I try. For this reason, I have tried moving to many different places. But this old man is like a shadow, I can't hide from him after all this time. In any case, I definitely do not recognize him as my teacher. See if he can make me, I don't want to live a restricted life. This fellow, Maku, is simply too willful. Every day he always goes to bother what's her name, until now I still do not know what that girl's name is, and I haven't even met her. I don't want to be thought of as some kind of red-haired rice cake. Note, red-haired rice cake is nickname students gave to Maku. Who made it so that he's stuck onto people in such a way? Ha ha. Although he frequently wore a beaten nose and a clearly swollen face, he still never tires of it. It really suits him. According to what he says, he's making a lot of progress. Although all the girls don't bother to take notice of him, now he generally doesn't get beaten up anymore because that girl's older brother is the 4th grade's chief and may have been touched by Maka's actions. He gave Mako a mission, that is, as long as Maka's magic level exceeds his own, he will let Mako chase after his little sister. Since then, Mako desperately practiced every day as if he were mad. Right now, when compared to me, nothing is lacking. He is growing quite rapidly. Mako, let's go eat. Class had just ended. Oh. I recently discovered that he practices himself silly. As if apart from practicing, there is nothing else worth caring about. That pretty girl has come looking for you. Where? Mako's eyes immediately lit up. Boss, you don't have any other brothers, and yet you deceived me, complained Mako when he didn't see the girl. Brat, you've been bewitched. Is she really that attractive? You wouldn't know. When I saw her, I was already content. Mako's eyes revealed Heart's heartsuit. He is truly insufferable. Right, what's her name? Even now I still don't know it. What will you do with it? Mako looked at me with an alert expression. I kicked him with my leg. Bah! When have you become so infatuated that I can't ever know the name of this pretty girl? Oh, her name is Hai Yu Xing. Her older brother's name is Hai Ri Xing. Her name isn't bad. Have you made any progress recently? I'm still looking for an opportunity. She still doesn't pay attention to me. Compared to her, her brother is more friendly. Oh right. Boss, this brother asked me several times who treats my wounds. Did you tell him? I asked nervously. I didn't. I could never betray you. Truly. Mako said with a smile. You also suffer so much, letting them practice kung fu on you all day long. I still have you to take care of me. For my life's happiness, I must practice magic diligently. It seems having a goal isn't bad. I also have a goal. It is to be free. Hee. Hurry, if we're late there won't be food. Having Mako remind me immediately brought forth my vigor and I ran. Eating food is a very important part of my life. I ate, and ate. After we finished eating, Mako went to the dormitory to meditate, and I also thought of going back and taking a nap, so I went with him. While walking, Mako suddenly stopped. What are you doing? I nudged him. Boss, look, it's her. I looked where Mako's finger pointed to, and sure enough it was Hai Yu Xing. By her side were 3-4 academy students. This was the second time that I have seen her. Boss, let's go over and say hello. If you want to go by yourself. I don't want people to think I'm like you, the academy's famous red-haired rice cake. Fine, boss. You want to see who's more famous? I can't possibly be worse than you, the white rice bucket. You're looking to get a beating, brat. Am I really that famous? How did I not notice? Come on, boss, I'd feel a lot braver if you went along. Really, there is nothing that can be done. Mako pulled me across. What, today not only do we meet with red-haired rice cake, even the white rice bucket came to pursue you too. A girl at Hai Yu's side said with a smile. And yet I didn't notice them. I only saw the 15-year-old student wearing a fire magic robe. Wah! He's really strong. With such a ferocious aura, he gave me the impression that he wasn't any weaker than the old devil. He also noticed me and our gazes met. Within his eyes burst a shining brilliance. Volume 2, Chapter 13, Competition Without a Choice. Volume 2, Chapter 13, Competition Without a Choice. You're that second-year student known as the White Rice Bucket? The student wearing the fire magic robe was not like the others, who had their attention focused on Hai Yu and Mako. Rather, he was unblinkingly looked at me. He must be Hai Yu's older brother Hai Ri Xing. Hello, my name is Zhang Gong, a second grader majoring in light magic. You are? I replied. I am Hai Ri Xing. You're good friends with this piece of sticky rice cake? Hai Ri pointed at Ma Ku. I hesitated and said, yes, we are very good friends. With that said, are you the one that treated his injuries from before? Hai Ri menacingly questioned. Wah! Kind of. It's either yes or no, what is it? Yes, I used light recovery magic to treat him. Then today I will get to see how well you can treat your own injuries, said Hai Ri from the bottom of his lungs with a formidable vigor. Let us exchange pointers. Just when Hai Ri advanced toward me uninterrupted, Ma Ku did not fare much better than me. Everybody by Haiyu simply didn't pay attention to him as he desperately tried to make them laugh. A third-year girl by Haiyu's side scolded him, "You red-haired rice cake, always coming to stick to us and asking how we're doing. You alone are like a toad that is trying to eat swan meat." Maka helplessly answered, "I can't do anything about that. Who made me fall in love with her at first sight? This kid's skin isn't of ordinary thickness." As expected. Haiyu finally said, "You are very bothersome, can you not annoy me? You're so young and rotten, you'll grow up to be a playboy." Hearing Haiyu's words, Maku was immediately enchanted by her voice, like that of a black-naped oriole. As for the words they contained, well. Looking at Maka's eyes change into heartsuit and not replying, Haiyu impatiently said, "Hey, did you hear me?" "Ah. What? What did you just say?" "I said you were very bothersome." Haiyu furiously repeated. Maku chuckled, "I promise you that if I annoy you to death that you alone will be the only girl I will have ever liked. Is this fine?" You. Haiyu had already become speechless from anger. At this time, Maku discovered that the atmosphere at our side was amiss. "Who is your boss? Answer quickly. Do you agree to exchange pointers?" The first sentence was addressed to Maku. The sentence after is aimed at the poor and pitiful me. "Elder brother, can we not fight? I pay my respects to elder brother as your younger brother." You wouldn't bully your younger brother, right? Everyone forms a circle around us, this guy truly is a good for nothing. He doesn't have a backbone. Come here. Backbone? I'll show you how much backbone I have. Do you still value your pitiful life? I secretly wanted to say. Even Maku could not lift his head. Wah, I don't have such a boss, so shameful. I stepped forward to grab Maku. "Brat, you still have the cheek to say something like that? Were it not for you, I wouldn't be forced by everyone to exchange pointers." At this time, Hai Ri's words completely shattered my dreams of escaping. "Don't want to exchange pointers, huh? Then you'll let me beat you like a sandbag, right? I don't care about my reputation. Who said I wouldn't bully my juniors? I see those I dislike and beat them," he said as he extended his huge fists as if comparing them to my life. "Finished, I'm finished. It seems I can't run away. Are we still exchanging pointers? If we exchange pointers, then at least I won't be killed." I helplessly said, "Fine, I accept the exchange of pointers." A group of people came to the training site and set up a defensive boundary. I came to the center of field with Hai Ri. I knew that it was too late to hide, so I will fight instead. "Come out." I waved my hand in the air. Immediately a small crack appeared in the air. I reached into it and pulled out the magic staff that I've never used before. Spatial storage bag, an intermediate spatial spell that I had just recently learned for convenience. I had put my magic staff inside it, but I did not expect to use it today. Hai Ri asked surprisingly, "You also use spatial magic?" "My minor is spatial magic," I unenthusiastically replied. "In any case, I can't avoid this and it's useless to act like a coward. I may as well be hard and unreasonable." "Who's afraid of who?" I didn't dare to hesitate, so I immediately cast a light prism shield on my whole body. With the increase in power due to my staff, I became surrounded by a thick layer of light element. I have already finished my adequate battle preparations. Fine then, let me take a look at your strength, which allows you to interfere with other people's business. Hai-Ri had an imposing manner like the overreaching peak of a mountain. With a dark face, he recited an incantation and used his hands to brandish the intermediate fire spell, Chained Fireball, to send it flying towards me. I know that this attack is only probing me. In a calm and unhurried manner, I promptly teleported behind Hai-Ri and sent a light arrow at him. Perhaps it's because he didn't prepare for it and he was excessively confident in himself, but he didn't dodge and unexpectedly was hit head-on by my magic. However, this is only an elementary class spell, it's unable to harm him at all. It was immediately dissolved by his fire shield but still gave him a fright. It seems I have underestimated you. Hai-Ri said this, then began casting a gale spell upon himself. Like a shadow, he roamed around the grounds. Furthermore, as he began reciting the gale spell's incantation, his speed was unexpectedly not much slower than my teleportation. I'm only able to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Hai-Ri's true power is actually so strong, an elementary class spell cast by him is actually as powerful as an intermediate class spell. It's truly unthinkable. I reckon that if we competed purely with speed, neither of us would be able to land a hit. But seeing him chant this way, I reckon that his spell won't be a minor. I can only calmly teleport. A fierce battle has begun. What will be the outcome? Will Zhang Gong be able to endure? Volume 2, Chapter 14, Xiaojin's Battle. Volume 2, Chapter 14, Xiaojin's Battle. I brought together all my magic power and began chanting my strongest spell, Light Severing Sword. I intended to deal with Hai-Ri in one all-out strike. I sensed that all of the nearby fire element went berserk. With Hai-Ri rocking back and forth, the entire arena became scorching hot. A layer of thick fire element gathered onto his body and hit him from plain sight. Currently, Hai-Ri was in a huge fireball at the center of the arena, swaying back and forth. My vision became blurred, and I immediately closed my eyes and used my body to sense Hai-Ri's location. I know that he is currently gathering fire element, and when he stops, he will dispatch his ultimate strike. There is no skill involved in this exchange of pointers, and Hai-Ri's absolute power is certain to be stronger than mine. Boss, be careful. This is the advanced fire spell, Raging Inferno. I did not expect it to be used this way. I originally didn't learn this spell because of its slow chant and long casting time. Mage had yelled from the outside. Big brother, how are you going to use such a large spell? What's to be done if an accident occurs? It seems that this young girl was still kind-hearted. My heart was secretly touched. Little sister, be at ease. I have control, said Hai-Ri from within the fireball. It turns out that he has control, huh? That's a relief. Let's see if I can endure his long-charged attack. I have already secretly requested Light Element to gather to the point that I can use Light Severing Sword, however I had to get the Light Element's approval in order to gather magic power at a greater speed. Now, I'm waiting on Hai-Ri. All of the traces of fire returned from the sky and converged in front of me. Hai-Ri, thickly surrounded with fire elements, coldly said, "Let us settle this match in one move." Raging Inferno. Following Hai-Ri's voice, a huge wall of fire rushed towards me. How fierce! Light Severing Sword. An innumerable amount of light element began to form a sword resembling a ray of light and faced the wall of fire head-on. Light Severing Sword's might is not inferior to that of Raging Inferno, but my magic power was inferior compared to Hai-Ri's. Therefore, my Light Severing Sword naturally was suppressed by Raging Inferno. However, Raging Inferno's advance had also been suppressed. The only thing I could do was slowly advance. When I came into contact with the spell, I became aware of the unexpectedly large gap in power between me and Hai-Ri. It took all my might to gather enough light element to barely withstand it. I silently prayed to my heart, "Light element uncle and auntie, can you help me? I can't endure much longer. My forehead is already soaked with sweat. Hai-Ri's wall of fire is only 5 meters away from me." Looking at Hai-Ri's appearance, it seems like he still has a lot of power left over. The light element had understood my prayers. They gathered together at a slightly increased speed. The magic power's gathering speed gradually gave me an advantage. Although the light element's output is greater, the period of time that I had to endure greatly extended. Right now, Hai-Ri was surprised. He had not assumed that my magic was so strong. Being able to withstand this attack this long is already pretty good. Right now he felt that maintaining Raging Inferno's attack has begun to cost a great deal of power. That's why my magic power could still unexpectedly endure. Fine. It seems that you can still endure. Then I'll let you see my true strength. Fire element. Ignite. Let your endless, raging flames burn. This is a fire amplification spell. Even though I don't know its name, I know it's definitely nothing good. Actually, Hai-Ri was forced to use it, because he felt that he could not maintain Raging Inferno much longer. Had he not increased his power, I could have turned it around. Raging Inferno combined with the auxiliary spell, and I immediately felt twice the pressure. The wall of fire rapidly advanced and was right at my side. I feel like I'm on the brink of death. I can't hold on much longer. My body's light prism shield slowed down the firewall's advance. Even so, it still pressed forward centimeter by centimeter. Blood slowly dripped off of the corner of my mouth. I'm already on the brink of collapsing. This damned Hai-Ri. You said you had control, yet you chose not to hold back. Hai-Ri saw me continue to endure and pressed what meager magic power I had left against the Raging Inferno. I was sent flying, knocking heavily against the defensive boundary. The Raging Inferno had also scattered apart. "How's that, brat? Are you not satisfied?" "Ha ha," said Hai-Ri while proudly panting with a smile. "Humph. Are you any better than me? What's so great about you?" A part of me was not convinced. Seeing Hai-Ri's proud appearance made my heart feel. However, Hai-Ri is truly stronger than me. Were it not for me being able to gather magic power faster, I would have definitely lost earlier. Well, what? You aren't convinced? Don't try to make excuses. If you lose, you lose. How infuriating. Alright, I still have Xiao Jin. Doesn't he still have power? He. However, I did not think this through and made the first mistake of my life. It was a deadly error and had nearly doomed Xiao Jin. Hear my name, come forth and appear, Xiao Jin. Along with my summons, a white light flashed and Xiao Jin appeared in front of me. It was swaying back and forth as if it didn't know what was going on. It seems that just a moment ago it had been deeply sleeping. Young magical beasts generally sleep in their master's body. Without a master's summon, it wouldn't wake up. Xiao Jin, hurry, attack that guy. I used my mind to give Xiao Jin an attack command. Xiao Jin first looked at Hai-Ri, then immediately shot a light arrow at him. Hai-Ri was hit head-on. Right now, he also doesn't have any magic power. He painfully said, "You brat, you still have a magic beast." I also have one. Hai-Ri reluctantly used a wind spell on himself to dodge and summoned his magical beast. Ah! It's a red fire tiger. How powerful! It looks like it should be about a 6th rank magical beast. Not good. As it turns out, he has a magical beast too. Almost everyone has one, idiot. I must summon Xiao Jin back at once. Just as I thought of returning Xiao Jin, something strange had occurred. Volume 2, Chapter 15, Xiao Jin's Death. Volume 2, Chapter 15, Xiao Jin's Death. Hai-Ri's red tiger looked to the sky and roared. Like a red arrow, it charged at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was slightly scared and cast light shield on himself. After that, he continuously cast light arrows in an attempt to stop the red tiger's advance. Not good. I immediately felt that Xiao Jin was in danger, and I had also felt his fear. Xiao Jin, return. I had wanted to recall Xiao Jin, but it was already too late. Xiao Jin's light arrows were like a mirage to the red tiger. The red tiger simply didn't pay any attention to them. At this moment, Xiao Jin heard my command to retreat back into my body. However, the red tiger denied him the opportunity. When he tried to come back, the red tiger had already cast a ring of fire around Xiao Jin, preventing his escape. The red tiger ruthlessly pounced towards Xiao Jin and cast 3 intermediate fire spells in succession. Seeing Xiao Jin in danger made me realize for the first time how important Xiao Jin was to me. Even though the period of time we spent together were only a few months, he already felt like family to me. No! I wildly roared. I gathered my remaining magic power and cast a light prism shield on Xiao Jin. But with such little magic power, would it be of any effect? Right at that moment, Hai-Ri also noticed his red tiger's anomaly. Hong, return. It's over. He promptly tried to call back the red tiger. The red tiger became sluggish for a moment, but continued charging Xiao Jin without the slightest hesitation. The red tiger's fire magic ruthlessly charged towards my Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin issued out a tender lament before being engulfed by the flame. Xiao Jin! I cried out with a broken heart. But what was the use? All of the people watching in the surroundings were shocked. They didn't expect that this exchange of pointers would result in a slaughter. Boss! Because he was no longer stunned and seeing my danger, Maku immediately threw himself upon the red tiger. But when all was said and done, he was already too late. Xiao Jin had already been swallowed by the blaze. Hai-Ri, you're too cruel. Although I chased after your younger sister, you didn't need to go to this extent. Maku furiously said to Hai-Ri. No, it's not me. Hong Hong wouldn't listen to me. Hong Hong, quickly return. Maybe the red tiger felt that Xiao Jin already died, so he obediently returned to Hai-Ri's body. Everyone became dumbstruck because they all knew what a magical beast meant to its master. The death of a magical beast has an incomparable impact on its master. I threw up another mouthful of blood. My sight became dark, then I fell unconscious. Xiao Jin, don't die. I was awakened by a nightmare. There were many people at my side. My expression had already become lifeless. Xiao Jin. Where is Xiao Jin? Quickly return my Xiao Jin. I faced the surrounding people and helplessly said. Boss, don't feel sad. Xiao Jin, he already. Maku lowered his head as he said this. No. Xiao Jin wouldn't die. He can't. Your magical beast is a growth type. It's my fault for dispatching Hong. A ranked type magical beast would immediately attack any growth type magical beast it meets. Right now, Hai-Ri wasn't arrogant at all. He lowered his arrogant head. I turned my head to look at Hai-Ri. You. It's you. You returned my Xiao Jin. I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this. Take care of yourself properly. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. Hai-Ri turned his head and said to Hayu, little sister, let's go. Hayu also walked over. This is all our fault. We shouldn't have forced you to exchange pointers. We will try to compensate you to our greatest extent. My condolences for your loss. Even Hayu's tender voice couldn't touch my sorrowful heart. I emotionally roared at her, compensate? How could you possibly compensate? Are you saying you can make my Xiao Jin come back to life? That is a life. That's an adorable and small life. Uncontrollably, tears fell from my eyes. Boss, don't be like this. Mage didn't know fear, he still defended Haiyu from my sorrowful self. You only know how to chase after girls. Isn't it your fault that my Xiaojin died? Xiaojin. What about Xiaojin? Where's Xiaojin? The current me was already beginning to lose control of myself. Mage didn't dare to say anything. He held up a big sack and gave it to me. I untied the sack. The originally snow-white Xiaojin now has 80% of his body scorched black. Only his body's gold stripe is faintly discernible. Xiaojin. Sob bitterly, I began crying. Boss, don't be like this. Get lost. Get lost, all of you. I don't want to see anyone. After seeing me go out of control, everyone somberly lowered their heads and left the room one by one. Green Hair and the two roommates I'm not familiar with had also left. The only one left was me. I began to gather magic power with all my might and cast an elemental spirit restoration spell on Xiaojin. Bathed in light elements, Xiaojin's body eventually returned to a snow-white color. However, I knew this wouldn't bring him back to life. What you are doing won't work. It's useless. My ear heard a strange yet familiar voice. Didn't I tell you all to get lost? Why haven't you left yet? I don't need you all to look after me. I emotionally clamored. Even if I can save your magical beast? You still don't need me here? What? My whole body began shaking. I quickly shook my head. So it's him. Volume 2, Chapter 16, Sharing Life. Volume 2, Chapter 16, Sharing Life. The white-robed old mage walked in front of me and stroked my head. Foolish child, don't feel too sad. Let me take a look at your magic beast. Perhaps I can still save him. Really? Here. I am hopeful. You finally came to my side. I immediately handed Xiaojin over. No matter what, you must bring him back to life. All I want is for Xiaojin to come back to life, I don't want anything else. Please, I beg you. I grabbed the old mage's hand, pleading helplessly. The old mage didn't reply. He put his hand on Xiaojin's body and slowly emitted a white radiance. It wasn't blinding but very gentle. A moment later, the white radiance enveloped Xiaojin's body. It looked like my spiritual recovery spell, but there seemed to be something different. After an arduous meal, I anxiously waited. The old mage took his hand off Xiaojin's body and sighed. I immediately felt my hopes drop into the abyss. Is it not possible? Is there no hope to bring him back to life? I impatiently asked. Child. Don't worry. Listen to me. Your magical beast is the best growth type magical beast that I've ever seen. If you didn't think he could not defend himself, would you have sent him out? Could it be that your previous teacher did not tell you? I shamefully lowered my head, he told me. I was too excited at the time and I had forgotten. Don't blame yourself. Instead, you should take responsibility for the misfortunes you have brought upon yourself. Then can we still save Xiaojin? Maybe, maybe not. It will depend on you. The old mage meaningfully looked at me. Me? Then quickly tell me what I need to do. Currently, the circumstances are as such. Just a moment ago, I examined your magic beast. His injuries have already been healed by your spirit recovery spell. However, he exhausted his life energy upon receiving Hai's magical beast's final attack. The main problem is how to provide enough life energy to sustain him and wake his consciousness. As soon as I saw the old mage stop speaking, I quickly interrupted. Then what must I do? Before I tell you, I must first ask you a question. Ask. Do you love your magical beast? Of course I love him. He's like family to me. When I said it, my eyes were red. Good. Then are you willing to give him everything, even your own life? Without the slightest hesitation, I said, I am willing. So long as he can live, I am willing to do anything. Looking at my unwavering expression, the old mage revealed a hint of an approving smile. Good. Very good. In order to resurrect him, you must give him life energy. That is why you must be willing to divide your own and share it with him. Putting it in a different way, he will become a part of your body. Then by using your life energy, you will wake his consciousness. This is something only you can do. Divide my life energy and share it with him? How do I do that? Will there be any consequences in the future? If you succeed, there are several things that I can determine. First, in the future it will not be possible for you to have any other magical beasts. Second, his life will be linked to yours. If you die, he will certainly die as well. And third. The old mage paused for a moment. Your life energy will be halved. Halved? I understand the first two. But what do you mean by halved? Is there really such a cost? In other words, if your lifespan was originally 120 years, the average human lifespan, and you were to give him your life energy, your lifespan will reduce to 60 years. Are you willing to use 60 years of your life in order to resurrect him? I took a quick look at Xiao Jin. His body was still so very white, but his golden stripe had already begun to lose its former luster. I stroked his head. With a resolute determination, I answered, I am willing. From this moment on, the child of light and his lifelong companion and comrade in arms entered an eternal, everlasting contract. Good child, you don't disappoint. The old mage exclaimed. Be at ease. In the future, I will do my utmost to find a way to restore your life energy. But for now, let us begin. I nodded. We went to a small, uninhabited room in the academy. Then the old mage created a strong, solid barrier outside. We are starting. I nodded towards him. I carried Xiao Jin to the hexagram in the middle of the room. Carefully, I placed Xiao Jin at the center of the hexagram and gave him an affectionate glance. Then I raised my arms to either side of my body to the height of my head and began to chant a spell that I would only cast once in my life, sharing life. The old mage said this was an ancient spell he found in a ruin, carved upon a stone tablet. He never used it before and didn't know what would occur as a result. However, he did not know that this spell's use would someday be of great assistance to me when I became a Grand Magister in the future. This is because the use of this spell allowed me to comprehend the true nature of light element. That is, love and self-sacrifice. Oh, great God of creation! I humbly request your aid. Use your endless strength to open my life's origin. I desire to take part in an eternal, everlasting contract with the creature before you. A contract to share my life. Following the completion of my chant, my body began to emit a white radiance. It began gently and gradually grew brighter, until finally the white light had enveloped my body. The white radiance with gradual intensity changed to gold. Currently, I looked like a small star. At the golden radiance's strongest moment, my upper dantian emitted a golden light towards Xiao Jin. Below the golden light, Xiao Jin's body gradually faded. Afterwards, the golden light fused into a ball and slowly floated off the ground. After a sudden whoosh, it went from my upper dantian and into my body. The light that surrounded my body gradually faded away. I felt abnormally weak, but at the same time I felt Xiao Jin's existence. I softly called out to him in my thoughts, Xiao Jin, you came back. The ball of golden light that entered my body trembled for a moment. Then from the center of the golden light arrived a burst of warm thoughts. I know for certain, I succeeded. My Xiao Jin, he came back. With peace of heart, I closed my eyes and lost consciousness. Volume 2, Chapter 17, Becoming a Disciple. Volume 2, Chapter 17, Becoming a Disciple. When I awakened once again, I found myself within a very simple and unadorned bedroom. Where am I? Xiao Jin, how is Xiao Jin? Immediately, I looked within myself. Fortunately, although Xiao Jin seems to be fast asleep, I can still sense his lively life energy. My Xiao Jin, at last, you are alive again. Unconsciously, my tears began to flow. Right now I felt my heart at ease. In regards to losing half of my life energy, I didn't care at all. From the door came a sound. The old mage walked in. You're awake? Yes. Where is this place? This is my bedroom. You can feel at ease here and cultivate. You must be hungry right now. I'll go and get you something to eat. Thank you. From my heart, I truly felt grateful to this old mage. Without him, Xiao Jin wouldn't have been able to return to my side. After a while, the old mage brought a lot of food in. I wolfed down my food until I was full. My mood was great, so naturally my appetite is also great. The food was very appetizing. Hee. Eat slower, otherwise you'll choke. How long have I been asleep? 7 days. Ah! That long? I said in astonishment. This is still very fast. Your magic studies is very strong. According to my estimations, you should have needed 10 days to wake up. So that's why I'm so hungry. It turns out I slept so long. Alright, I still don't know your name. My name is Lao Luan Di. My name is Zhang Gong. I want to ask you something again. Would you like to take me as your master and inherit my light magic as my legacy? The old mage raised an old topic. I thought about it for a bit. I am willing. I didn't help you save your magical beast to blackmail you. You must think about this clearly. I hope you will do this voluntarily. Teacher D, I am doing this voluntarily. I feel that you are very powerful. I wish to study under you. I have understood from this time's lesson that my strength is truly weak. I desire to become strong. Then why do you want to become strong? Teacher D asked me with great interest. I want to rely on my own strength to protect my family and my friends. I resolutely replied. Very good. I will accept you as my disciple. You are my sole disciple as well as my last. What kind of strength do you possess to not have a disciple? Baffled, I asked. Teacher D sighed. Currently, there are very few people who wish to learn light magic. And those that wish to and have the talent are ever rarer. This is the reason that I wish to receive you as a disciple. Then don't you need to test me? I heard from my previous teacher that all of the powerful mages require their disciples to pass many tests before they would be accepted. Foolish child, the previous event with your magical beast is already the best ordeal to test you with. Thank you. Teacher, I will definitely earnestly study magic under you in the future. In the past I was very lazy, but this time's bloody lesson has awakened me. It is only with strength that one can protect others as well as themselves. Your way of thinking is very good. Almost like a small adult. Teacher D couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, when will we begin studying? Look at you being so anxious, it seems you really want to immediately begin improving yourself. Actually, I want to start even more than you, but I have one request. That is for you to become a legendary Grand Magister. Teacher D seriously said. You can be at ease, I will definitely become a Grand Magister. I issued out an oath. Oh, that's right. Teacher, I haven't attended classes so many days, what am I going to do? You can rest assured, I have given you a leave of absence. You can be at ease and rest here. The academy is actually so kind? I can't help but have some doubts. I forget to tell you, I am the headmaster of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. He. Teacher D revealed a devious smile. What? I was obviously stupefied by this information. Then what mage rank are you? Magister. I'm also the honorary vice president of the Magic Union. How about that? Am I capable of being your teacher? Wow! You're so powerful. You're one of the top 10 magisters in the continent. That's right. Within the top 10 mages, I am ranked number 4. Evidently, Teacher D said this with some regret. You don't need to be disappointed. You're already so strong. What's more, although you're only ranked 4th, in the future you will have the number 1 student in the continent. You'll have so much honor and glory. He. The number 1 student in the whole continent? Who is that? Obviously he still hasn't reacted properly. I pointed at my own nose. It's me. Teacher D suddenly hit me, exposing a chestnut-sized bruise. You brat, you're really thick-skinned. You must put forth great effort for me. My education is very strict. You better not let me lose face, or else, he. Although I haven't begun studying magic under him, I could already sense that Teacher D is a very benevolent and humorous senior. He wouldn't teach me like the old devil. I earnestly stood up. You can be reassured that I absolutely won't let you lose face. You don't need to attend class at the academy anymore. I have already told your teachers. From now on you will live here. I will teach you magic by myself. For this time's affair, you must not blame Hyrie. He also couldn't control the situation. Moreover, I hope you won't tell others about resurrecting your magical beast, but instead it would be better to let them believe that Xiaojin is dead. Wait until he can defend himself before you reveal him. Yes. Xiaojin didn't die, so I don't blame Hyrie anymore. If I really wanted to blame someone, then I ought to blame myself. It was me who summoned Xiaojin after all. You rest here properly then. Currently your body is still extremely weak. After all, you have already spent half of your life energy. I have already used advanced light magic to treat you, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. Perhaps I am treating the wrong illness. Even I don't know what residual effects will be left by the spell you used this time. Teacher D said somewhat sadly. Teacher, it doesn't matter. This is what I did voluntarily. I will assume responsibility for any matters in the future. I said to console him. Zhang Gong, you truly are a good child. How come light element constantly assembles towards when you're sleeping? The speed is also very astonishing. After hearing teacher ask this, I felt somewhat embarrassed. I explained to him from start to finish about my lying down meditation. Foolish child, I don't know whether to call you a genius or to call you a lazy slob. I didn't expect that would have accidentally obtained the light element's approval. I only obtained this when I was 60 years old. I could only giggle in return. Volume 2, Chapter 18, Magic Power Compression. Volume 2, Chapter 18, Magic Power Compression. After about a month of rest, my body finally recovered to its original state. Zhang Gong, you've just about fully recovered. Today we're going to start class. All right. Teacher D, what do you want to teach me? First, I want to see what level of magic you are currently at. I want to teach in alignment with your level. I don't know what level I am anymore. What level can your magic power reach when you meditate? I haven't made any progress with my magic power for a long time. Right now, I feel like my magic power has already reached a bottleneck. No matter what I've tried, I can't break through this bottleneck. Then your magic power should be at the level of an intermediate mage. Not bad. Do you know why your magic power is incapable of progressing? Teacher D asked with a smile. I scratched my head puzzlingly. I don't know. I'll give you an analogy. How much water and air can one bottle hold? Depends on how big the bottle is. Teacher D had asked what seemed to be an idiotic question. Then can a similar bottle hold the same amount of air and water? Of course. It has the same amount of space. It just holds different things. Even this genius couldn't grasp such a simple riddle. Teacher D nodded with approval. You are correct. Similar bottles can hold the same amount of air and water. But if you take the water and turn it into steam, can the bottle still hold the same amount? Right then I had seemed to understand, but Teacher D's words were still a bit vague. Teacher D saw me fall into a state of contemplation, so he didn't disturb me. Good. This is the subject of today's class and tonight's homework assignment. Think about it thoroughly. The question I just asked is related to your bottleneck. Magic knowledge is mainly something that should be comprehended by oneself. That is why a master's closed-door cultivation is an individual effort. How much you can learn will depend on yourself. I will leave first. This semester still has 2 months left. You will be trained here with me for a month. After that, you will return and attend class with everyone else. The main purpose of the training that I've given you is to allow you to participate in the Magic Academy's end-of-semester tournament. Ah! Participate in the tournament? Teacher D, am I capable enough? After having experienced Hyri's magic, I had lost confidence in myself. How are you not? You are my disciple after all. You mustn't let me lose face. Be sure to practice diligently. Teacher D turned around wanting to leave. Is it possible to not participate in this tournament, teacher? That is of course out of the question. This competition is the end-of-semester final exam that every student must take. If your grades are too low, then you might have to repeat the year. Humph. This brat wants to be lazy. Don't bother asking. As if I would change school rules for you. Seeing Teacher D's slightly sinister smile, I became aware that it looked like I was scheming. In any case, I also wanted to start diligently practice magic. When the moment comes, I will ask him again. Teacher D left after I had started to think about what he assigned me for homework. Water. Steam. Air. Bottle. What do they have to do with each other? Steam can turn into water. A bottle can only hold so much water. I pretended a bottle was in my hand. Similarly, a bottle can only hold so much steam. If the steam becomes water. Ah! I understand now, so it is like that. Then I shall explain. Let's say I was a bottle and steam was my current magic power. My magic power is already incapable of growing inside the bottle. But if magic power is like steam, then I can condense it into water and hold more magic power. Yeah. I'm far too smart. After I understood, I felt as if I could break through. Good, I'll try it now. I began to meditate. No, I didn't sleep this time. I retained awareness of the magic power within me. I suddenly began to think about that one question. How do I compress my magic power? No matter, it will come to me. I used my spiritual power to grasp the magical power within my body and separated about 1/5 of it. The rest of the magic power scattered throughout my body. This 1/5 of magic power gathered to my upper dantian, also between the eyebrows. I began to use my spiritual power in an attempt to compress it. How difficult. It's almost as if it doesn't want to compress, opposing me with all its might. Why does it not reduce in size? What sort of problem is this? I said to the light element within me, elders, uncles and aunties, you are so far away from each other. Everyone is so lively together. Quick, won't you help me? Is it all right if you come closer to each other? The light element inside my body seemed to have understood my words. They began to gradually compress, slowly taking the shape of a small sphere of light. It was about 1/5 of its original size. Success! I succeeded. After the successful compression, the light element made me unusually excited. Then I immediately entered the land of dreams. The compression of magic elements consumes an exceptional amount of spiritual energy. My spiritual energy had been stretched to its limit. I could not persevere and naturally fell asleep. The morning of the second day, I went to the same place. I felt that the light element within me was much richer than before. The high-purity sphere of light that I compressed yesterday still resided in my upper dantian, and space that I manipulated already replenished by itself. My sleep meditation skill has reached the point of perfection, hee. Yes, this kind of feeling isn't bad at all. Teacher D pushed the door and entered. He did not speak, he only stared at my face. His jaw gradually dropped. After a while, I met his blank stare. Teacher D, what happened? Why have you been staring at me for so long? I hesitantly asked. Zhang Gong, you truly don't disappoint. Out of all the people I've known, you were the quickest to comprehend the method of compressing magic power. Not only that, but you are still so young. Your future potential is immeasurable. Ha 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 ha. I picked up such a genius, oh yes. Teacher D had unexpected acted like a child, jumping in excitement. Ha? What? How did you know I understood the method to compress my magic power? I asked bafflingly. Fool. Just look in a mirror and you'd already know why. Ah. Really? I'll take a look. I walked in front of a mirror and I was slightly stunned at myself. This is me? Although my previous complexion was quite good, compared with now, it was entirely different. There a layer of gentle luster on top of my face. The skin below had a wandering brilliance, like that of polished jade. How awesome! Teacher D, how did this happen? Volume 2, Chapter 19, The First Gold Dan. Volume 2, Chapter 19, The First Gold Dan. This is because you have grasped the method to compress magic. Light element has started to transform your body. In addition, your appearance will make this more and more obvious. According to the study of magic, those who study different elements would have different types of bodies. To demonstrate this, the color that one emits all differ. For example, a fire mage would be red. A water mage would be blue. An earth mage would be yellow. A wind mage would be cyan. And of course light mages such as us are white. When your whole body becomes surrounded with white light, you would have succeeded in compressing all of your magic power. Whenever such a person appears, the magic union pays close attention, and in addition they would request such an individual to come in and test their rank. I believe that you are capable of being the youngest to be able to achieve this. You turn 11 years old this year? Teacher D gratifying said. That's right. This year I turn 11. How about Teacher D? Do you know what age this teacher completed the compression of his magic power? I was 26 years old that year. At the time, I had shook the entire nation. Aside from the continent's rank 1 spatial magister, D Nualuan, I had been the fastest. He took the title of fastest, as he completed his magic power compression at the age of 20. Then why am I capable of completing it so fast? Since it turned out to be so difficult. I don't really understand why either. It might be because you're already acknowledged by the light elements. How long does it take to completely compress light element magic power? This can't be said precisely. Compression of magic power is generally very hard in the beginning. It is necessary for one to comprehend this on their own. Therefore I didn't teach you. After comprehending, the speed would be very quick. If you put in great effort, you ought to be able to complete it in a month. Teacher D, then after I finish compressing won't I be called a freak since light element gathers around me all day? I don't want to be considered a freak. Be at ease, that won't happen. After completely compressing your magic power, its state will return to be like before you began compressing magic power. Which is what it appears like now. Teacher D said with a smile. Oh. That's good then. Teacher D, will I be taking the Mage Union's exam? Teacher D thought for a moment. It would be best to not do it right now because your magic application skills are still very weak. Moreover, if you took the Mage Union's exam you will become quite famous. That would be very tiring. I was hoping you would be able to steadily practice magic properly. You must understand, if you completely compress your magic power, your strength will approach that of a magic scholar's. A child of about 10 years of age reaching this level would cause a sensation throughout the kingdom. That's right. I don't want to be famous. Recalling the scene when I first achieved first place during the entrance exams still instills fear in me. But how would I know that in the future I would become the most famous figure in the whole continent? Your assignment for this month is to compress your magic power. When you return to class, you mustn't let others know about this. After you finish compressing your magic power, I'll begin teaching you some applications for magic. You should be able to use them throughout the competition. Teacher D paused for a moment before continuing. Originally, I didn't expect you to comprehend the method to compress magic power so quickly. I think I'll start with teaching you how to write some magic applications. I didn't expect to have to teach a genius. Even a student can be so talented. Wow! No way. To my surprise, he's even more arrogant than me. He's worthy of being my master. One word, admiration. Master, that genius sure seems like it's me. I cautiously asked. Unexpectedly, Teacher D's expression was exceptionally intense. What? You brat, if not for my pure and honest invitation and my careful guidance, would you be able to comprehend so quickly? You truly infuriate me. After hearing my words, he immediately blew at his mustache and stared at me. Yes, it was thanks to your guidance, your good guidance. For the sake of my future life, I had no choice but to comfort this old man. If I don't, he would tell me a story like yesterday. What's so good about them anyways? Humph. This is good enough. You go and diligently meditate now. I'll be leaving first. As I watched Teacher D's silhouette leaving with some anger left, I felt helpless. I'll stop caring about him and just go and meditate instead. Actually, generally speaking, Teacher D is really quite good. At the very least, he won't punish me. He would just make me think about it by myself. I sat cross-legged on my bed and dismissed all of my distracting thoughts. I willed a portion of the gaseous light element within my body to split. And then within my upper dantian, I began to compress it into a solid sphere of light element. I slowly relaxed. Relying only on my spiritual consciousness, I drove the light elements to assemble together. The gaseous light elements and the already solid light elements fused. Not bad. The result is very good. My spiritual force still hasn't been completely depleted. I'll do this for a bit more. Once again, I inputted a bit of gaseous light element and used the same method as before to gather them together. The sphere of light element is a bit bigger than yesterday's. Well then, it's time to sleep. I'm so tired that I feel like I'm dying. So it's like this. Every day besides eating and using the toilet, I would be condensing these light elements. When my spiritual strength was depleted, I would go to sleep. I would automatically meditate. After waking up, my gaseous light elements would definitely be replenished. Then I would continue condensing. As the solid sphere of light element grew larger and larger, my outer layer of white radiance also grew more and more intense. Every day Teacher D would examine me when he came by to deliver food, but he wouldn't disturb me at all. This kind of peaceful environment is definitely the best for meditation. Thanks to me having received the acknowledgement of the light elements and me unwittingly comprehending the true meaning of light, my light element gathering speed was simply astonishing. Finally, the most crucial moment had arrived. The light element within me has already completely compressed into a solid state successfully. Right now I felt like I am a part of the light element. My whole body is almost like it's composed of only light element. The light element within my body passed on the feeling of their joyful mood. I sensed that they have begun to change. Unexpectedly, the seemingly solid sphere of light element began to slowly squirm. Originally it felt very stiff, but now it's gradually softening. Furthermore, it began to circulate within my body and its color seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. No, this isn't right. The color is beginning to change. What was originally white light element had become golden. However, the volume of the sphere became smaller and smaller. Finally, it became like a golden brook circulating within my meridians 7 times before turning into a small gold dam within my upper dantian. If there was anyone watching me right now, they would discover that my whole body's white radiance would be spilling out of my body. I felt my whole body brimming with warm breath. I tried to absorb light element, but not matter what, I was unable to. Why can't I? Don't tell me, this is another bottleneck? Not only did I felt that my body was not different, but I also felt that within my body, Xiaojin had also changed. It seems like he has also discovered the change of the light elements within my body. He woke up from a deep sleep and gave me some cheerful news. Afterwards he began absorbing the light elements within my body. Following Xiaojin's absorption, the gold dan began to circulate within my body. I was able to gather light element once again. It actually turns out that the gold dan is able to absorb energy. What Xiaojin absorbed is actually the gold dan's energy. The gold dan is circulating within my body in order to replenish my energy. Volume 2, Chapter 20, Another Evolution. Volume 2, Chapter 20, Another Evolution. I don't know how much time had passed, but Xiaojin seemed to have already reached the limit of how much magic power he could absorb. The golden ball had also returned to its original state and no longer circulated in my upper dantian. I woke up from meditating. Opening my eyes, I saw Teacher D's concerned eyes. Teacher D, it seems that I have succeeded. That's great. You already have completed the compression of all of your magic power. Looking solely at your magic power, you can already be considered a magic scholar. Teacher D said gratifyingly. Really? That's amazing. Having my magic power ascend so fast made me extremely excited. No matter, you still have to diligently practice. Also, teacher wants to know how you're feeling right now. First I took a look at myself. The white lights around my body had begun to disappear. My skin was unusually smooth, almost making me want to take bite. It seems that I have finished compressing my magic power into a small golden ball. Is this correct? Not bad, just like that. That small, golden ball is the combined total of your current magical power. In the future, it will greatly aid your magical studies. That's amazing. Teacher D, how am I not a genius? He. I asked proudly. You smelly brat, don't be proud so soon. You still have a long way to go. Although you have already compressed your magic power, it still isn't very stable. Making it stable is a long, demanding process. Don't believe that just this much could make you a magister. You still have much to learn. In order to make sure I would not grow too arrogant, Teacher D poured a bucket of water over my head. Oh, I said, slightly dissatisfied. Do you know what a mage's highest state of magic power is? Teacher D asked me a question that I've never thought about before. It immediately drew my interest. What is it? It is when they have 6 spheres of magic power. Furthermore, for us light mages, they must not only be gold but they must also become transparent. Understand? A transparent gold? Teacher, What level can your current magic reach? Teacher D scratched his head troubled and said with slight embarrassment, right now I have one transparent, golden magic sphere. Ah. Your capacity as a magister can only produce one transparent, golden magic sphere? I asked with awe. Yes. Not only me, but all magisters have only one of such spheres. Saying this he could not help but sigh. Why is this? To possess 6 transparent magic spheres is only something that the Grand Magisters of Legends have achieved. Up until now, us old men are still unable to find a means to raise the number of transparent magic spheres we possess. In the future, this is something that you must diligently strive for. Teacher D meaningfully answered. Teacher D, rest assured. I will definitely achieve this. And just like that, the Child of Light had set foot on a lifelong journey to pursue the pinnacle of magic. Very well. Let's not talk about this anymore. Later you will still want to carefully stabilize your magic spheres. You should know that practicing magic is much like rowing a boat upstream. If you stop practicing, you will fall back. Therefore it is necessary to continuously practice. For today, you should rest well. Tomorrow, I will teach you a few magic applications. After that, you will be returning to your regular classes, preparing for the end-of-term competition. All right. In any case, I will complete this formidable training. But the thing I am currently thinking about the most is wanting to eat a whole lot. Teacher D had sealed me away for a period of closed-door training. That is why all I could tell him was how much I wanted to eat. After listening to my menu, Teacher D could only think that I was a pig. Hee, I don't want much. I only wanted to feast on a banquet's worth of food, nothing more. What's so surprising? Everyone's at their growing age right now after all. Teacher D, do you know what my nickname at the academy is? What is it? The white rice bucket, hee. I said with a shady smile. You truly make us light mages lose face. He immediately scowled at me, puffing his mustache. Although Teacher D didn't let me eat as much as I had wanted, he still gave me enough food to satisfy my small desires. Done eating, done drinking. What else would you want to do? I don't know about others, but for me, I obviously sleep. This is definitely the best way to digest food. Don't learn from me, children. My digestive capabilities are quite powerful, hee. When I woke up, the sky was still dark. Apparently it's still very early, my whole body felt very relaxed. What should I be concerned with right now? Xiao Jin seems to have evolved. Ever since last time. I still haven't seen him. I'll let him come out and play. I had learned from last time. I made sure the window curtains were closed and the door was locked. Only after I checked the room for any vulnerabilities did I summon Xiao Jin, hear my name, come out in front of me. A golden light had flashed before my eyes and a strange thing had appeared before me. Not only that, but it had threw itself at me. I was really scared. Wah! What this? I teleported to the side. This strange thing looked like it had been wronged. I felt a voice speak to me from within my mind. It's me, Master. It's your Xiao Jin, ah. Xiao Jin can speak. I carefully examined the strange creature before me. It looks to be a large golden python, about 6 meters long. On top of his head were 2 small, adorable golden horns. Its body from head to toe had fine golden scales. Looking at those 2 small golden horns, it vaguely resembled Xiao Jin's appearance. You're Xiao Jin? I hesitantly asked. He seemed to understand what I said and nodded at me. Xiao Jin, you've changed so much. Weren't you originally white? I asked with doubt. Master, it's because your magic had greatly improved. We are currently linked as one. With your progress, it's only natural that I evolve. Master, could it be you don't want me anymore? I heard from the strange voice from within my mind. It really is Xiao Jin. I threw myself at him and hugged his large head. Xiao Jin, there's nothing wrong with you. I missed you very much. Xiao Jin had a very emotional appearance and used his long and thick, degree, body to coil around me. His smooth scales softly surrounded me and his warm feelings spread throughout my body. Volume 2, Chapter 21, Meeting Ma Ku Again. Volume 2, Chapter 21, Meeting Ma Ku Again. I lightly caressed Xiao Jin. Huh? What's this? Unexpectedly, I felt what seemed to be a very large protrusion sticking out of his body. I asked Xiao Jin, using telepathy, what is this? Xiao Jin replied that he also didn't know. Furthermore, that was not the only one. I immediately got away from Xiao Jin's embrace and carefully observed. Sure enough, below his abdomen were 5 small protrusions. It seemed as if there were bones sticking out. On top of his back, between his 3 golden stripes sprouted upward 2 sheets, but they weren't very distinct. Ah, what's this? Don't tell me that Xiao Jin isn't a serpent? No, I should ask Teacher D. I continued to play around with Xiao Jin for a while. Seeing the sky quickly brighten, I had Xiao Jin withdraw. Xiao Jin's progress is amazing. I could feel the strength of his magic power. Not only that, but Xiao Jin seems to still have outstanding changes that I still don't know about. Also, his abilities have improved accordingly and gained a few unique abilities. As for what they are, even Xiao Jin still doesn't know. In addition, compared to his previous self, he now provides me with cultivation and I also feel a stronger, more intimate bond with him. With the sky bright, Teacher D came. Did you rest well yesterday, Zhang Gong? Teacher D asked softly, putting down what was in his hand. Well enough. Delicious, so good, I continued eating. Not taking notice of Teacher D, I threw myself into the sea of food. Striving to finish it, Teacher D, you've brought such delicious food, why aren't you saying anything? Humph, you're the kind of brat that only after eating, will you be at your strongest? Teacher D said with a discontent voice. Don't be like that. Am I not talented at learning magic? I began to employ the spoiled child strategy. Since I'm still a kid. Fine, blow your own trumpet. Whether or not you have talent will depend on today's performance. There isn't much time, only 7 days. I hope you can learn useful magic in that time. You must take this seriously. Seeing him speak in earnest, I dare not joke around. Yes, teacher. You haven't gone outside for quite a while. Let's go outside and have a walk on the grass. Yes. How refreshing. It's been quite a while since I've had a breath of fresh air. I gave myself a large stretch and breathed deeply. Even if the sunshine outside was a bit dazzling, this feeling is truly comfortable. Teacher also hadn't disturbed me, letting me have some free time for the moment until I've calmed down. Very well, I am going to start teaching now. First, I'm going to give you a lecture on advanced magic theory. Do you know what kind of magic I use at my level? Do different levels have different methods of using magic? In order to use magic, all you have to do is recite a chant. Is there anything else to it? Teacher D gave me a tilted glance. Observe, this is true magic. He waved his hand outwards and white rays of light came out the palm of his hand. Like a sharp blade, they split open the huge rock in front of us. Its upper half slid to the ground. What? Is that really magic? There was no chant. Just a wave of a hand could produce such a result. Teacher D, how did you do that? This is the strength of a magister. With my understanding, ordinary spells can become like this. In order to understand magic elements, you must be exceptionally thorough. Therefore, so long as you fully understand an element, it is possible. What I had just used is somewhat similar to a warrior's dochi slash. In fact, magic and dochi at later levels are to a certain extent quite similar. Later on, you must study well, practice well, and strive to master the method to directly use the elements before you graduate from the academy. But for today, what we learn will not be this. This isn't something that can be easily learned. Only after tempering yourself for a long period of time can you accomplish this. Currently, you only know a few advanced light attack spells. In comparison, defense spells are more important. Wait until the competition is over. Then we will practice the method to control the elements. Teacher D, you're so powerful. So it turns out magic can be used in such a way. I looked at him with an expression of admiration. Naturally, I am a magister after all. Let's not talk about these useless things. First, let's start with learning this spell. 7 days had quickly passed. Under Teacher D's instruction, I truly learned no small amount, especially in regard to my control over magic. With the support of my formidable amount magic power, I made ample progress toward my control of magic. The golden sphere within my body had also stabilized somewhat. I had asked Teacher D concerning Xiao Jin's change in body. After thinking about it for a long period of time, he then told me that he had never seen such a magic beast. It is possible that this transformation occurred because I had casted the spell Sharing Life. Regardless, there is nothing that we can do about this. With this, I had felt relieved. So long as Xiao Jin is alive and well, I don't care what form he takes. Within these 7 days, I've received a piece of good news. Teacher D said that 20 days ago, Mako had been made the direct disciple of the vice principal. This time we can both graduate class together at the same time. You should also know that the vice principal is also a magister. Tomorrow, I'll be returning to everyone's side. When Teacher D departed today, he reminded me once again to not speak of Xiao Jin's survival or of me becoming his disciple. Teacher D sure is an amusing old fellow. His educational method is unusually simple. He just gives you an explanation then lets you go think about it yourself. Or he'll just give you an incantation and let you go try out the spell yourself. He gives exceptional freedom. Not taking into account his age, he acts like my grandfather, but sometimes he also acts like a child and gets noisy like me. I discovered that I already like this amusing old fellow. After entering the classroom, everyone looked towards me with astonished gazes. I didn't say anything as I went to my seat. Boss. My ear heard a familiar voice. Ma Ku. I turned around and replied to my good friend that I haven't seen in a long time. We fixed our eyes on each other. Afterwards, we tightly embraced each other. Mako whispered into my ear, "Boss, I already know about your matter. Do your best during the competition." Yes. You too. The bell rung, signaling the start of class. Everyone returned to their seats. In today's class, the end-of-term competition rules will be announced. Tomorrow, the preliminary matches will begin. Recalling the objective Teacher D gave me, I received a headache. Volume 2, Chapter 22, Competition Rules. Volume 2, Chapter 22, Competition Rules. The teacher in charge walked over. She glanced at me and gave me a slight smile. Now then, quiet down, students. Due to some special circumstances, Zhang Gong hasn't been able to attend class. Let us first welcome back Zhang Gong on his safe return. The classroom rang with applause. I stand up and bow towards everybody. Thank you, everyone. Okay then. I hope Zhang Gong will be able to achieve good results in tomorrow's competition. I also desire that. This is also the ordeal which I invested so much effort towards, while at the same time, it's also the mission Teacher D assigned me. I'm not sure if I'll be able to complete the mission. Today, we're not learning anything new. I'm only going to explain the rules and regulations of the competition. Everybody pay attention. This upcoming competition will be of greatly help to your end-of-term exams. Due to the fact that first graders don't need to participate in the end-of-term competition, this is the first time the second graders will be participating. The teacher began to explain the details of the rules and regulations. Although it's called a competition, in truth, we just draw lots. It is only a true competition after a genius begins. The competition rules are as follows. 1. The competition is based on the principle of fairness, in order to reflect the student's magic level. The use of magical beasts is forbidden during the competition. This part really puts me in an advantageous position, since I don't dare to use my magical beast. 2. The competition will be conducted according to grade. Each grade's competition will be conducted independently. The top 100 students will be free to enjoy their winter vacation, while the students below the 100 will have to study at school until the start of the new term. I think everyone will do their best now. Hee hee. 3. The matches will be decided by drawing lots. Besides the first-time participants, the second graders, the other 3 grades all have seeded students that can directly enter the grade finals. The competition implements a cycle of drawing lots. First, 10 people are divided into a group. In other words, everybody needs to compete in 9 matches. According to the number of wins, 5 people will be able to enter the finals. Then lots will be drawn again to determine knockout matches, which will be conducted until there is a champion. However, the preliminary contest is also extremely intense. 5. Once the match has been stopped, deliberately injuring the opponent will result in disqualification. Being knocked out of the arena, hitting the barrier in the sky and admitting defeat will also be considered a loss. If the winner isn't determined within the set time frame, the refereeing teacher will determine the outcome. 6. Whoever is the champion or the runner-up within a grade is able to challenge the champion or the runner-up of a higher grade. If a challenger succeeds, they can directly skip a year. The champion and runner-up of the 5th grade is exempt from entrance exams and can directly enter the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. The student who challenges the champion or runner-up of the 5th grade and wins will also be able to enjoy these privileges. 7. The champion of the grade will receive an award of 100 diamond coins. A successful challenger will also receive double the award money. After listening to the competition rules, I felt that it was awfully fair. The award money for the champions is truly quite a lot. The grade champion receives 100 diamond coins, that's equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. If I become the champion, I'll be able to return home with a nice surprise for mother and father. The teacher talked about some more details of note regarding the competition. She told us that we must strive to do our best during the competition and to fully display the fruits of our learning. We must win honor for Class A. If we don't enter the top 100, winter vacation will definitely turn into the devil's training punishment and such. After finishing class, while I was still enchanted with the prospects of enjoying all of that money, Ma Cook came over and nudged me. "Boss, what are you thinking about? Everyone else has already left the classroom. Let's go." I recovered due to this. "Oh. Let's go." Right after exiting the classroom, I ran into Waku. "Zhang Gong, where have you been running off to lately? You haven't been attending class at all." Waku asked with a smile as he patted me as if he were an old friend. Was I really this familiar with you? I thought to myself. Hey. Last time when I had a match with Hyri, my magical beast died. The academy put me on vacation to disperse my distress. I already knew that others would have many questions. I have long since come up with my replies. Hee hee. Oh. Then you were grieving. It sure is a pity that your magical beast died. In the future, you should have another opportunity to find a new magical beast. The competition is tomorrow, so we need to do our best. If happen to encounter me, I won't start off leniently. I hope that I'll be able to face you and have a fair contest. Did you know? Last time during your battle with Hyri, you persevered for so long. You have already become the pride of the second grade. It turns out that he was afraid of me taking his position as the second grade representative. Fear truly is something to fight over. Other people aren't fundamentally as bad as you think. Thank you. I will do my best. If I face you, I also won't be lenient on you. Then we can do our best together. I'll be leaving first then. Boss, is this fellow attempting something? Mage said as he watched the figure of Waku's back. I can't say exactly. His strength is very powerful. However, compared to me there's still quite a gap. After all, my magic power has already been condensed. Due to this fact, he's already inferior to me. HNGGG. I'll watch and report to you. Mage curled his lips. No, don't. Battling him on stage will be fine. Let's go and eat first then. Afterwards we can go back and have a nice rest. We'll see if our luck is good or bad when we draw lots tomorrow. After eating dinner, me and Mage encountered a few students on the road to the dorms. It truly is an encounter with enemies on a narrow road. It's Hai-Ri and his younger sister, Hai-Yu. I still don't recognize the others in the higher grades. Hai-Ri walked in front of me. He looked at me with his eyes that had a brilliant expression within them. Without yielding a step, I replied by glaring at him. Just a moment ago while we were eating dinner, I heard Mage say that since last time's affair, Hai-Ri has become very low-key. He very rarely shows his face around the academy. Hai-Yu is also like this. Mage hasn't gone to bother Hai-Yu at all. He truly is worthy of being acclaimed as my true friend. Zhang Gong, you have made so much progress. I can't even see through you anymore. I have come to apologize to you. I'm truly sorry for what happened at that time. Letting your magical beast. I raised my hand, preventing him from continuing his speech. We will meet on the field. This time I won't lose to you. After saying this, I pulled Mage in the direction of the dorms. Hai-Ri's voice resounded from behind me. Good. I'll be waiting for you. Boss, you were so awesome just now. So stylish. Go, hurry up and go to bed. I've just eaten so I'm feeling sleepy. Volume 2 Chapter 23, The Competition Begins. Volume 2, Chapter 23, The Competition Begins. When I returned to the dormitory, only Green Hair was present. Zhang Gong, where have you been recently? I gave him a cold glance and with a neutral tone said, it's a secret. Come on, what have you been up to? They say that you and Hai-Ri exchanged pointers and that he killed your magic beast. You truly don't want to open the lid to that pot, Green Hair. You want to be a bother? Irritate me and I won't be so polite. Green Hair saw that I was getting angry and returned to his bed with his tail tucked between his legs, not daring to continue. Just at that moment, my two other roommates had also returned. They were also in the same year but I did not know their names. To be honest, even though I've attended this academy for a year, I could count the people whose name I knew on my fingertips. Everyone is so busy practicing that they rarely have the chance to speak to each other. You're Zhang Gong? Have any plans for tomorrow's competition? Perhaps it's because the competition is tomorrow that everyone is a little nervous. One of them had actually taken the initiative to greet me. Hello, I don't really have a plan. I only have one goal, to be the second-year champion. When I finally said it, my voice became exceptionally resolute. Ah! The second-year champion? The two roommates looked at each other in shock. Green Hair also came over. Zhang Gong, you aren't mistaken, right? You would go so far as to want to become the year's champion? For you to overcome the boss would be a joke. I got sick of looking at Green Hair. What does this have to do with you? Go away. Everyone has a goal. Even if you strive diligently, you might not be able to reach it. I said dully. Zhang Gong's right. My name is Long Dan and his name is Shui Yenning. Let's get along. The slightly taller roommate said admiringly. Right, let's get along then. Zhang Gong, come over here. I heard Teacher D's voice ring in my mind. What he used was telepathy. Currently, I could barely use it. You guys should rest first. I'm going to go out for a bit. I informed my roommates. I went out of the dormitory and went straight to Teacher D, who was at the faculty's dormitory at the back of the school. Teacher D was already waiting for me outside on the grass. Teacher, what is so urgent that you must call me? I asked, panting. Tomorrow is the competition, are you confident? Of course I am. My current magic power is very powerful. Tomorrow you will start drawing lots. You can't always be wearing these clothes. Come with me. Following Teacher D, I entered his dormitory. He took out a magic robe from the wardrobe and gave it to me. Try it on. You're giving this to me? Looking at the gorgeous magic robe, I was pleasantly surprised. Yes, how could I let my student be so wretchedly unpresentable? From now on, this is yours. Teacher D said with a smile. Thank you, Teacher D. I promptly unfolded it. It was very beautiful. A pure white, unknown cloth which was embroidered with gold. The entire magic robe was very large, it actually looked like a cloak. It was tied together at my upper abdomen. Each side had a pure, white magic stone emitting faint rays of light. There was also a large, golden magic hexagram on the back of the magic robe. It's very beautiful. However, isn't it a bit big? Foolish child, try it on. Come over here, I'll help. Teacher D walked over and held the robe out according to my body and took the two white magic stones on my chest and tied them together. After clacking a bit, the two stones blended together and quickly turned golden. How miraculous! How did this happen? Child, this magic robe was passed down to me by my master. Now, I'm passing it down to you. It uses unknown means. During winter it warms you. During summer it cools you. In addition, the magic stone at your upper abdomen speeds up the condensation of your magic power. It is not inferior to a purple magic stone. Furthermore, it can change its dimensions according to its user's size. You could consider it a treasure. I hope that you would wear it and strive for great success. Teacher D looked deeply into my eyes. I will. I answered with unwavering determination. I lightly stroked the soft magic robe. This was the first time in my life I've ever received such fine clothes. They were stunning. In order to fulfill Teacher D's great expectations and in order to not shame this wondrous gift, I must win, I must. Good, below they are about to begin ceremony to draw lots. Second-year students are at the front courtyard. They will begin picking lots according to your year. Drawing lots happened very fast. I drew 11 to 4, in other words I am Group 11's fourth member. So the group competition is like this. Number 1 competes with number 2, number 3 competes with number 4, and so on. That was the first round. The second round has numbers 1 and 6 competing, numbers 2 and 7 competing and numbers 3 and 8 competing and so on. This is how we advance in the competition. For the 9 members, winning 1 time scores 3 points, losing gets 0. If victory is not certain when the allotted time ends, they each get 1 point. Everyone had finished drawing their lots. In accordance to the proctoring teacher's instructions, everyone lined up according to the lots they drew. Ma Ku was in Group 5. Waku was in Group 9. I was standing at Group 11 number 4's position. Standing in front of me was my first opponent in this competition. I haven't seen him before. It seems he attended a different class. Each year had 4 different classes and every class had 50 students. He turned around and gave me a greeting. You are my opponent tomorrow. My name is Tian Fengyang, Wind Magic Major, Class B. Hello, my name is Zhang Gong, Light Magic Major. I replied with a smile. He also clearly didn't know who I was. We politely exchanged a few words. I felt his magic power fluctuate quite strongly. It seems he can only practice that kind of magic. How unfortunate that he was matched against me. Boss, your clothes today are very beautiful. How come I've never seen you wear them before? After we disbanded, Maku ran over to see me. I whispered into his ear that Teacher D had given it to me. He immediately jumped, wanting his teacher to give him one as well. He left me behind and went off to find his own teacher. I shook my head. Tomorrow will be the start of the competition. I took a look at the golden stone at my upper abdomen. It filled me with great confidence. I must become the second-year champion. I must also challenge Hyri. Even though I bear no grudge, I wanted us to have a fair match. Volume 2, Chapter 24, Advancing Without a Hitch. Volume 2, Chapter 24, Advancing Without a Hitch. The tournament started. Altogether there are 20 stages in the tournament. Every stage has 2 proctoring teachers in charge. One of them was responsible for setting up the defensive barrier. Each of the tournament stages had a magic setup array in the center. This teacher is only responsible for starting the match and maintaining the defensive boundary enchantment, while the other teacher was responsible for determining the winner. The magic competition went by very quickly. You only need ability to dominate, then the outcome of the battle can be determined very quickly. Soon it was my turn. Tian Feng and I walked to the center of the stage and greeted each other. Come, let me witness your strength. I said to him with a smile. Very well, I won't hold back. Tian Feng had cast a gliding wind enchantment on himself and began circling around me. He started with a lightning-fast rush to my side and started to chant an attack spell. I chuckled in my mind. He had no idea that I excelled at speed. I could easily catch up to him. I cast light prism shield covering me from all directions. I should pay attention to what attack spell he cast at me. Free winds, obey my call, transform into a violent tornado. It turned out to be the intermediate wind attack spell Wind Tornado. It seems to be a probing attack. Following spellcast of the small tornado, he went to the center of the stage and flew towards me. I let out a faint laugh. If intermediate attack spells are all you are capable of, you've already lost. I softly waved my magic staff, tear open the space before you, and swallow everything foreign. This is the spatial spell, Dimensional Decapitator. Currently I can already skillfully control this spell. A black crevice appeared between me and the wind tornado. After a moment, the wind tornado was completely absorbed. This made even Tian Feng's breath sluggish, causing his speed to dramatically slow down. A student in the audience called out in an amazed voice, a spatial attack spell. I willed the Dimensional Decapitator to return. Do you want to continue? Tian Feng helplessly stopped to glance at me. Forget it, I admit defeat. Dimensional Decapitator could indeed be compared with advanced attack spells, but it was quite difficult to control. Seeing me use Dimensional Decapitator with ease, he knew the strength between us differed greatly. Rather than being beaten, might as well take the initiative to admit defeat. You are very strong, though it is unfortunate for you to have come across me. Continue to do your best. In the future, I'll come back and challenge you again. I'll be ready anytime. The current me was no longer afraid of the challenge of any person, because I was fully confident in my own strength. Due to the rules of the preliminary competition, everyone must every day compete in 2 matches. That's why when I went back to the dormitory, Maku also returned a moment later. How are things going, Maku? Looking at his brand new magic robes, I asked with a smile. Is there any use in saying? A cast of raging flames of the burning heavens already settles it. Maku was also talented in magic. With his teacher's knowledge and his own hard work, such a worthy opponent is rarely found amongst second years. Let's go, first we'll go eat, then we'll come back and rest. We still have a match in the afternoon. Afternoon's match, as far as I'm concerned, should also be quite easy. The year's overall strength is little different than Tian Feng's. After only a few blows, they concede. At the preliminary contest's final match, I came across a fire mage of great strength. Are you from Class A? He seemed familiar. That's right. I know I might not be your opponent, but I would still like to spar with you a bit. He had yet to be defeated from his previous matches. Then let's do this. Unlike Tian Feng, he hadn't dared to send any probing attacks. He first cast a defensive spell and immediately followed up with an advanced fire attack spell. Passionate flames, hear my call and take on a worldly form, become an endless, raging flame, burning everything before you. This is raging flames of the burning heavens. It's always this old spell. How bothersome. I held my hands high and raised my head. Great light element, my friend, use your gentle light to purify everything before you. What I used was purifying light. This purifying light is not the same as before, it is something I created. Purifying light was originally a divine protection spell, meant to use in a large area to remove different kinds of abnormalities. Yet the one I created not only produced this result but also forms a thick, protective barrier, becoming an advanced defense spell. He used all his might to urge the burning flame to continuously charge into my purifying light. Within the defensive barrier, I leisurely looked at him. I had always thought that forcing a person off the stage was quite embarrassing for them. Still, they had to know when to withdraw. I was waiting for his magic power to run out, so he would forfeit. At this moment there was an unexpected change. The head of red hair stood upright and said, "Burn, my life's flame." The proctors in the audience all stared blankly. Why would this student burn his own life energy? This will reduce his lifespan. What a competitive child. Life's flame is a fire mage's means of igniting their own life in order to release a greater level of magic. In other words, his raging flames of the burning heavens was originally a rank 6 spell. By igniting life's flame, it is possible to immediately escalate it to a rank 7 spell. The fire outside the barrier from its originally fiery red, gradually became darker. Then it changed into a somber, dark blue. The pressure against me immediately increased. How unexpected. You still had a skill like this. Look, this is my true strength, don't you concede now. What I sensed from him wasn't inferior to that to High Rees. Great light elements, please allow me to borrow your formidable strength, let the infinite light of the earth shine. Light attack spell, Brilliant Empire, a 7th rank light spell. This is currently the most powerful spell I could use. Following my chant, I slowly floated above the ground, a blinding white light covered me from head to toe. My magic robe was fluttering behind me. The golden magic stone on my magic robe released a golden light. The white light that I released was projected, brightening the stage. I raised my head. Within my upper dantian, the gold dan released a third of my magic power to cover my body. The rays of light that earlier surrounded me shrank back for a second and then suddenly burst forth. The blue fire was rapidly engulfed by my white rays of light. The match's barrier, after continuously enduring, started to show cracks. This student is so competitive. He's only in the 2nd grade yet he can already use rank 7 spells. These second-year students have such powerful magic, they can already use rank 7 spells. Have they already reached the level of a magic scholar? The two proctors immediately poured their energy into maintaining the barrier. After the barrier stabilized, my opponent had already fallen to the ground and had not risen. All of the people present were temporarily blinded by the magnificent white light I had released. In truth, I could only exhibit a third of this spell's strength. That's because I am only able to use a third of my magic power, even so it is still a rank 7 spell. However, he raised the rank of his spell with great difficulty. I could cast the spell without assistance, but the attack light spell was also at least as powerful as a normal rank 7 spell. That being said, dark and spatial magic attack spells are slightly more powerful than the other elements but also require more strength to use. Not only did he exhausted his life's flame but it had also begun to dim. Great light elements, act for your friend. I humbly request you to save the being before me. I quickly cast a spiritual restoration spell on him. My spiritual restoration spell had the power of an absolute advanced class restoration spell. As they regained their vision, it became clear to everyone present that I was ultimately the victor. Volume 2, Chapter 25, Advancing to the Semifinals. Volume 2, Chapter 25, Advancing to the Semifinals. Under my strong recovery magic, he gradually regained consciousness, but he was still very weak. After all, he did draw from his life energy. Thank you, you are truly strong. I totally accept this loss. He helplessly said. Don't use magic like that anymore, drawing from life energy is very dangerous. Because I've also used life magic before, I know what the consequences are for using one's life energy. Thank you, I will keep this in mind. The proctoring teacher walked on stage and gave me a nod of approval. He obviously approved of me giving aid to my opponent. I proclaim, student Zhang Gong wins first place in the 11th group, student Charlie Aote gets second place. The teacher announced the results of the 11th group. I didn't know his name until now. He has already been carried back to the dormitories by some of his friends. I have also made a solid step towards my goal. I see that teacher D has arrived in the audience. He must have come because of the magic fluctuations that occurred. Seeing me, he waved. His voice then sounded in my head, what happened? Zhang Gong, was it you who used that impressive spell? I'm currently not skilled in using telepathy so I don't dare use it lightly. I just answered very simply, wait until I find you and I'll tell you then. Alright, then I'll go now. Coming out of the grounds, I immediately left using a couple of short-distance teleportation spells because I was scared of everyone asking me this and that. First I'll go find Teacher D, he must still be waiting for me. Teacher D, I've arrived. Come in. I walked into Teacher D's office and he signaled me to sit down. What happened? It was like this. I summarized what happened during the competition. Ah. Teacher D let out a long sigh, you kids nowadays, how could you guys use life magic so lightly? You should know your body was given to you by your parents. Last time, you used it in order to save another life. However, this is just an ordinary competition. The desire to win was far too great. Teacher D shook his head. Looks like I will need to add a counseling class to the academy. Don't be upset, sir, it will be fine as long as you strengthen our education in that area. I comforted him. You brat, today you used such an impressive spell, who in the second year would still dare compete with you? Impossible, my brilliant empire is still very immature and I can't control it very well either. I can only use about 1/3 of its power. Also, I didn't want to use it so early, but if I didn't, I wouldn't have been able to block that shot. I said, feeling hurt. Only you know that you can't use its full power. How many people do we have using light magic? Everyone's evaluation of you must be very high. This time, you can be as lazy as you want without a problem. Just as Teacher D had predicted, none of the other students wanted to compete with me after seeing my performance the other day. Since the semi-finals started, all my opponents would concede after just a couple of moves. The first thing anyone who got me as their opponent would say is, why am I so unlucky? With hardly any effort, I became one of the top 4. I even outshined Wako, who originally was the most popular contestant. In comparison, Maka had to work a lot harder. After getting into the semifinals, every match was won with great difficulty. Even with it being that hard, he still felt that he was lucky because he didn't get me, hee hee. In the top 4, there were 3 from a class, me, Maku and Waku. Unexpectedly, the last spot in the top 4 went to a girl from D class who majored in water magic. I haven't seen any of her matches. I really didn't expect that D class had someone so strong. The draw to decide our opponent has started. I went up first and drew an A-lot. Maku, this kid, was mumbling something the whole time. Looks like he really doesn't want to get me. However, life doesn't work that way, and he also drew an A-lot. Hee, looks like there's going to be a good show this time. Coming down from the stage, Maku was like a frosted eggplant. What's wrong, Maku? I poked him. Boss, why am I so unlucky? I got you so early. Why is this so bad? I might not necessarily win against you. How come he has so little confidence in himself? How can that be? You wouldn't know, but Teacher Long told me that you and I are not even on the same level. He said that I'm a lot weaker than you are and told me to keep on working hard. Turns out that it was something his teacher said, or else why would this kid be so scared of drawing the same lot as me? His teacher is the vice principal of the academy, Magister Xing De Long. Naturally his words would contain authority. Let's work hard tomorrow. I hope we can have a good match, just like on the examination day. How do you know you can't beat me without trying? Alright. It certainly is the top 4 competition. Nearly all the second-year students have come to watch, and it's so lively. Maku and I step onto the stage. Maku, don't humiliate yourself, there's so many people watching. Maku gave me a helpless smile and started his attacks. Maku's biggest advantage is that his magic control is very strong. He's not scared of my teleportation, so he started with a single, advanced attack spell. Oh great fire elements, gather at my side, become a dragon of fire and annihilate the enemy before you. Damn! Yesterday this kid was still saying that he couldn't win against me. Today he's so fierce, a fire dragon as soon as we start. This fire spell's attack is not any weaker than the strength and raging flames of the burning heavens from the other day. A huge fire dragon appeared from Maku. It circled him once and then it pounced towards me. Although I have already strengthened my light prism shield, I still don't dare collide head-on with his fire dragon. What should I use? Purifying light probably won't block it either, and dimensional slash can't handle such a large attack. Oh great light elements, hear my prayers, become a divine halo and halt the enemy's advance. Advanced defensive light spell, divine halo, appeared on my body. The white halo formed a solid barrier 3 feet in front of me and threw the fire dragon back. However, the fire dragon hadn't yet disappeared. It turned around and immediately pounced back. Maku's strength is really strong. I've never seen him use this spell in the preliminaries or the semifinals. I summoned my magic power and blocked his attack again and again. I can tell, it takes him a lot of effort to control the fire dragon. It looks like he won't last much longer. Boss, I'm going to use my trump card. What? This kid has a trump card. Maku took a fire red magic staff and starting chanting. In the audience, Teacher D immediately grabbed Teacher Long's mustache. What? Out of all the things you fished out of your trunk, you'd actually give that kid the fire god's fury? Teacher Long didn't take it lying down and also grabbed Teacher D's mustache. What about you? Didn't you also give him the light god's robe? While the 2 old men in the audience were busy fighting, I entered my greatest challenge since the beginning of the competition. Following Maku's chant, a small, red ball appeared from the top of his magic staff, about the size of a ping-pong ball. However, I know that it's nothing fun. That's a ball of pure energy, much scarier than a mere fire dragon. Volume 2, Chapter 26, Knocking Out Waku. Volume 2, Chapter 26, Knocking Out Waku. It seems like his magic staff has very powerful amplification effects. I could tell since I knew that at his current level, he wouldn't be able to release such a pure energy ball. It would be strenuous even for me. In the wake of the appearance of Maku's magic ball, his fire dragon gradually became dull. It seems that to support it, a lot of effort is required of him. I took advantage of the decreased pressure and quickly began chanting an incantation. It seems like there's no other choice but to once again use Brilliant Empire, but I wasn't sure this would be able to stop it. Actually, I also wanted to use an energy ball, but I know that my magic control couldn't compare with Maku's. I would surely be hit by him, but I wouldn't necessarily hit him. Only an area attacks could match it. Oh great light elements, please allow me to borrow your formidable strength, let the infinite light of the earth shine. While covered in a dazzling white light from head to toe, I slowly began floating upwards from the ground. My magic robe fluttered behind me. The golden magic stone at my upper abdomen emitted a gold light, complementing my white light so that it is even more dazzling. As I raised my head, the gold dan within my upper dantian used 1/3 of my magic power to cover up my whole body. However, the difference this time is that this time I used an additional 1/3 of my magic power to control this magic, since I knew that Maka's energy ball wasn't inferior in any way to my Brilliant Empire. I exhausted my remaining magic power to make my Brilliant Empire gather in the middle and form a pillar with a diameter the size of the stage to hit Maku. Ah boss, you're so fierce. I'll stake it all too then. Maku waved his hand, then the energy ball on top of the magic staff flew towards my pillar of light. Contrary to expectations, because the Brilliant Empire is too dispersed, it doesn't stop the energy ball, but instead slows it down. I advance bravely while using all of my body's remaining magic power to form a light prism shield. The fire energy ball reached me, then it shatters my light prism shield. This is the first time ever that my light prism shield has been shattered. I felt a burst of scorching heat throughout my whole body. I knew I was finished. I was hit by the energy ball. In this moment that was as if 1,000 pounds was hanging by a thread, a change that I never would have expected occurred. My magic robe's central magic stone burst into a dazzling golden light. The gold light formed a transparent membrane that enveloped me and protected me from the energy ball. I recalled from the bottom of my heart Teacher D's words, quickly pour the remainder of your magic power into the magic stone at your upper abdomen. I had unconsciously acted in accordance to his words. The collision between the energy ball and my defense cover produced intense friction, causing waves and waves of formidable pressure to push me back. Step by step, I retreated. I had already reached the edge of the stage. I can't retreat any further. I cannot lose. I must not lose. I held my magic staff horizontally across my chest and shouted, "AH." At the same time as my outburst, a warm energy came from within my body and through my arm it entered my magic staff. My whole body felt light. At last, the energy ball had been depleted by the light. I sat my butt on the ground, gasping for air in big breaths. From the corner of my mouth trickled a stream of blood. Just now, that portion of warm energy had slowly enveloped my body and restored my damaged meridians. Ah! That was Xiao Jin. It was him who helped me at the crucial moment. What about Ma Ku? Where did Ma Ku go? Sluggishly, I began looking for his figure. Student Zhang Gong, if you can't get up within 5 seconds, I must announce that you have been defeated. Ah! It seems that Ma Ku is also unwell. Ha ha! I stood up at once. It turns out that while Maka's energy ball collided with me, Ma Ku was hit by my Brilliant Empire in half the time. He doesn't have any energy left after enduring my compressed Brilliant Empire. Right now Teacher D is giving him treatment. The beating I gave him wasn't light. I truly didn't expect that victory would have been that difficult. At the final moment, Xiao Jin's energy was used to ensure victory. He. I violated one of the rules, but surely no one knows, since magical beasts generally can't produce energy while within their master's body. They must be summoned before they can do anything. Due to a powerless body, 2 of my roommates took my arms and assisted me in returning back to the dorm. Just as I was about to sleep, I heard Teacher D's voice. "Young fellow, what's the matter? Winning against the Mage who was a whole level lower than you required so much effort. You truly are so stupid. Since I didn't understand Teacher D's meaning, I didn't have a reply. Granted that, even if I understood, in my current state. Perhaps Teacher D also knew I couldn't answer, so he started madly bombarding me with lectures. The general idea of what he said was that if I had taken the initiative to attack in the beginning, my victory wouldn't have been so disastrous. He also said that I was careless and that magic still has many defects and so on. I really couldn't stand this, so I used the bit of magic power that I have recovered to seal my mind. Smoothly, I entered the realm of dreams. Due to the excessive magic consumption, I didn't go watch Waku and the D-class girls match the next day. Who cares about it? Waku will definitely win. Although Waku is also powerful, he probably won't have Mage's energy ball. So I'll surely beat him tomorrow. After eating lunch, I arrived at Mage's dorm room to take a look at how he is. This fellow is also in very poor health. In comparison, I'm much better off, since getting off of bed for him takes much effort. Boss, you're really too ruthless. I've already been beaten to a crisp by you. You are still say I'm ruthless, yet you deny that you're ruthless. Damn. I also received quite the beating from you. You have really made a lot of progress. Before the match, I didn't expect that your strength would have such a small gap between mine. It seems that I must strive hard, otherwise I'll be exceeded by you and then I'll have to call you boss instead. We looked at each other and simultaneously began laughing. Then we chatted for a bit before I returned to my dorm. I must seize the moment and properly condense magic power to prepare for tomorrow's match. When I woke up, it was already evening. Green Hair and the other two roommates have already returned. Zhang Gong, you truly are my idol. My reverence of you is like the unending torrent of a river. Damn, you see that I'm powerful so you want me to support you. Go away, don't bother me. Zhang Gong, I have some astonishing news. Do you want to hear it? What kind of good news do you have? I asked him with a doubtful expression. It is definitely useful for you. Did you know? Today Boss Waku unexpectedly lost. Furthermore, he lost very quickly. Green Hair mysteriously said. What? What did you say? Waku unexpectedly lost? Impossible. To my surprise, Waku lost to a girl from Class D. Although I haven't faced him, Waku's strength is very clear since I knew that becoming the second grade representative wasn't that easy. Are you lying to me? If you're lying to me, then you're dead. I began to condense magic power on my hands to frighten Green Hair. Boss Zhang Gong, please don't. What I said is the truth. If you don't believe it, then ask them. I turned my head and doubtfully looked at my other two roommates. Long Dian said, Zhang Gong, Green Hair didn't lie. Waku truly lost miserably today. I'm afraid that aside from him, no one else really understands how he lost. Volume 2, Chapter 27, Absolute Disruption. Volume 2, Chapter 27, Absolute Disruption. Quick, tell me what happened. It's like this. Today, we all thought that Waku would win. However, as soon as they got on stage, that girl from D class used a water spell we didn't recognize. It seemed to be a sealing spell. Waku caught by these blue circles, and he couldn't get out no matter what he tried. Then that girl from D class used a water bullet and easily knocked him off the stage. According to my observations, those blue circles prevented Waku from using his magic. It was an injustice for him to lose. So unfair. I'm not so sure that I can win anymore. Zhang Gong, you can't lose tomorrow. Our class can't let D class become the champions. You guys can rest assured. I will definitely win. Although I said that to them, I'm actually not too sure about my chances. No, I must quickly go ask Teacher D. I used the excuse of taking a stroll and went to Teacher D's dormitory. He was reading a magic book. Seeing that I came, he gave me a faint smile. I just knew you would come find me as soon as you heard Waka lost. Then please hurry and tell me how Waka lost. How can I avoid becoming trapped? Teacher D sighed. You should just concede tomorrow. His words were like a bomb, had they existed, stunning me. Is that girl really that strong? Not necessarily that, you can only say that her family is strong. I also only learned about this today. That girl is the younger sister of Hai Ri. She's called Hai Shui Xing. You might not know, but Ri, Yu and Xing are the three most ancient families in our Aisha kingdom. Each family has an inheritance spell, spells that are directly inherited from their ancestors. The spell Hai Shui used today is the most mysterious spell in the Xing family. It's called Absolute Disruption. This sealing spell is very strange. Each generation can only have one family member inherit it. No matter how strong your magic power is, the spell consumes 1/3 of the user's magic power every time it's used. In other words, the spell can only be used 3 times each day, but that is more than enough for the competition. So there was actually such a complicated story behind all this. Don't tell me even you can't break this sealing spell. It not that I can't, but I will have to fiercely attack with rank 8 attack spells or ride it out with defensive spells. Can you use rank 8 attack spells? While her opponent is sealed, she can use attack spells and her opponent can only passively take the attacks. You can't win tomorrow unless you can last until she runs out of magic power. However, that is literally impossible because the defensive spell consumption will be very fast under the effects of absolute disruption. Those that come in direct contact with absolute disruption can't use magic for a whole day. It is exactly because of this that I lowered my expectations for you. You think I don't want you to win? Not only you, there isn't a single student in this academy that can break her absolute disruption. Coming out of Teacher D's place, my head was filled with thoughts about absolute disruption. Who cares? I want to give it a try tomorrow even if I'm destined to lose. You never know, a miracle might happen. Back in my dormitory, I spent half the night brainstorming and still could not find a way to deal with absolute disruption. In the end, I finally fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Furthermore, it was Green Hair who shook me awake. Zhang Gong. Get up quickly, it'll soon be time for the match. I barely managed to open my eyes. What are you doing? Let me sleep for a bit longer. You have a match soon. You'll be late if you sleep any longer. Green Hair yelled into my ear. That scared me awake. That's right. I still have a match today. I flew out of bed, got dressed and sprinted out. As I was leaving, I said, "Thank you, Green Hair. I'm going to go ahead of you." Green Hair obviously wasn't paying attention. Look at my retreating back, he started mumbling to himself. He actually said thank you to me. Living up till now, this is the first time someone said thank you to me. Looks like helping people is very nice. By the time he finished, he had a silly smile on his face. I didn't know that one unintentional sentence from me changed the whole life of a person. I ran at lightning speed to the center of the competition area. The first 2 people I saw were Long Dan and Shui Yangming. Both of them seemed to have let out a sigh of relief when they saw me. They came over to greet me. "Zhang Gong, how come you only just got here?" I sheepishly replied, "I overslept." Thankfully, Green Hair woke me up. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Get up onto the stage quickly, the match is about to begin. I looked up at the stage, the proctor and the other competitor were already at their stations. I used teleportation to arrive on the stage. I first gave my greetings to the proctor and then started to size up my opponent. It was a really cute little girl. Looks like this is Hai Shui Xing. There are indeed some similarities between her and Hai Yu's looks. However, she was tad bit cuter and a tad less calm. She also started observing me curiously when she noticed me looking at her. Practically all the second grade students are here, even Teacher D is in the central VIP section. He doesn't hold any hope of me winning, but he still came. Alright, since both sides have arrived, I declare that the match begins now. The proctor got off the stage as soon he finished speaking. Because they know that the finalists are strong, today's defense barrier was jointly created by 5 proctors, just in case something happens. First, Hai Shui and I bowed to the proctors and the audience. You must be Hai Shui. Hello, my name is Zhang Gong. Hello. She's still a little girl, she started blushing. From her magic fluctuations and the fact that I'm still quite a distance away, looks like I can only take the initiative and attack. I know that you have a very special spell. Let's have a good match today. Seeing her nod, I immediately began my magic attacks. Because I know that her absolute disruption doesn't need much time to activate, I don't dare use advanced attack spells. I first teleported behind her and immediately shot a light arrow at her. My light arrow is a strengthened form, its attack power is not any lower than an intermediate spell. She seemed to slightly panic, but her reaction was still really fast and used a water shield to block my attack. Now I can't give her an opportunity to retaliate or else I'm done for. I began a speed attack, only using the lowest leveled light arrow because it is the only spell that can beat Absolute Disruption's short casting time. I won't let her gather enough magic power to seal me. The audience were just seeing me flying all over the place. Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes in front, sometimes behind her. As soon as I got to each position, I would immediately shoot a light arrow at Hai Shui. For the time being, I made Hai Shui struggle to manage the situation. In the audience, Teacher D was looking at me with approving eyes. Regretfully, I wasn't able to see it. Volume 2, Chapter 28, Breaking the Magic Seal. Volume 2, Chapter 28, Breaking the Magic Seal. Hai Shui let her guard down for a moment and gave me an opportunity to attack her. Although she used a defense spell, I feared she did not receive it well. Perhaps it was because she felt pain from the blow. Hai Shui wrinkled her cute little nose and her eyes flashed with anger. While she was defending from the assault, her mouth was chanting something. She chanted extremely fast. It didn't seem to be an incantation and I also had no idea what it was. I continued on with my assault. Wait, something's wrong. Why do I feel like her speed is gradually increasing? Ah, no. It's me gradually slowing down. Why is this happening? I began to hear a buzzing sound and it gradually increased more intensely. Is this not absolute disruption? Teacher's description of absolute disruption doesn't match with this one. It grew larger, like a sea wave pounding against my ear. My head becoming a bit dizzy. My spells and my movements slowed down. On the viewing platform, Teacher D said to himself, this isn't good. He said to Teacher Long next to him, I didn't expect this young girl to be able to use one of the Xing clan's 3 great secrets, the Water Dragon's chant, combined with absolute disruption. This time Zhang Gong will certainly lose. Right, this student is certainly powerful. Stronger than we were back then. Your disciple is done for, hee hee. Because of Ma Ke's defeat at Zhang Gong's hand, Teacher Long took a bit of pleasure at his misfortune. You. Teacher D angrily puffed his mustache and glared at him. At the middle of the stage, I already realized that my situation was not good and hurriedly cast divine protection on myself. It wasn't very effective, but I felt a little bit better. Hai Shui saw an opportunity arrive and raised her arms in the air, moving them in circles. A green ring of light surrounded me. I knew this was her clan's skill, Absolute Disruption. Currently I haven't found a way out. I could only cast defensive spells on myself in hopes that Hai Shui would exhaust her magic power. I'm finished. My great future prospects, ruined. Big or small, I don't know how many spells were blocked by the white halo surrounding me. Currently, I was like a green sphere of light. In the middle of the sphere, I felt an indescribable amount of pressure fiercely charging at me from all directions. The golden sphere within my body rapidly worked. A layer of defense enchantments continuously resisted the invading seal. Currently, I truly understand how formidable the seal is. My magic power rapidly diminished at a speed far surpassing what I imagined. What am I going to do? I thought of every action I could take, not one of them could solve this predicament. At this time Hai Shui's face wore an adorable smile. She knows victory is close at hand. She didn't continue her magic assault because she was waiting for my magic power to exhaust. Her seal was going to win her the match anyway, so why bother expend wasted effort? Therefore she just smiled looking at an enemy that was just about to be defeated, me. My defensive barrier continuously grew smaller. A burst of intense pressure pushed into the center, cramming me in. In the end, my defensive enchantments were broken through by the seal. A green ring of light bound me like a sticky rice dumpling. It wasn't painful, only because the light consumed magic power and didn't think I had any left. The only difference is that I am unable to communicate with the magic elements. I then realized, I already been completely sealed. Looking at Hai Shui condensing a ball of water in her hand, I didn't feel like conceding. I'm about to lose. Just when I was about to concede, Xiaojin unexpectedly woke and stirred strongly within my body. What's the matter? I was baffled, because my magic power had already been sealed. Inside my body, Xiaojin should also have been sealed. How can he be awake and stir so restlessly? Along with his restlessness, my head felt a sharp pain as if it were a pincushion. The pain grew stronger and stronger, like it wanted to tear my head apart. I couldn't stand it any longer. I put both hands on my head and let out a mind-splitting scream from my lungs. It was this scream that saved me. Looking at me suddenly change, Hai Shui was startled to the point where the water ball fell apart. In order to use magic, you must have a highly concentrated mind. She thought to herself, this can't be. The absolute disruption I cast on him doesn't have any attack properties, what could possibly have happened to him? I felt pain as if I were dying. Just when I was on the verge of falling to the ground, I felt an explosion come from within my brain. I felt as if I no longer existed. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, thought. I felt my 6 senses simultaneously disappear. The people present looked at each other in marvel. From my upper dantian, a brilliant spot appeared between my eyebrows. Afterwards it gradually spread as a circle of golden light, turning into a halo encompassing me. The golden halo bound the absolute disruption and melted it as fast as snow. This breathtaking appearance rendered all the people present stunned. Hai Shui's small mouth had become an O shape. Teacher D and Teacher Long glanced at each other, speaking in unison with different voices. He broke the magic seal. Teacher D said with extraordinary excitement, how did he do it? How did he break the seal? This is a skill that only the dragon race possesses. Dragons 101, the dragon race is the most formidable species on the continent. Possessing a tyrannical body, they all have an exceptionally strong resistance towards magic. They also possess the strongest physical attacks on the continent. Second is the mist behemoth. Higher-ranked dragons can use magic and possess wisdom and intelligence surpassing that of humans. Dragons are a peace-loving race and very few of them appear in the continent. There are only a few you could come across and you must be as strong as they are in order to be deemed worthy enough of forming a pact of companionship with one. The number of existing dragons do not exceed 300. Dragons can exist for an extremely long period of time, they could live up to 10,000 years or higher. Contrasting this, however, dragons find it extremely difficult to reproduce. Not only is the time required to hatch from an egg long, but the amount of eggs are also extremely sparse. The continent's dragons are also only known from legends. People who have truly seen dragons are very few. As a result, the dragon-specific magic presently appearing on my body left the knowledgeable Teacher D and Teacher Long exceptionally astonished. As for the others, they were amazed that I was unexpectedly able to get rid of Hai Shui's sealing spell. I don't know how the present circumstances came to be. I could only feel that my body was a space of nothingness, unable to perceive anything. I gradually regained my perception. One by one my 6 senses returned to my body. I used the magic staff to prop up my own body. I raised my head to look at Hai Shui, and saw that she still had not recovered from her astonishment. I tested what magic power I had left. I could only use a pitifully small amount, roughly enough for an elementary spell. I cannot lose. For Teacher D, I cannot lose. For Xiao Jin, I cannot lose. For Teacher Xiao, I cannot lose. For myself, I cannot lose. With strong willpower, I gathered what little magic power I had left with difficulty. I then teleported behind Hai Shui and exhausted my body's strength, tackling into the defenseless Hai Shui. The defenseless Hai Shui took my blow and dropped off the stage. Shameless scoundrel. Truly undeserving of face. Using such a shameless trick. To go as far as to tackle her. Countless scolding voices reached my ear. I used my magic staff to support my body. I said to the stupefied proctoring teacher, "Teacher, you still haven't announced the winner." The proctor immediately responded, "Student Hai Shui has left the stage, student Zhang Gong is victorious." Volume 2, Chapter 29, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Volume 2, Chapter 29, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. After finally winning, I sat down on the ground, exhausted. My 2 roommates in green hair rushed onto the stage and hugged me excitedly. "Boss! You won! You won!" I looked at them tiredly. "Stop shaking me. Go away. I want to sleep," I fainted midway through my sentence. I've already overused my magic power, plus it was the first time I've used someone else's power. My body couldn't take it anymore and passed out in safe hands. Why am I in Teacher D's room? Waking up, my body was sore all over with no strength remaining whatsoever. I tried to condense my magic power, but I've only recovered a tiny portion of it. The pitifully small golden ball inside me was slowly spinning, continuously recovering my power. Looks like I won't be able to recover within a day or 2. I was alone in the room. The sun was out, but I didn't know exactly what time of the day it was. The door opened with a creak and Teacher D walked in. "You're awake. How's your body?" "It's fine, just feeling a bit weak." "Teacher D, how come I'm here?" "I wanted to ask you something when you woke up, so I brought you over here." At the end of the competition, how were you able to use magic seal destruction? Teacher D urgently asked me. I don't know either. What is magic seal destruction? I honestly don't know. Right now, my memory of that day's victory is very fuzzy. Even more so in terms of how I won. How could you not know? You clearly used it. How could you not know? Teacher D was anxiously walking in circles. "Teacher, don't worry. Just explain slowly. What exactly is going on? What is there to be anxious about?" Looking at Teacher D's condition, it seems that magic seal destruction something is very important. After listening to my words, Teacher D also realized that being anxious would not solve anything. After calming himself down, "It's like this. That day, just as we thought you weren't going to make it, when you were sealed by absolute disruption, a spell unique to the dragon race, magic seal destruction, appeared on your body. Its exact form is the same as that golden halo that appeared around you." A golden halo? Let me think. I tried really hard to recall what happened that day. I think there was a golden halo. It seemed to have broken Hai Shui's absolute disruption upon contact. However, I don't know what happened either. Is this very important? Of course it's very important. Very, very important. Have you realized that golden halo you used is a spell unique to the dragon race? Only the esteemed dragon race can use it, there has never been a case where one of the human race used the dragon's magic seal destruction. Recall carefully, have you concluded any sort of contract with a dragon? I didn't. Other than Xiao Jin, I haven't made a contract with anyone else. Ah, that's right, Xiao Jin. My eyes brightened. Xiao Jin's unexpected stirring that day was what had made my head hurt. Afterwards, that golden halo appear. It must be related to Xiao Jin. What about Xiao Jin? Teacher D urgently asked. I recounted the whole situation to him in detail. Teacher D muttered, if you look at it like this, Xiao Jin is not a snake-type magic beast, but a... Teacher D and I glanced at each other and spoke at the same time. Dragon. Xiao Jin is a dragon? Is it possible? Quick, summon Xiao Jin. I also wanted to see if Xiao Jin actually is a dragon. Furthermore, it had been a long time since I've let him out, don't know if there has been any changes. After Teacher D set a barrier around the room, I started to chant, my friend Xiao Jin, appear before me. Following my simple chant, a white light flashed and Xiao Jin appeared in front of me. Xiao Jin had grown quite a bit compared to the last time I saw him, however he had a lazy look. Through telepathy, I learned that he had used a large portion of his magic power during the competition and still hadn't recovered yet. His two horns seem to be growing towards the middle of his head and the golden stripes goes down his whole body, from head to tail. The fin-shaped objects on his back have become sturdier and longer, they practically took up the whole upper half of the back of his body. The 5 protrusions on his underside have not only grown quite a bit, but at the very front they also seem to each have a small round pad at the end. He's already this big? Teacher D had not seen Xiao Jin's grown-up appearance yet. Yeah. He grew after we shared life energy, but he wasn't as big as he is now. Teacher D, is he a dragon? I can't really say, I've never seen a dragon before either. However, my memories tell me that dragons are supposed to have 2 claws. If those bumps on his underside are claws, then that's a bit too many. Wait, I'm going to look through my book. It's been many years since I have read it. While talking, Teacher D took an ancient book from his huge bookshelf. I moved closer to take a look. The title of the book is The True Rulers of the Mainland, Dragons. Looks like it's a book specifically on dragons. Let's see. Teacher D mutters as he flips through the book. He goes through the book extremely fast, practically only scanning each page before moving on. Suddenly, he stopped, looks at Xiao Jin and then looks back at the book. As if he was comparing something. Did you find it? Is Xiao Jin actually a dragon? I stood on my tippy toes to read the book in Teacher D's hands. Zhang Gong. If the information on the book is correct, then you have really picked up a treasure. What does the book say? You take a look, this article here. Teacher D handed the book over to me and just stared at Xiao Jin, as if he was admiring a long-extinct treasure. I took the book. On the book was this. Title, Ruler of the Dragons, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Introduction, the 5-Clawed Golden Dragon is the ruler of the dragon race, also known as the Dragon King. The Dragon King of each generation is the strongest of his kin and possess abnormally strong strength. The lifespan of a 5-Clawed Golden Dragon is approximately 20,000 years. Only when he turns 15,000 years or when he feels that his lifespan is ending will he mate with the most beautiful female dragon at the time. After a pregnancy period of over 1,000 years, the next generation would be born. When the new 5-Clawed Golden Dragon has grown and matured at 3,000 years old, he will become a true Dragon King, replacing his father in ruling the dragon race. At this point, the previous Dragon King's body would have already gradually aged and would be enjoying his retirement in the dragon race's territory. Therefore, there is only one 5-Clawed Golden Dragon in every generation that is the true ruler. The 5-Clawed Golden Dragon not only possesses an abnormally strong physical strength, it is also an expert in the dragon race's language spells, showing that it is extremely intelligent. Teacher D, this can't be true. Xiao Jin is a 5-Clawed Golden Dragon? If he is, he needs 3,000 years to mature. By that time, I would have already turned to ashes. He isn't even a year old yet. I asked the question lingering in my heart. Volume 2, Chapter 30, I want to go home. Volume 2, Chapter 30, I want to go home. Let me think. Teacher D contemplated for a moment. Xiao Jin is maturing at an unusually fast rate, much faster than the rate of growth mentioned in the book. In only a year, he almost grew out of his infant stage. The book stated that the minimum amount of time to mature past the infant stage is 600 years. But it hasn't even been a year since Xiao Jin was born, and he has almost finished maturing past infant stage and will soon enter the growth stage. I suppose there is a relationship between Xiao Jin's rapid growth and sharing your life with him. Was it before the accident or after that he started growing so quickly? That's right. After the accident, Xiao Jin grew wildly, absorbing magic power much greater than before. Zhang Gong, you truly picked up a treasure. No matter what, you must let other people know that Xiao Jin is a dragon. Wait until after Xiao Jin entered the growth stage, then no longer have to worry. By that time, his wings and claws should have already sprouted out and he will be of great assistance to you. Yeah, this is great. My magic beast is a dragon. Don't be happy so soon. First, I'll give you this book. This book has been passed on from master to student throughout the generations. You must preserve it well. It will be useful to you in the future. On the last page of the book, a map and the means of traveling to the dragon race's territory is written down. After you graduate from the Advanced Magic Academy, you should go visit. In the case that the current Dragon King wishes to take back Xiao Jin, you should return him. We truly don't know how Xiao Jin wandered out of their territory. Do I have to return him? I don't want Xiao Jin to leave me. Even if he weren't a dragon, I'd still feel the same. You must. Zhang Gong, do as you're told. You must know that for a mother and father to lose their children is painful to no end. You should think about Xiao Jin as well. That's right. If mother and father can't find me, they would definitely be very sad. After I graduate school and have the opportunity, I'll go pay a visit to Dragon's Valley. If worst comes to worst, I'll have to persuade them to let Xiao Jin accompany me. I haven't seen mother and father for such a long time. When I finally have a vacation, I want to go home and see them. When they see how awesome my magic has become, they will definitely be happy. Teacher D, when can I go home? I miss mother and father. I didn't have any ulterior motives, it was just that I suddenly recalled a longing for home. Homesick? Rest for 2 days, wait until your body has recovered and then go home. The day after tomorrow is an official school vacation. Teacher D said brightly. That's right. Teacher D, I don't want to challenge the upperclassmen anymore. I feel like I am still lacking. I want to diligently practice magic and become stronger before thinking about challenging them again. Your attitude is great. I feared that you would have become satisfied with your progress thus far. Without Xiao Jin, you wouldn't have been the champion. I also wish for you to diligently practice. Wait until you attend Advanced Magic Academy, then you can graduate early. Why don't you rest? I still have many matters to attend to. Teacher D kindly patted my head, then turned around and left. I truly didn't expect that this competition would be so eventful. But it's not too bad, at the very least I found out what Xiao Jin was. Once I enter society, I'll definitely find the time to go and help Xiao Jin find his parents. I looked at Xiao Jin warmly, stroking his large head. Xiao Jin seemed to feel something, lazily leaning toward me. Teacher D had already left and his barrier should have also expired. I immediately sent Xiao Jin back into my body. Wanting to sleep, I laid down on the bed, however I couldn't sleep at all. Teacher Xiao should be coming to pick me up the day after tomorrow. With his high expectations of me, he will surely be extremely happy once he learns of my progress. I don't know about mother and father, but they definitely miss me. I really miss them too. I watched the starry sky through my window with feelings of homesickness. Since I couldn't sleep, I began cultivating my magic power. Restoring as much of my magic power as possible is also very important. I began absorbing the condensed light elements. The light elements unceasingly rushed forth and compressed to become like the golden ball in shape before they were absorbed by the golden Dan. It's much faster to restore my magic power using this method in comparison to slowly using my own golden ball. 2 days later. Early in the morning I went to go find Teacher D. Teacher D, my magic power has been nearly fully recovered. Can I go home now? He lifted his head up from the book he was reading and gave me a slight smile. Foolish child, why so urgent? Are you trying to avoid this old man by leaving early? No way, no way. I would hate to part with you. You are the best teacher I have ever met. These were words that came from my heart. It was precisely because of Teacher D's guidance that I was able to improve this quickly. In just 1 year, I was able to become the second grade's representative. Teacher D's smile became even wider once he saw my anxious expression. I'm just teasing you. Quickly go. Once you've packed up your things, you can go home. Be careful on the road. Is there anyone picking you up? He only asked me this because he knew my home was very far. There is. But I don't know if he has arrived yet. He's my previous teacher from the Elementary Magic Academy. Oh. If I have the opportunity, one would really like to meet him and ask what methods he used to enable you to have such a strong foundation. This is, however, out of the question, because currently Teacher D doesn't want others to know I'm his student. No need, no need. I immediately rejected Teacher D. If I let him use Teacher Shio's methods to deal with me, how could I possibly live out the rest of my days? Your education methods are superior to all other teachers, so you don't need to compare notes. Without delay, I gave him a lofty hat to wear. After hearing my words, Teacher D was extremely cheerful. Really? I didn't teach you in vain then. From his appearance, I could tell that he was pleased with himself. Oh, that's right. I've got something to give you since you're leaving now. You don't need to give me anything. The magic robe you gave me last time is already good enough. Although the magic robe's effect on the ceiling effects of absolute disturbance wasn't great, it still had a powerful effect on common attack spells. I'm not giving you a gift this time, it's something you earned. Saying this, he pulled out a precious amethyst card from his chest. What is this? I curiously asked. This is an amethyst card containing diamond coins. There are very few people on the continent who are able to possess such a card. It can't be used by anyone but you since I have already inputted your data into it. It can't be altered in the future. Within it is the 100 diamond coins you earned by becoming the champion. Enough for you to spend. In the future when you want to use it, you only need to take it out and that will be enough. Its biggest benefit is that it can only be used by you, so you absolutely must not lose it. You can summon the amethyst card with summoning magic, so should ordinarily be keeping it within your body. It's so pretty. After receiving it, I become quite wealthy. Furthermore, it's not a small fortune either. This is great. Teacher D, I'll be leaving then. Take care of yourself. I'll be back after my vacation is over. After saying this, I turned around and ran towards the dormitory. I just need to pack up my stuff, then I can go home. Yep. Pay attention to safety on the road, don't let your magic decline while you're at home. From behind me came Teacher D's repeated warnings. Volume 2, Chapter 31, I have killed. Volume 2, Chapter 31, I have killed. I jogged back to the dormitory. All of my roommates were out, I suppose all of them went home. I quickly packed my things as I also wanted to return home. After I finished packing away my things, I went to a neighboring room. Maku was still there and had almost fully recovered from his injuries. Seeing me come in, Maku rose from the bed. "Boss, you came back. How's your recovery faring?" "Pretty good, how about you?" "I'm just about to head home." Maku extended his arm toward me. "No problems, I've just about recovered. Don't visit me again, I'm just about to leave." "Then let us say our end-of-term goodbyes." "I want to quickly go home, I become very homesick." "Wait for me a bit, I still have to pack a bit." "Let's leave together." Maka packed a few more things and a moment later we head out of the dormitories together. "Maku, did Hairi come visit?" After all, I didn't fulfill my promise with myself, to challenge him once more. "He visited. He asked about the condition of your injury and said that you were truly ferocious. I reckon even he may not be able to win against you. There will be many chances in the future. There is nothing to really regret. You gave a great show with the match. He. I'll wait until the next term. There should be many opportunities to challenge Hairi then." At the academy's entrance, when we were about to go our separate ways, "Take care of yourself." I patted his shoulder. Maku's eyes were red. "Boss, the days we spent together were truly happy. Take care of yourself too. My home is at the capital. I'll see you next term." "I'll see you then." I turned around and ran as fast as I could. I was afraid that I would be reluctant to leave. Not far a distance away, I heard a person call to me, "Zhang Gong." I turned my head around for a look, and immediately felt very moved. "Teacher Xiao, you actually came. I thought you weren't going to pick me up." Teacher Xiao was still the same as ever, but there was a trace of emotion on his serious face. "How could I not come? Come on, we're heading home." Together, Teacher Xiao and I set foot on the path home. "Teacher Xiao, have you seen my mother and father lately? Before I left, I paid a visit to your house. They are doing great, but they really miss you. How are you doing at the academy?" "Very good. Did I not place first in the entrance exams? I am at the top of the second-year students at the academy." "Is that right? You are first out of all the second years?" "That's right. I also made a very good friend. His name is Maku." I unleashed an unceasing torrent of words about my time at the academy. We talked happily on the road. Only, I concealed the fact that I used to spell sharing life in order to save Xiaojin. I didn't want Teacher Xiao to worry. I also didn't want let my family to know either. Teacher Xiao knew I became Teacher D's disciple. With great admiration, he continuously congratulated my great luck. He also repeatedly warned that I must study magic diligently under Teacher D's tutelage. He also said that Teacher D was indeed one of the continent's greatest mages. I didn't know how lucky I was. We took a short rest. When no people were around, we used teleportation magic to travel onward. Quickly, we traveled about 2/3 of the way through. It was when we reached an unknown forest that a small problem arose. About a dozen men scuttled from the middle of the woods, barring our way. They all looked rather burly. Teacher Xiao glanced at me and whispered, "Zhang Gong, I'm going to go and see what the matter is. Wait for me here. When I'm done talking, we'll go." "Gentlemen, is there a problem?" The burly leader twitched his mouth. "There's no problem, it's just that we have a shortage of money when we want to play around with some pretty girls. Seeing you like this, you ought to be mages. I advise you don't resist or else, us big brothers won't play nice. Obediently come and hand over your coin." "Moneyless gentleman, here, I have 10 gold coins. Why don't you take this out to go drink and let us pass?" The burly leader grew angry. "Do you think we're beggars? You think this is enough to let you pass? This won't do. Hand over everything." The 10 men seemed ready to throw themselves at us. All right. Then wait for me, I'll go get it. Teacher Xiao quickly walked to my side and whispered, Zhang Gong, these bandits' magic fluctuations aren't strong. Let teachers see the fruits of your efforts. What? You want me to fight? Teacher Xiao, I can't. Why don't you? This is the first time I've come across this kind of situation, I'm really scared. Out of the question. Magic when used in real combat allows it to improve. I'll be at your side protecting you. Fight fearlessly. Teacher Xiao stopped smiling and raised his face. Truly deserving of being called the devil teacher, I knew I'd be unable to escape. I could only brace myself and walk over. Gentlemen, look at us, we also don't have any money. Could you let us off? Enough rubbish. Saying that was like slapping him, inciting him to come over. From reflex, I could feel a teleportation arriving from 5 meters away. I immediately cast several defense spells on myself. Mage. This child is actually a mage. Everybody come together. The group of 10 large men charged toward us. What do I do? I've never experienced real combat before, I felt panicked. Forget it all. I'll just fight. I'll give them a strong spell and it'll be over. I began using instantaneous teleports to change my position, and then I chanted my most powerful attack spell. O great light element, please allow me to borrow your formidable strength, let the infinite light of the earth shine. With me at its center, Brilliant Empire let out a blinding, overpowering brilliance. Wah, using such a powerful spell. From a short distance away, Teacher Xiao immediately teleported out of harm's way. Because there wasn't a protective barrier, Brilliant Empire was able to fully display itself. Anything within a 200-meter radius were entirely enveloped by the dazzling rays of light. The 10 large men within my powerful spell had already turned to ashes. I only saw when the spell had hit them, they were entirely engulfed by it. They turned into tiny specks of ashes, afterwards, you wouldn't be able to completely find them. I blankly withdrew my magic power. At this moment, Teacher Xiao had already returned. Zhang Gong, your magic is formidable. What was that spell you had just used? It gave me a fright. Why would you use such a strong spell to handle such small vermin? Using your strength and light arrows would have been enough. I was really scared. I couldn't help but use Brilliant Empire. That was the most powerful spell I could cast. Teacher Xiao, where did they go? I was completely unaware that I had already killed them. They turned to ashes. Did you think this was the academy? Those men were all only advanced mages. What? I killed them? I suddenly wore a blank stare. Let it pass. In any case, they were only villains. Teacher Xiao consoled me. I killed, but it doesn't matter. First of all, they were only bandits. Secondly, I was still a child. Lastly, the most important point was that I was an outstanding student at the Intermediate Royal Magic Academy. I was a pillar of the nation. I definitely had some privileges. Furthermore, how could anyone else know that I've already killed people? He. Volume 2, Chapter 32, 5 Years of Learning. Volume 2, Chapter 32, 5 Years of Learning. The remainder of the journey was very dull. Gradually, I have also gotten over my dismay about killing people. Although I don't wish to kill people, it was for my own safety and I can't just wait and let myself be killed either. I resolved to defend and flee as much as possible in the future. Teacher D said that everybody, that is all organisms, have a right to live. No one has the right to deprive others of their life as they wish. As long as one's own life is secured, that's enough. So I chose the path escaping. It truly is Teacher D's teachings that affected me throughout my life. In the end, I arrived at home. As soon as I entered the village, a familiar feeling came from the pavements. I have returned to my hometown. I took a deep breath of the fragrance of my hometown soil. A warm and cozy happy feeling overcame my body. Teacher Xiao accompanied me all the way to the gate of my house. Once again, I saw the familiar fence surrounding a familiar house. "Mom, Mom! I'm home!" I shouted loudly. "Foolish child, they should both be at work." Teacher Xiao reminded me. "Ah, that's right. Right now it's still morning and they should be at working in the morning." I used teleportation to enter the house. Nothing had changed at all. My room was unusually clean. It's definitely because Mom cleaned it often. I invited Teacher Xiao into the house. At last, I'm back. I really want to see Mom and Dad right now. Teacher Xiao, wait here for now. I'm going to go look for them. After saying this, I quickly ran towards the village committee that Mom works at. Just as I reached the village committee's gate, I saw a familiar figure. "Mom." I threw myself at her. Mom still hadn't turned around, so I was able to throw myself at her. "Zhang Gong, you're back." Mom had me in her embrace. "Quickly let Mother take a look at you." While holding my face, Mom attentively examined me. "My Zhang Gong, you've grown up to be so vigorous." Mom's tears were flowing down her face. Finally, I have reunited with Mom. I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as I threw myself into Mom's embrace and began crying loudly. "Mom, I really missed you." While hugging me, Mom said, "I also really missed you too, Zhang Gong." The villagers also came by and only after a long time did I separate from Mom. After seeing Mom again, my attachment to her had grown deeper. I firmly clutched onto Mom's sleeves, unwilling to loosen my grip even a bit for fear of being separated from her again. The village chief walked over. "The talented student has come back on vacation. How were your studies in the capital?" "Uncle Village Chief. It was quite good." "How is Aoda? Where did he go?" "That youngster doesn't have future prospects like you, but he's also on vacation. So he went out to play." The villagers were extremely enthusiastic while ceaselessly asking me questions. Ordinarily I would really loathe these kinds of things, but today I wasn't fed up with it at all. Out of goodwill, the village chief let Mom off so we could go home together. After returning home, we found that Dad was already home. It seems like someone notified home. He was currently chatting with Teacher Xiao. Another surge of affection came once I saw Dad. Mom and Dad continuously questioned me on my academy life. I took out 80 diamond coins granted by the Magic Union and gave it to them. I left 20 for myself. He. Mom and Dad were extremely surprised, but they knew I acquired it with my own efforts, so they were very happy. I think that with this money, they won't have to work so hard to let me attend the academy. Mom and Dad have aged a bit in comparison to before I left. I know that this was all for me. Because of me they had to pay so much. I sincerely wish for them to not have to work so hard. With these feelings, I told them that my strength is already not inferior to that of a great mage's. So in the future, I won't need to rely on them for my tuition fee. I will be able to rely on my own efforts. Just like this, I began my vacation. Apart from accompanying Mom and Dad, I spent my days playing with Aoda and other village children. However, the days passed by very quickly and the vacation ended. I had to return to the capital and continue my studies. Although I didn't want to leave everyone, but in order to let them live a better life as well as to increase my strength so I can protect them, I must continue improving myself. Teacher Xiao didn't accompany me this time since I already knew the road. With tearful eyes, I waved goodbye to my family and set foot on the road back towards the academy. My 5 years in the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy were the most crucial 5 years of my life. It was originally supposed to be 4 years, but Teacher D wanted me to have a stronger foundation, so I spent a second year in the second grade. During these 5 years I laid a deep foundation for my magic. Although there was still a small gap, in the 5th grade my magic level had nearly reached Teacher D's. However, Teacher D told me that I had become a well-known figure even among the magisters. My gold ball of magic power was already approaching the state of being completely transparent. Even more important were the many magic techniques I created, which even amazed even Teacher D. In the 5th grade, there wasn't anyone who could compete with me for the position of the grade representative. The gap between me and Maku also gradually widened to the point that I am now the academy's top expert. Something else worth mentioning was that Xiao Jin's growth rate was extraordinarily fast. He was already at the later stages of his growth period, so he already had the basic form of a dragon. His body length exceeded 15 meters and his strength surpassed all the other magical beasts that Teacher D knew of. Especially his physical attack power, it was exceptional strong and could easily break through intermediate class defense magic. If me and Xiao Jin fought, there was no certainty that I would be able to beat him. Maybe it's because we shared our lives, but any magic that I could use, Xiao Jin could also use. Any dragon magic that he could use, I could use too. This caused my strength to have a qualitative leap. Teacher D said that if Xiao Jin and I worked together, we would be a match for a magister. I'm already 16 years old. Every year I went home once, and when Mom and Dad saw how much I had grown, they were very happy. Using the money I won every year from the graduation competition, I let Mom and Dad live a more prosperous life. Zhang Gong, you're going to be graduating soon. What plans do you have? Teacher D called me to his office today. Sai, what kind of plans could I have? I'm planning on going to Advanced Magic Academy. With my strength as a grade representative, I don't need to take the entrance exams and can be recommended directly into the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. No. I don't wish for you to do this. Teacher D muttered to himself. What? What did you say? You won't let me attend the Advanced Magic Academy? I asked in surprise. Correct. Because if you follow the same path I did, do you know what would happen? Although you're very strong right now, you forever won't be able to surpass me. Teacher D's profound words shocked me. Volume 2, Chapter 33, Not Returning to School. Volume 2, Chapter 33, Not Returning to School. Why? I immediately asked because I knew that I was the youngest to become a magic scholar. Why was it that I could not surpass Teacher D? I had deeply believed in the past that I held extraordinary talent, enough to certainly become a legendary Grand Magister like that of your. Teacher D's words had astonished me, enough to shatter my self-confidence. Don't worry. Listen to me explain. Teacher D paused for a moment. You know how old I am this year? About 80? This year I'm 83. Do you know how old the vice principal is? I don't know. I think he'd be a bit younger than you. This year he is 62. Before you came, he was the youngest to become a magic scholar. At the age of 20, he had already graduated from the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. At the age of 30, he had become a magister. Do you know why he hadn't made an inch of progress with these remaining 30 years? I shook my head. Although they say there have been very few magisters, thousands of years ago, several hundred magisters existed. But there wasn't even a single Grand Magister. After achieving the level of a magister, you will enter a bottleneck. You can only increase your magic skills and your magic foundation, incapable of increasing your magic power. At present, of the 10 magisters on the continent, there is no difference in the amount of magical power. We are only ranked by our fame and magic skill. Is the bottleneck that difficult to break through? Then how do I have a chance? I said, a bit discouraged. Until now, there hadn't been any great methods. Long ago, there had been many magisters experimenting, but only 3 who bore fruit. One had given up. Another went insane. The last had injured his body with magic power and died. Ah, it's that hard? I thought about giving up. After all, I've already made it this far. I'll definitely become a magister, not a bad choice at all. This is why I didn't want you to walk along my beaten path and attend the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. I know that if you attempt to improve your own magic power there, your final conclusion would be to give up. These years that we spent learning magic together, I've grown to understand your temperament. I scratched my head with an embarrassed chuckle. I don't think that you must become a Grand Magister at any cost, but I do want you to try a new, different method. At the very least, there is hope you will become a Grand Magister without using dangerous means. Yes, there is hope. There is a final, crucial reason why Magisters are incapable of improving, that is because their bodies are incapable to bearing that magic power. Furthermore, it is also because we are unable to genuinely understand the magic elements. Right now, your greatest advantage is your ability to become one with the magic elements. This is also the reason you are capable of creating many new spells. Then what must I do? I'll listen to you. Rotating around such a large circle, at last the final conclusion is said. It is actually quite simple. You will still attend the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. Just that I wish for you to attend it at a later time. I want you to travel for a few years and learn from that experience, and afterwards, return and continue advancing your studies. Travel and learn from experience? This simple? I thought it would be something hard. But it is actually just to travel and have fun. Alright, I also wanted to try traveling. Don't think it'll be too easy. I do want you to travel and learn from your experiences, but also want you to complete a few assignments. On your own terms, through your experiences of travel, you must raise your magic power to that of a magister. This is a truly difficult process. Therefore, you must not believe that you can just laze around while traveling. Secondly, you must temper your body and strengthen your physical capabilities. To the point that you may even learn to use some simple do-chi. I interrupted Teacher D, a warrior's do-chi? It is possible to use both do-chi and magic at the same time? In theory, it is possible. But if you learn both, the final result will be that you will master neither. I don't want you to practice do-chi to the point of ferociousness, only to the point where you have a strengthened, healthy body to use. You will still primarily practice magic. Oh, so it's like that. There are many advantages to learn from experience, for example to increase your battle experience, to increase your understanding of magic through real combat. This is very significant. However, to learn from experience is also very dangerous. I will try to keep you away from these dangers as much as possible. While you are traveling and learning, I will still teach, giving you difficult assignments, such as looking for divine artifacts of the legends, a weapon that had once been used by the god of creation Holy Sword. Holy Sword? It truly exists. Yes, in addition I also know its approximate location. As for whether or not you can obtain it will depend on your luck. It should prove to be of great assistance to you. Within the Holy Sword contains a remnant of the God of Creation's holy power. This is crucial to whether or not you can become a Grand Magister. That is why you must spare no effort looking for it. There is such a great thing? Not bad, I must diligently look for it. Be at ease, I can do it. Right now, it isn't far away from your graduation. In these coming days you must make a great effort with great diligence. Strive to improve a bit. This way you will be safer while traveling. After about a month, I can accompany you to your home and explain the situation to your parents. Afterwards, you can begin to travel and learn. My initial plan is to give you 2 years' worth of time. After those 2 years, regardless of whether you completed your assignment, you must return. I nodded my head. It seems I won't be able to have fun. This assignment is very important. I can't fail to live up to Teacher D's expectations. I must try hard. I don't want to become famous, but I wanted to become strong. Leaving Teacher D's office, I immediately went back to the dormitory looking for Maku. Currently he is my only close friend. Because we had both chose to repeat a year. Apart from green hair, there was no one else that hadn't advanced to Advanced Magic Academy. From the time I had placed first at the end of term competition, he suffered my influence. No longer was he annoying like before. As a result, he had become our friend. However, we didn't stop calling him green hair. I should also mention that we had also befriended Hairi's 3 siblings. Also, last year Hai Shui passed the entrance exam to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. Currently, Maka had almost reached the level of a magic scholar. The reason why I immediately went to go look for him was because I wanted him to travel with me and also learn from experience. With his assistance, achieving the goal ought to be much easier. He had already called me boss for many years, there is no way that he'll decline my request. I walked toward his dormitory, brimming with confidence. Volume 3, Chapter 1, Brotherly Feelings. Volume 3, Chapter 1, Brotherly Feelings. At the moment, Maku was reading a book in his dorm. Boss, why was Teacher D looking for you? He doesn't want me to enter the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. At the time, Mako and I were facing each other when I gave him the big surprise. Boss, your magic is excellent, not attending would be a waste. Why would Teacher D think this way? You don't need to worry. It's like this. I repeated the explanation Teacher D told me in his office. How about it? Come with me too and get some experience. Us 2 brothers, even if we don't increase our magic power, we will still increase our knowledge. Mako didn't agree happily like I thought he would. After muttering to himself for a bit he spoke, Boss, let me think on it a bit. I want to go home and discuss with my family first and I'll tell you my decision tomorrow. Is that fine? I hit him with my fist. You brat, this isn't like you at all. I don't remember you being so straightforward. Fine then. I won't force you. We'll talk again tomorrow. Maka's answer made me a bit angry, so without saying anything else, I went to practice magic by myself. I'm already fully grown, from my appearance alone you would think that I'm an adult. However, my face still has a juvenile look I haven't outgrown yet. The following is the personal data of me and Maku. The following data regarding the protagonist's body is all according to what the author set for them at this age. Name Zhang Gong, weight height 181 cm, weight 70 kg. Major magic light element, minor magic spatial element. Magical beast Chao Gene 5 clawed golden dragon. Overall magic strength magic scholar hasn't been authenticated by the Mage Union Magic Control S. Grades are divided into S A B C D E F. Magic power A, magic perception SS, magic defense A. Magic attack A, speed A, unable to fly. Physical attacks F, physical defense F, stamina D. Name Makosai, height 180 cm, weight 74 kg. Major magic fire element, minor magic wind element. Magical beast fire lion. I don't know where this brat obtained a growth type fire lion. It has already reached the 8th rank. Overall magic strength magic scholar hasn't been authenticated by the Mage Union Magic Control S. Magic power B, magic perception A, magic defense A. Magic attack A, speed A, able to fly. Physical attacks F, physical defense F, stamina E. Due to the fact that Maku and I are big eaters, our bodies grew very quickly. Especially our height, which has already surpassed most adults. With our refined appearances, we have become very popular with the female students. However, I'm not very interested in these kind of matters. In addition, I find girls very annoying, so there hasn't been any real developments with anyone. On the other hand, Maku was all over Haiyu, and he hadn't bothered to acknowledge any other girls. Yet the funny thing was, although me and Haiyu have become friends, she still refuses to acknowledge Maku. It seems he has been greatly influenced by his nickname, the red-haired rice cake. The next day, I could not wait much longer and I went to go find Mage, but he found me first. Mage was listless like a frosted eggplant. Seeing him like this, I immediately had an ominous premonition. As expected, Mage rejected me without even facing me. Boss. I'm sorry. I can't accompany you on your journey, Mage said in a low voice. I stood up straight away. Why? Why can't you come? Don't tell me. You don't want to go adventuring with me? Aren't we good brothers? Yes. Mage resolutely replied. Boss, I have a secret trouble that I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I really can't go with you. What kind of secret trouble can't you tell me? We can settle it together. I was unwilling to give up. After all, I don't want to separate with someone who's been my brother for so many years. I truly can't tell you. I can only tell you this, it's a problem with my family. My family won't let me go. In all these years we have been at the academy together, not once have I been to Mage's home. I only know that his family is very wealthy. After hearing this, I gradually calmed down. After all, I can't force others to do what they don't want to. We faced each other in silence for a long time, but I broke the silence. I helplessly said, forget about it. Since your family refuses to let you go, then it's fine. Study diligently when you go to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. I'll be back in 2 years anyways. At that moment, I felt very helpless and lonely. It seems that I will have to face everything by myself in the future. This may have been fate's plan. I must walk down my path by myself. Mage suddenly threw himself onto me and tightly hugged me. Boss. While he was breaking down in tears, I tolerantly held him by the shoulders as my own tears uncontrollably flowed too. Our emotions gradually settled down and I gently separated from him. Although we'll be separated temporarily, we will still be brothers for life. Of course. Brothers for life. Pausing for a moment, Mage continued, Boss, did you know I really want to go with you on the journey, but I have no control over my destiny. I must listen to my family and do as they arrange. Although I'm not the eldest son, I still have responsibilities and obligations to my family. We're a really big clan, so I must do my best for my clan. Okay then. No need to say it again. I understand. You don't need to explain to me since we're brothers. Let all of our words be said. The sincere friendship between me and Mage was practically permeating throughout the room. Neither of us wanted to speak. I already wanted to go tell Teacher D that I no longer wished to go on a journey. But then I thought of Teacher D's ash-gray hair and his earnest expectations for me. I couldn't. I can still see Mage again, but what about Teacher D? Does he still have the vitality to fulfill his dreams and cultivate another person who has the possibility of becoming a Grand Magister? Note, after my 3rd year, Teacher Xiao didn't come visit me anymore. According to him, he wanted to go out and travel. During the final month, me and Mage were practically inseparable. Both of us highly treasured these final period of time we had together. Every day we would stay in the same dorm, practice magic, and eat together. But the day of departure finally came. With my strength, I didn't even need to participate in the graduation exam and just smoothly attained my authentication as a great mage from the Mages Union. Teacher D didn't want me to reveal my strength too early. A 16-year-old magic scholar would shock the whole world. But like this, many people would still drop their jaws in shock. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Departure from the Academy. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Departure from the Academy. I will have to leave the school that I lived in and learned in, my second home. I truly hate to part with this place. I looked fondly at every shrub and tree at the academy. Why did time pass by so fast, making me come and go in a flurry? At my side, Teacher D looked at my reluctance to leave, and with a soft sigh said, if you must to leave, you have to leave. You can always return. When you come back, I am sure that you will bring much glory to this academy, and also to me. You are already a grown boy, don't act like a small child. Go. We walked slowly toward the academy's gate. I turned my head around, looking at the large words engraved in solid granite, Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. My eyes grew moist once more. Boss, wait. I've come to send you off. Maku ran over, panting. Originally I didn't tell him that I was leaving today because I didn't want to experience such a depressing occasion. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? I'm your only brother. Maku's face wore an expression indistinguishable from laughing or crying. This is for you. You must quickly return. I'll wait for you at the Advanced Magic Academy. We are still going study together. Maku took out a dagger from his bosom. It had a gorgeous exterior appearance, the dagger's sheath was embedded with all kinds of gems. I went over to receive it. I didn't observe it carefully. After all, my heart was completely filled with feelings of separation, I couldn't be concerned with anything else. Aside me, Teacher D's eyes flashed with a peculiar vigor. I can't stop now, else it will be even harder to leave. I grit my teeth and turned around and set foot on the journey home with Teacher D. With great difficulty, I resisted the urge to look back. But I could not hold back my tears, they flowed freely. Don't miss Maku too much. Do you want to go up to the sky and have a look? Teacher D's words diverted my attention, the sky? How would I go up to the sky? Don't tell me you forgot? My minor is wind, we can fly. Teacher D cast a wind-soaring enchantment on himself and slowly floated off the ground. This is my first time seeing you fly. So then how do I fly? I can't possibly use wind magic. I'll carry you. Hold on to my waist. Like that, Teacher D and I ascended to the skies. It didn't feel bad at all. The forests and villages underneath looked just like ants. A light breeze brushed against my face. It truly felt like we were immortals. I enviously said, when will I be able to fly? It's not impossible. Even if you can't use wind magic, later on you will have opportunities to study some top-class dochi with similar effects. After that you will definitely be able to fly. You can use dochi to fly? I asked with doubt. That's right. In addition, flying with dochi is much faster than flying with magic. It's just that it cannot be sustained nearly as long. Teacher D's words arose a yearning to learn dochi. Being able to fly is truly good. In the future when I have an opportunity, I must diligently learn dochi. So long as I can use it to fly, that'll be enough. About an hour of flying in the sky, I saw Teacher D's complexion turn a bit pale. After all, flying for such a long period of time would consume a great amount of magic energy. In addition, he had also carried a person. Even though Teacher D was a magister, the burden was quite large. Teacher D, let's go down and let you rest. I said with concern. Alright, I'm already old, my body feels like dying. It seems I can no longer bear the burden of using magic for a long period of time. We landed on a small hillside and rested a while. Then we continued on our journey. By flying, we finally made it to my hometown. Currently, I am the pride of the village. When everyone finds out that I have the means to become a Grand Magister, the endless amount of praise and flattering would send me to the sky. When father and mother saw me come back, they were so happy, they didn't know what to say. I don't dare tell anyone that I returned with one of the only 10 magisters on the continent, otherwise the pot would surely explode. After we rested for a day, Teacher D talked to my mother and father about letting me learn from traveling. They were both silent. In their minds, the Royal Advanced Magic Academy was the most orthodox and proven path. In addition, they were also concerned for my safety. However, they revered Teacher D and couldn't say anything. How could the experienced teacher D not see this? He patiently explained to them the purpose of allowing me to learn from my travels and his expectations of me, as well as the various means he will use to ensure my safety. In the end, father and mother were satisfied and allowed me to travel. At night, Teacher D and I took a walk outside the village. I was immersed in the enchanting scenery of the night. Teacher D had suddenly stopped and solemnly said to me, "Zhang Gong, this traveling assignment is truly formidable. For your safety, I will gift you with many different things." He took out 3 magic scrolls from his bosom. The ability of these 3 magic scrolls are the same. In short, they are escape scrolls. They can immediately move you 50 kilometers away. Hold on to them well. Taking the magic scrolls, I said, "Thank you, teacher." In addition, I asked the continent's #1 Magister to set up a magic array at the academy. When you encounter a problem you are unable to solve during your assignment, you can use this magic array to return to the academy. The drawing and activation method are written in this booklet. You should memorize it as quickly as possible, and become able to achieve a teleportation accuracy of at least 90% or greater. Done talking, Teacher D handed me a small, frail booklet. After I took the booklet, Teacher D also said, "Pay attention. When you use this magic array, your magic power must be in top condition, otherwise a deviation will occur." I understand, I will practice it well. Also, I've deposited 1,000 diamond coins into your amethyst card, it should be enough for you to use. Don't be too stingy. For your assignment, the divine artifact's approximate location is in Adalo Kingdom's province within a valley. You will go there to look for it. That's it. That is all I wanted to tell you. I attentively memorized what Teacher D said. Suddenly he remembered to say something else. That's right. Last time before you departed, Mage gave you a dagger. It isn't any ordinary dagger. Although it is incomparable with a divine artifact, it does contain some power. It can penetrate magic and Do-Chi defenses. Use it with caution. Volume 3, Chapter 3, Being Away from Home. Volume 3, Chapter 3, Being Away from Home. The dazzling sunshine woke me from my sleep, reminding me of the loathsome sun from my childhood. It truly does feel like I have grown up. After washing my face, I went outside and took a deep breath. When the light elements within me sensed the fresh air, they grew excited, thus giving me much vigor. Today is the day I set off. I'll be separated from the most familiar places of my life. Zhang Gong, it's time to eat breakfast. Mom's voice carried over from the kitchen. Coming. At this moment, I truly wish to cherish the short amount of time I have left with my family before my departure. I hurriedly ran downstairs. The whole family was there sitting in a circle around the dining table. Ah. Eat some more Zhang Gong. You won't be able to eat Mom's cooking for a long time. Mother benevolently added more and more food onto my bowl. You should eat too, Mom. You can be at ease, I will definitely return home safe and sound. After seeing you two like this, I don't know if letting Zhang Gong go on a journey is a good choice anymore. Teacher D jokingly said after seeing a meal full of deep affection. At last, the time of departure has come. Pay attention to your safety on the journey. Mom said with red eyes. Don't disappoint me. Dad said with trembling hands. Don't forget about the escape scrolls I gave you, said Teacher D. Although I was reluctant to part, I bid farewell to them and set foot on my journey of learning. As I walked away from the village, I repeatedly turned back to take a look. I've left home already. The melancholy I'm feeling within my heart is impossible to resolve. According to Teacher D's plan, I first have to go to the Shoda Kingdom to find his good friend, the Dean of Shoda's Night Academy, Teacher Li Kuwon. I'll cultivate there for a bit before continuing my mission. Without any feelings of anxiousness, I slowly walked on upon the road while admiring my surroundings' beautiful scenery. My homeland is actually so beautiful. Ahead of me there was some steam drizzling down. I opened up the map teacher D gave me and inspected it. My walking speed truly isn't that slow. I have already reached Serene Dream Lake. After crossing another province, I'll be at the Shioda Kingdom's borders. In the past, I heard Teacher D say that this area's scenery was exceptionally beautiful. I want to hurry up and go take a look. I increased my pace and advanced towards Serene Dream Lake. Ah! The lake sure is big. I can't even see the shore on the other side. I can even see the fish in the clear dark blue lake water. Truly beautiful. I crouched down beside the lake and splashed my face with the clear lake water. It felt so cold. So comfortable. Right now it was the start of summer, so soaking in the ice-cold lake water is indeed extremely comfortable. I took off my shoes and began walking in the water. Enjoying this scenic lake and mountain gave me a wonderful feeling. Suddenly, there was a rustle behind me. I turned my head to take a look. I saw 7 or 8 people in black running in my direction. It looks like their figures are awfully vigorous. It seems that they practice martial skills. From their slender figures, I can make out that they're all women. As they progressed, I counted how many there was. There was 9 people. Today there was such a great heat, yet they're wearing cloaks that cover up their whole body. It looks like the tallest one is their boss, while all the other ones seem like stars holding up the moon. I don't know how they grew up, but why do they all need to wear cloaks that cover up their whole body? I can't help but stare at them. I don't know if it was my stare that was too glaring, but one of them noticed me. Hey, that brat over there. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. We want to rest over here. If you keep looking, we'll scoop out your eyes. Wow! They're so violent. She truly is a loathsome woman. It goes without saying that the lady wants to rest, and being the gentleman that I am, I was going to go to the side. However, after hearing her words, I'm not going anymore. I refused to acknowledge her. I raised my head to her and hummed a tune from my hometown. Sometimes the hurriedly worn socks will be inside out. Sometimes I really want to wash dishes tomorrow since I'm too muddle-headed and just a bit lazy. Don't bother me and let me be a spoiled child sometimes. This song was something Dad was often singing called Great Woman. Maybe he sang it because he was afraid of Mom. After listening to it for so long, naturally I learned it. Seeing that I didn't react, the one who shouted angrily at me before began walking towards me while spitting anger. Apparently she wants to be rude to me. Humph. Who's afraid of who here? The leader of the young women began speaking. Ling Zi, don't cause trouble. Have you already forgotten what my dad told you to do when going out? What a sweet-sounding voice. Even a skylark's chirping would be eclipsed by her splendor. In comparison to my own voice, it's so much more compelling. If she sang a song, I wonder what it would be like. I began letting my imagination run wild. That girl called Ling Zi ferociously groaned before saying, I'll forgive you this time. Hurry up and get lost. I don't know if it's because of her resentful words or if I just wanted to listen to their leader's beautiful voice some more. I hid my disdain beneath my contempt and provoked her. Is this place part of your property? It's so amazing. Even if you try to drag me, the young gentleman that is I won't leave. Sure enough, my desire was achieved. That girl's leader spoke again. Ling Zi, go teach him a lesson. But don't kill him. So pleasant to hear, it truly is pleasant to hear. Why won't she speak a few more sentences? While I was being infatuated with her, something troublesome came. Maybe that girl called Ling Zi already thought I wasn't pleasing to the eye, but when she heard her master's command, she immediately fluttered over. She took out a jeweled sword from her waist and swung, just barely missing my head. A cold wind attacked me, causing me to struggle with shivers. I said, Aya. Resorting to killing already? With a single teleport, I moved 10 meters away. Dangerous, simply too dangerous. A few locks of my hair seems to have been cut. What a fast sword. You're actually coming at me. So you're actually a mage. No wonder you're so shameless. I was currently wearing clothes that commoners wear. So she only knew I was a mage after seeing me use magic. Wah! Are all mages shameless? I gloomily said within my heart. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but my teacher, friends and my parents are all mages. For their sake, I will teach you a lesson. O light elements, my friend, congregate into sharp arrows and annihilate the enemies before me. The strengthened light arrows were fired from my hands. She appeared to have a very hateful appearance after seeing me fire off some light arrows. The sword in her hands began emitting a weak silver-colored light, and in a moment, she cut down my light arrow. Following that, she immediately rushed towards me. After all, it is only natural that a warrior would try to engage a mage in close-quarters combat. Wah! That's Heaven Do Chi. I've heard of it before, but this time I'm actually seeing it. It seems that I'll have to use some of my actual skill. O light elements, my friend, transform into holy light. Brilliant rays of white light rushed forth from my body, enveloping everything in my surroundings. It formed a defensive screen. This is the advanced class defensive light magic, holy light. When she clashed with my holy light, it looked as if she was suffering in pain. She retreated with lightning speed. From head to toe, she was trembling. You're a light mage. Volume 3, Chapter 4, First Encounter with Magic Race. Volume 3, Chapter 4, First Encounter with Magic Race. Not yet finished talking, she fell down. That isn't possible. My holy light is a defense-type spell, it doesn't contain any offensive qualities. How did it become like this? While I was completely confused, the young woman in charge took out her hand. She murmured many incantation verses. On her hand appeared a dark violet sphere. With a wave of her hand, she did not attack me but rather aimed at the girl named Ling Zi. Ling Zi seemed to feel much better. She no longer trembled and started to breath deep breaths. What kind of magic is this? I've never seen it before. Young woman, what magic did you use? I've never seen it before. I curiously asked. The sound of the young woman's beautiful voice came, "Don't let him run. Kill him. Stop. I only said a few words yet all of you want to kill me. You're all too fierce." By the time I finished speaking, they had already surrounded me. I continuously strengthened my defensive enchantments, waiting to see how they will handle me. Their leader still hadn't acted, it was only that the 8 had surrounded me under her command. They had started to form a circle. I believe they are using a martial skill. However, I discovered they actually haven't moved. Not good. They started chanting an incantation. A thick, black fog came out from their bodies and completely enveloped me. I protected my body with holy light, and when the black fog touched it, it made a fizzling sound. It seemed to be some sort of corroding acid. I immediately felt a large increase in pressure. It was truly formidable, but holy light continued to resist it. O great light elements, I request you to allow me to borrow your formidable power. Allow the limitless light of the earth to shine. The current brilliant empire was unlike before. I could fully control the spell's strength and position. So naturally, I surrounded them using an area release spell. Following my chant, I slowly floated off the ground, surrounded in blinding white light. I lifted my head and the gold dan within my upper dantian enveloped my body with a third of my magic power. The radiance surrounding me shrunk back for a moment and then instantly burst forth. The white rays of light rapidly engulfed the black fog, counterattacking the surrounding 8 women. I held back, not using my full strength. I didn't want to kill. I still had a lingering fear when I remembered the scene when I had first killed. In face of the 8 women's critical situation, their leader rapidly cast a ring of purple energy, wrapping around them and protecting them from my brilliant empire's attack. Their defensive spell was obviously hurried. Although they managed to react against my attack, they were still injured to an extent. The 8 women's cloaks were all destroyed by the threads of light element, exposing their form-fitting magic armor. A few cracks had appeared on their armor. Ah, what beautiful girls! Not only were their appearances beautiful, but even their figures had no flaws. Even I, who held little interest in women, had a quickened heartbeat. But when I lifted my head, I was astonished. It was impossible words to describe the beautiful scene before me. This was beauty unlike that of serene Dream Lake. To compare the two would be like comparing a glimmering ember and the luminous moon. Their leader wasn't in the same, sorry condition as her 8 subordinates. But the cloak that concealed her face had fallen off, revealing her indescribably beautiful appearance. It was that beautiful scene that stunned me. So beautiful, so very beautiful. Out of all the beautiful women I've met, they are incapable of being compared with her. She by no means held a vulgar beauty but a delicate and graceful one. If all the women of the world were to be compared, she alone would stand above the rest. I, who had never wavered before, started salivating. The beautiful woman saw me act like a lecherous pervert and noticed her own cloak had fallen off, quickly covering herself. "Teacher, quickly, help me kill this pervert." An eerie voice arrived. "Who dares to vex my little princess?" A chilly wind blew, the ice-cold voice removed passion from my heart, and not even a sliver remained. In the wake of the terrifying voice, a black smoke flashed. Then at the beautiful girl's side appeared a completely bound bamboo pole. To say he was a bamboo pole wouldn't be a slightest bit an exaggeration. Although I couldn't clearly see his stature, it would appear that out of his entire body, only the palm of his hand could be considered wide. "Teacher, it is him. He already knows our secret and have seen our appearances. Quickly, help me kill him. This beautiful woman is truly not capable of love. How could such a sweet voice say such vicious words, so readily willing to kill? Beautiful woman, you are very vicious. However, I like that. How about we become friends?" I frivolously tried to stop her. Without waiting for her to speak, the bamboo pole had flown over. Approaching me, he released a formidable, imposing pressure, rendering me unable to breathe. A master. I went on guard. A true master. Aside from Teacher D or Teacher Long, I haven't encountered anyone else capable of making me feel this pressure. I immediately became wary, covering my body with light element and defensive enchantments. That shady, ominous voice emerged once more, so it turns out to be a light magic boy. Aren't those who learn light magic few in number? Who said very few? How would you know, bamboo pole? Right now, light magic is very popular throughout the continent and I am the worst one. Humph, I must confront and mislead him. But I hadn't expected that these precise words had allowed humanity to avoid a calamity. What did you say, is this true? The continent's people use light magic? The intelligence I received is not as such. He is truly frank and outspoken, unable to differ lies from truth. I deliberately put on a serious face and said with exceptional earnest, "Of course it is true, do I have reason to lie to you?" "Of course I do, you can't tell lies from truth, even with your life on the line, hee." Within my mind I sinisterly laughed. "Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill him first, you cannot let him reveal our secret." The beautiful woman yelled from the side. This beautiful woman is really out to get her daddy. There isn't a single good thing about beautiful women. In the future, I'd better not take a beautiful woman for a wife. Fine. I'll first settle this, and then you'll go out and verify. The bamboo pole began chanting an incantation. "Mighty God of darkness, your servant humbly requests you, become an insatiable devourer. For this, I willingly offer my soul." Though I was ignorant, I could feel that his incantation used dark magic. I loudly yelled in surprise, "Magic race!" A black shadow emerged from behind the bamboo pole and came flying at me. I immediately cast Brilliant Empire, trying to meet his attack. But something unexpected happened. The black shadow did not engage with Brilliant Empire but rather turned into a large cover, gathering Brilliant Empire's pillar of light and trapping it within. I lost control over my spell, and soon the light element within the black cover gradually faded away. Volume 3, Chapter 5, Successful Escape. Volume 3, Chapter 5, Successful Escape. So powerful. Darkness magic is actually so powerful. They're of the demon race, so they have a hatred for humanity carved in their bones and engraved in their hearts. How could they possibly spare me? In the first place, I have never encountered them before, so I didn't know how to deal with darkness magic. This won't do, I need to run away. Safety is the most important after all. I can think of a method to deal with them in the future. I took advantage of the fact that the darkness magic was still covering up my Brilliant Empire to quickly use a short-range teleportation to leave the site. I picked a direction and did my best to flee. In fact, I didn't need to be so anxious about escaping. They didn't chase me at all. Even though that bamboo pole counteracted my Brilliant Empire, it still consumed a lot of power. Darkness magic and light magic are mutually restrictive after all. In the first place, he didn't have any advantages at all. After counteracting the Brilliant Empire's energy, the bamboo pole took a deep breath. That light magic was very powerful, but he also knows spatial magic. It seems that it will be impossible to chase him. He's so young yet he has so much strength. Ah. Princess, it seems that you still can't compare with him. Teacher, how are you? Don't tell me. Even you can't deal with him? Is he actually that powerful? The beautiful lady quickly went over to assist the bamboo pole. She had said that since she was unconvinced. Ah, princess. If what that youngster said just now is true, then our demon race is in danger. Sure enough, they are of the demon race. Their light magic is something we haven't faced for a long time. Its power is extraordinarily strong. It was clear that he hadn't used all of his strength yet. Although he can't be considered my match at the moment, in a few years he will surely surpass me. He also knows that the demon race has invaded humanity, so he will certainly take appropriate measures. It seems that we will have to temporarily stop our invasion of humanity. We will have to make clear the strength of humanity first before we can continue with our plans. Okay. I will listen to you. Then are we still going to the kingdom of Aisha? We're still going. However, all of you should go ahead and find a place to set up first. I must return to our country and report the situation to His Majesty first. I'll ask His Majesty whether or not we will alter our plans. Good. Then we will immediately set off. The beautiful lady turned towards the 8 maids and said, "How are your conditions? Quickly change into good clothes. We're setting off now. Once we've arrived at the city walls, we'll look for a place to rest and heal. Back to me." After running for who knows how long, I was gasping for breath. Ah. I'm so tired. I turned my head around as I ran and saw that there wasn't anyone chasing after me. There shouldn't be any problems if I stop running then. I found a shady tree and sat down before wiping away the sweat on my forehead. What did those demon race people come here to do? What kind of bad luck do I have to let me run into them? My luck is really bad today. Right after setting off on my journey, I have already met such a powerful enemy. It's a good thing I can run away quickly. I still felt a lingering fear when recalling the black cover the bamboo pole used on me. However, the leader of those girls was simply too beautiful. Does the demon race have many beautiful women? I originally thought those 2 elusive sisters were already very beautiful women, but this demon race woman is even more beautiful. I can't help but shake my head. Although my heart has never raced for any women before, this time I'm a bit tempted. But she's a bit too fierce. When she saw me, she didn't just want to beat me, she also wanted to kill me. If I married her in the future, then wouldn't my life be awfully miserable? A few passionate words and she'll give me her blade. It's already over. It seems that all beautiful women are fierce. In the future, it'll be fine if I just find an ordinary-looking girl to be my wife. It's enough to just look at beautiful women. I truly don't know what our protagonist is thinking. Right now he is continuously thinking about the issue concerning them and himself. He was unexpectedly thinking about how the demon race passed through the Si-Te-Luan stronghold and arrived at the Tianwu continent. What is their purpose? With my body exhausted and my spirit drained, I unconsciously fell asleep in the shade. I slept very well, and I woke up freezing. I opened my eyes and saw that it was already night. My body was wet with dew and sweat, I felt unbearably sticky. I wanted to immediately find a place to wash. Where is this? There seems to be light a small distance away. It looked like a village. Without any delay, I immediately ran toward it. I walked close and carefully looked. As expected, it is a village, a very small village. Probably about only 20 households. I walked toward to the largest house and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? An old voice passed through the door. Who is it? Hello, sir. I am a traveler. On a whim, I came here first. Could you let me stay here for the night? I will leave tomorrow, thank you. After a moment, the door opened. It was a wrinkly old grandpa. After he spent a moment examining me head from toe, he said, "Come in." Thank you. I answered at once and then followed the old man into the house. The house had about 3 different rooms. The living room was very simple, it only had a bench, a small table, a small stool, and a few domestic necessities. The old man poured a glass of water for me. I immediately answered, "Thank you. You don't have to be so polite." Where did you come from, young man? The old man asked with a smile. I came from the city of Senkei. I wanted to take a tour around the Shioda kingdom. I didn't conceal anything with these words. This isn't a secret that I have to hide. Senkei, that's the second largest city. I visited there when I was young. Oh, that's right, you still haven't ate. Look at me, old and senile. I'll go get you something to eat. I was indeed very hungry. I cannot be polite about this. In that case, I will trouble you. Actually, in my mind I still wanted to say, you should bring more, I eat a lot. I found a basin, and I scooped up a bit of water from the yard's water jar and washed my face. As expected, it was very refreshing. After I finish eating, I'll give myself a good wash. Time to eat, young man. The old man called from within the room. I'm coming. When I entered the room again, the small table already held many dishes on top of it, including a bamboo basket filled with steaming sweet potato and corn. There was also a bowl of fragrant sweet potato congee. This is great. Smelling the fragrant aromas of the meals, I felt like I was eat. Let's sit down and eat. Rural folk like me don't have anything good to treat guests with. This is already very good. At home, I always eat like this. I could no longer help it. I threw myself at the table's various foods and with all my might, tried to stuff it all in my stomach. The old man watched me eat with a knowing smile. With the battle concluded, I had cleared off all the food. I patted my bulging belly, satisfyingly said, I'm very full, I haven't eaten this much ever since I left home. Thank you truly. The old man rose and cleaned the battlefield. I also quickly set to the task. Letting me wolf down so much food, how could I possibly push the cleanup onto someone else? The old man didn't bother being polite and told me where the kitchen was. Volume 3, Chapter 6, Mercenary Guild. Volume 3, Chapter 6, Mercenary Guild. Finished cleaning, I went back to the living room. The old man seemed to be waiting for me. We're done. Let me bring you to where you'll be sleeping. Young man, you'll be sleeping here. Straight and simple, put it together. Ah, that's right, I still don't know your name. This old name is called Mage. You can call me uncle. I haven't married, I've been by myself. Here is good. Uncle, my name is Zhang Gong. Thank you. I sat on the bed and chatted with uncle. I heard him say we were near the Aisha kingdom's border. In the past, this place had once belonged to the kingdom of Shoda. The folk on this side are sincere and down to earth, and they all treated their guests well. After all, they are at the border, there aren't that many people who can use magic here. He also said that if I still wanted to go to the Shoda kingdom, I must be careful. Recently, it hadn't been very peaceful and secure over there. At our border, there are a few bandits that come and go as a result of our friendly relations. The territory's sovereignty is a sensitive topic, therefore it wasn't properly guarded. Hearing him talk about this location, I couldn't help but ask, then currently, is it impossible to go over there? No, everything is ordinary at our border city. Palama City assembled a large group of people and hired a few mercenaries as escorts. With this, it's already much safer. Oh, then I should go to Palama. There was still such a great thing. I should try out becoming a mercenary. I might even make some pocket money, hee hee. That uncle had clearly misunderstood my meaning. Right, since you want to go to the Shoda kingdom, it is better to travel from that place. Going together with merchants will also be much safer. Without needing to explain, I asked where I could wash. He told me there was a brook behind the village I could bathe in. I used the clear and cold river water to wash the dirt and fatigue. So comfortable. After washing, my body felt indescribably refreshed. From the dimensional storage I took out a set of clean clothes, and changed into them. Then I took the washed clean clothes and returned to that uncle's house. I lied down on the bed, thinking about today's events. Although I said that from now on I wouldn't take a beautiful woman as a wife, their fairy-like appearance continuously swam in my mind, and I dazingly entered slumberland. At dawn, I had finished eating breakfast with uncle and we said our goodbyes. According to his directions, I went forward to Palama City. Perhaps it is because merchants from both countries pass through here. Even though it was a border town, Palama was a very prosperous city. The main street was bustling with activity. All kinds of shops were dazzlingly light up like glittering jewels. I inquired the location of the Mercenary Guild from a passerby. The Mercenary Guild sign is a diamond coin with sword passing diagonally through it. I suppose the idea behind it was that mercenaries used their own skill to get their coin. Walking through the Mercenary Guild's entrance, I faced a very large hall. The hall had various sorts of desks all around. At center of the hall were many differently dressed people. There were those who wore warriors' clothing, mages' clothing, and there were even a few sharp-eared elves and a few short, rugged dwarves. Elves and dwarves are both classified as minorities, both are peaceful races. Elves are born archers, possessing keen senses and impressive eyesight and capable of learning any natural magic. Dwarves are powerful warriors and very skilled craftsmen. A great many high-quality weapons were forged by them. I walked to what I believed to the front desk, and inquired to the young lady behind it, "Excuse me, where could I receive mercenary missions?" The service lady took a glance at me. Seeing that I wore only ordinary clothing, she obviously wasn't very enthusiastic. She lazily said, "First go to the left over there and get a form and apply to become a mercenary. After that, you will get a mercenary's mission card. Then you can go to the right and receive missions." "Oh, thanks." I answered quickly and took a form. They asked for name and surname, profession, degree of ability and so on. On the form, for ability, I put that I was a great mage. When I gave the registry form to service lady, she said with surprise, "You're a great mage?" "That's right, what's the matter?" I, who diligently studied at Royal Magic Academy for a very long time, naturally didn't know that great mages were uncommon. "Do you have identification from the Magic Union?" "Of course I do." I took a Magic Union capability card from my bosom. A mage's ability and experience are all verified and confirmed within the Magic Union's record card. Everyone had their own unique magic card. That service lady anxiously authenticated it for a moment. She read it and mumbled, "Zhang Gong graduated from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, representative of his year. As a result of his exceptionally outstanding achievements at the Academy, he was exempt from testing and awarded with the title of Great Mage." Wow! You're a great mage that graduated from the Royal Magic Academy? Because of her voice was relatively loud, everyone present had heard. At the time, I became everyone's focus and felt somewhat embarrassed. "That's right, what's the matter? Can I become a mercenary or not?" Distracted for a moment, she promptly said, "You can, of course you can. Because you're a great mage, you are directly promoted to a rank C mercenary. You can accept any missions you believe you are capable of." "Rank C mercenary? Mercenaries are ranked?" I asked with doubt. She smiled at me, I suppose it because I was ignorant and inexperienced. Naturally, mercenaries have high to low ranks from S, A, B, C, D, E, F, to G. What missions a mercenary can accept depends on their rank. They are promoted in accordance to the difficulty and quantity of their completed missions. "Oh, so it's like that, thank you." I took the mercenary card that she handed to me, and then I walked to the desk on the right to look for a mission that went to Shoda. The service staff at the desk to the right knew that I was a great mage and treated me with an exceptionally friendly attitude. Seeing me walk over, they approached me and asked, "What rank of mission would you like to receive?" The rank doesn't matter. What matters is if it goes to the Shoda Kingdom. I want to travel there, so a mission heading there would be best. "Wait one moment, sir. I'll help you check." While she was searching, I was looking at the top tile of the mission board, and it was unexpectedly the first assignment that Teacher D had given me, to acquire Holy Sword, the weapon that the God of Creation had once used. Rank SSS, there are 3 S's. It is clearly going to be very difficult. The reward was also extraordinarily high, to go so far as to offer 100,000 diamond coins. I reckon that is about how much my country receives from taxes annually. Volume 3, Chapter 7, Eating and Eating. Volume 3, Chapter 7, Eating and Eating. I asked the service lady, "The reward for these 3S rank missions are so big, who could afford this?" This time not only did she laugh at me, but all the people around me looked at me as if I was an idiot. What are they looking at? It's just that I don't know since it's my first time out in the world. I'll just ignore them then. Since the beginning of the mercenary guilds, this mission has had the highest rank. It's already been like this for over 1,000 years. If someone actually managed to complete this mission, they can just go to the capital and claim this reward. The power of the divine artifact will be even greater if it recognizes its master. Teacher D has already told me that even if I happen to find a divine artifact, I won't necessarily be able to obtain it. I must obtain the divine artifact's approval first before I can attain it. This much I already know. Oh. So it's actually like this. Have you found the mission I wanted yet? With so many people staring at me, I really want to leave at once. Here's a mission that suits you quite well. It's a B rank mission. The mission is to escort a merchant to the capital of the Shoda Kingdom, Shoda City. The reward for this mission is 300 diamond coins. However, this type of mission is usually accepted by a whole mercenary company. Will you be fine by yourself? How many people are there in a mercenary company? It would be better to find some other people to accept this mission with. Safety is the most important thing after all. It's not exact, but the minimum is around 10 people. I surveyed my surroundings, then abruptly shouted, "Any mercenary groups that want to take this mission, I want to join." This truly is clever of me. If I don't want to do this mission by myself, then I can just find a mercenary company to join. How wonderful! I probably won't meet any bandits, and even if I do, they'll take care of it. I'll certainly be safe this way. I truly am too clever. While I was being infatuated with my cleverness, I heard a loud voice. "Then you can join us since we're also thinking about taking this mission." Ah, what a loud voice. It frightened me just now. I turned my head to look at the owner of the voice. Wah! He's so huge. His height is over 2 meters and a foot. He had a wild beard on his face and he was carrying a huge axe on his back. With a single look I could tell that he had the strength of one who trains in martial skills. "Hello, you guys are a mercenary company?" I courteously asked. "Ah, yes, that's right. We're the famous Holy Sword Mercenary Company," the huge person said in a straightforward manner. "How many people are in your group?" "We have about 20 people in our company, but they're all martial practitioners. We're from the Shoda Kingdom, so we wanted to take this mission as we could use it to go home conveniently. We're lacking a mage. So how about it? Do you want to join us?" 20 people. That's not a small number, but I don't know how their strength is. Looking at his appearance, I estimated that if he had Earth Battle Spirit, it would be quite good. "Then what warrior rank are you right now?" "Me? I'm on the verge of reaching the level where I can get the authentication of a knight. Most of the people in the company are intermediate rank warriors. An intermediate warrior is equivalent to an intermediate mage." "Oh. So that is to say you're an advanced warrior. That's fine then. I wish to join your ranks until we finish this mission. However, I have a few conditions I hope you can agree to. Although their strength isn't that powerful, I really like this big guy." The big guy blanked out for a moment. "What conditions?" I muttered to myself before saying, "There are 3 conditions. Number 1, I want you guys to prepare a carriage for me during the journey since I'm a mage, so I don't have much physical strength. Number 2, I won't be considered to be part of your mercenary company but simply as an ally. I don't want you guys to command me. Naturally, I will dispose of any dangers. Number 3, I want 1/10 of the reward money." The first 2 conditions were a bit harsh, but the last condition was actually advantageous to them. The big guy thought about it for a bit before agreeing to them. He only needs a passable carriage and it'll be done. What would I do with all this money? It would just be pocket change to me. What's more, they have to split it among 20 people. If I asked for more, they wouldn't make much profit. I'm still outstandingly kind and honest after all. After accepting the mission and deciding on when we would assemble, we left the mercenary guild. First off, I want to go find a good restaurant to comfort my stomach. Apart from that time I ate my fill at that uncle's house, I've been eating rations for the rest of the journey. My stomach nearly revolted after that. After exiting the Mercenaries Guild and walking quite a bit, I saw a restaurant with a big sign called the Signature Tavern. What an interesting name. I'll eat here then. As soon as I entered the restaurant, a server came over to welcome me. "Hello, mister. May I ask how many people are with you?" "It's just me. Please give me a more peaceful area." "Okay then. The second floor is a bit more peaceful. I'll bring you over then." I followed the server to the second floor, then sat down at a table beside the window. As expected, it's really peaceful here. Maybe it's because it isn't dinner time yet, but there was only a sparse number of people. "What kind of special dishes do you guys have here?" I was already a bit impatient, since my stomach wouldn't wait for them. It continued to protest. "Our specialty here is stir-fried duck hearts, dong pa pork, he continuously listed off 10 different dishes. They all sounded quite good. I'm already beginning to drool. It's fine now. You don't need to continue. The dishes you said just now, bring me all of them. I also want 10 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. Hurry up. Can you eat this much? The skeptical server has met the rice bucket. Just hurry up and do it. What are you asking so many questions for? It's not like I'm not paying for it. After driving away the server, I was already beginning to anticipate my delicacies. They were really fast. In not too long, my table was filled with an incomparable feast. There wasn't any wine. I haven't started drinking yet. I'll speak about it when I have the change in the future. My mouth suddenly opened wide. I took the chopsticks and began my struggle. My speed isn't that slow. It only took me about 1 hour to finish it. Actually, I didn't really take my time eating a lot of the dishes. No matter the taste, it just slipped straight into my stomach. Not bad. Truly not bad. Server, the bill please. The server walked over. In total that was 3 gold coins and 4 silver coins. Oh. I took out the amethyst card from my chest pocket and gave it to him. Will the card be fine? When the server saw me take out an amethyst card, his face had a look of reverence on it. Please wait a moment. I'll go look for my boss. In order to use the card, he needs to find the boss. So troublesome. Forget about it. I'll just wait then. In any case, I sat there motionlessly. Author's note, who told you to be such a good-for-nothing Zhang Gong? Recklessly eating so much. There are people who are saving money who can't eat. Yet you have so much waste. Corruption and waste are the biggest sins. Author, speechless. Volume 3, Chapter 8, Encountering Bandits. Volume 3, Chapter 8, Encountering Bandits. A short and stout middle-aged man walked over. Hello, sir. Was it you that wanted to use the amethyst card to pay the bill? That's right. What's the matter? I lazily answered. I've eaten my fill. Right now my greatest concern was going to bed. May I ask you what your profession is? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I am a mage. What does this have to do with the meal? Let me pay the bill immediately, I want to go. It's like this, the reason why we are called Signature Tavern is because every person that eats here either has great ability or a position in society. So long as you write your signature here, you can eat a meal for free. So there was such a good thing. Then I'll give you my autograph. Eat a meal without paying, not bad. Then what is your mage rank? I took out my Magic Union identification card. Great Mage, is this a high enough rank? The shopkeeper's face showed a pleasantly surprised smile. That is high enough. Without doubt. Then I will inconvenience you. With just a casual signature on the names of 4 delicious dishes, I was excused from paying for several gold coins worth of food. It seems that the magic identification card has its uses, not bad. Later generations testify to the shop owner's wisdom, for the Child of Light's autograph was later auctioned off for 20,000 diamond coins. I randomly picked a hotel to stay the night. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the East City Gate. That was where I made an appointment with the strong man yesterday. There were a truly great amount of people and great many carriages parked on the roadside. I suppose this is the caravan I'm supposed to escort. Isn't that the strong man? From a glance, he looked like he was chatting with a few merchants. Hi, I've come. When are we leaving? Ah, you came. Let me introduce you. This is the leader of the caravan we are escorting, Mr. Li Ci Meng. He said, pointing at a stout merchant. This person is a great mage. Ah, that's right. I still don't know your name. My name is Long Meng Hai. My name is Zhang Gong Wei. Greetings everyone, I am honored to be escorting you all with Long Meng. Mr. Meng looked at me bedaubed. You are a great mage? That's right, what? Not convinced? Oh great light elements, heed my call, friends. Congregate in front of me, become a holy light annihilating everything. I only displayed my own strength, so that I could take it easy during the journey. Following my incantation, my body suddenly dispatched a dazzling white light pushing away everyone within 5 meters of me. If any of you have the slightest knowledge of magic, you should that was a rank 6 spell. My voice transmitted from within the holy light. My powerful spell caught the interest of everyone present, and they all gasped with surprise. I withdrew my holy light. With this you should be convinced. As expected of a merchant, Mr. Meng immediately walked over with a smile across his face. Excuse us, we shouldn't have doubted you, great mage. With you on this journey, our safety is guaranteed. Long Meng also walked over. A moment ago when I released the power of holy light, he hadn't been able to resist even the slightest. He said ashamedly, to tell the truth, I had also doubted your abilities at the beginning. Now I know how silly I was. In this escort mission, my mercenary company and I have decided to listen to your orders. With everyone flattering me, I got a bit carried away. You don't have to do that. I just didn't want everyone to think I was only here for food, hee hee. You'll still be in charge, I don't want to. If something happens, it will be fine to just call for me. Like that, the journey had started with me and Long Meng's mercenary company escorting about 100 merchant carriages. Because I had displayed my strength, everyone had treated me with admiration, letting ride in the most luxurious carriage and receiving the best rations during mealtime. I also became a freeloader. It seemed that magic was truly not widely learned. Knowing magic had many benefits, not only having to not pay for food at a restaurant, but I can also freeload off of the mercenaries, ha! My carriage is at the center of the caravan. It is said so that I could look after the entire caravan from front to end. Just when I was about to fall asleep, someone had shook me awake. It was Long Meng. He looked exhausted, his brow beaded with sweat. What's the matter? I lazily asked. It's bad. It seems we've come across bandits. Long Meng said nervously. That's not possible. There are people that dare to rob such a large caravan? In my mind, I imagined about 20 to 30 bandits. We have a large amount of men? Why don't you go out and take a look? Long Meng was clearly a bit nervous. It seemed somewhat amiss. I dropped from the carriage, and was stunned by the situation before me. Now I knew why Long Meng had sweated so much, because I had also broke a cold sweat. On top of the hills, I saw a group of more than 300 men before me. Such a large bandit group, how did I end up with such terrible luck? I originally believed I could comfortably complete this mission, but it seems this time there's going to be a bit of trouble. Long Meng's mercenary company and I came together to the front. The bandit group had arrived in front of us in a flash, and scattered in every direction, creating an impenetrable encirclement. Tell your leader to come out and answer. A bandit arrogantly yelled. Long Meng, Mr. Meng, and I all looked at each other. Who'll go? They suddenly pushed me out. This is too unjust. But I already came out. Let's take a look. Honestly, to run away by myself is unacceptable. It's possible to flee, but I'm not that afraid. I walked forward a few steps. May I ask how we may help all of you gentlemen? After I asked, the bandits immediately gave an arrogant, hearty laugh. Who do you think we are? Leave all of your belongings behind at once and I, your father, will release you. Or else, hee hee. Their black battle-armored boss said loudly. Elder brothers, we all aren't that easy. Won't you let us go? I pleaded. Let you go? We waited a month with great difficulty for an attractive, wealthy target and you want us to let you go? What a delusion. It looks like it'll be impossible to pass. I was suddenly hit with a bright idea, and recalled what Teacher D and I had discussed. The people of the Shoda Kingdom truly value face, especially the pride of a knight. It seemed I can exploit this. Excuse me, you, leader, are you a knight? My words were hard and firm, piercing through the leader's black battle armor. Before he replied, a bandit viciously said, of course. Our boss is a heaven knight. That leader wore an obviously proud appearance. Not bad, they fell into my trap. Volume 3, Chapter 9, Bandit Leader's Charge. Volume 3, Chapter 9, Bandit Leader's Charge. Then how about we make a bet? What sort of bet? He obviously didn't put me in his eyes. I pretended to think for a bit. Let's just bet you won't be able to beat me. My words immediately made all the bandits burst out in wild laughter, apart from the silent bandit standing beside the bandit chief. The chief bandit didn't even stop to think and immediately replied, okay. I'll bet with you. But we won't just be betting on all of your merchandise, we'll also be betting the lives of everyone in your party. You still want to bet? It seems he wasn't foolish to make use of my group. Now I'm put into a difficult position. I have to take into consideration the lives of several hundred people. Please let us discuss this for a moment. I returned to our party. You all heard my conversation with the chief bandit. What do you guys think? Long Meng excitedly said, I hand my life over to you, great mage, I'm sure you can win against him. How about it, brothers? All the mercenaries under Long Meng shouted in uniform, we'll bet. A proper group of brave men. I turned to the caravan leader, Mr. Meng, what about you guys, are you willing to put your lives in my hands? Mr. Meng was very hesitant, can you let me discuss it more with that chief bandit? Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Although Long Meng's mercenaries were glaring at him, I didn't express anything. Alright, you can try to negotiate again. I accompanied Mr. Meng to the bandits. Mr. Meng very politely said, if us merchants don't participate in this bet, can you let us just give you the merchandise and not die? The chief bandit impatiently said, fine, you are so troublesome. Quickly decide what you're going to do. Originally, we could easily capture you guys. We just agreed to your request to let you guys accept defeat. I'm not going to be so polite anymore if you don't decide soon. Mr. Meng pondered for a bit. First he helpless said to me, I have to ensure everyone's safety. I hope you can understand. Then he turned to the chief bandit, we are willing to hand over all the merchandise. I silently sighed. Originally, there was an opportunity to withdraw without loss. But now I'd rather not fight, as there's no longer any reason to. However, spoken words are like spilled water, they can no longer be taken back. Seeing the chief bandit's pleased look, I, who was rarely angered, was somewhat upset. First I calmly said to Mr. Meng, since you do not trust me, then from now on I along with Long Meng's mercenary company will hereby end our employment under you. Mr. Meng shook his head and went back sighing. It seems that he was going to prepare his goods for delivery. I represent myself and these 20 brothers of mine in an exchange of pointers with you. If I win, you let us go. If I lose, our lives are yours. I said resolutely with gritted teeth. With my strength, I believed that there was no way I could lose against a heaven knight. Good. Boy, you have courage. Come. All of the bandits went out, leaving a large, empty expanse. It seems that the people of Shoda greatly care about the fair nature of an exchange of pointers. Long Meng's company were also in the surrounding encirclement, giving me confidence. Those merchants were looking from the distance, waiting for our match to end to hand over their goods. I gave the brothers in Long Meng's mercenary company a confident smile, and loudly said, brothers, believe in me, I will definitely bring everyone out of this troubling situation. At the center of the site, the bandit leader and I stood face to face. I calmly threw off my outer robe and waved my right hand, come, dimensional storage. Boy, you are a mage. Then you certainly won't use a horse. I will not use one either. Let us immediately start this match. It seems this bandit is truly worthy of being considered a heaven knight. He truly has a knightly demeanor. From the dimensional pocket, I took out my light god's robe and wore it. After all, I am bearing the lives of tens of people. I must be cautious. Wearing the light god's robe, I immediately gained much spirit power. I cast several defensive enchantments on myself. Come, let me experience this heaven knight's strength. The bandit wildly laughed, drew his sword, and flew straight towards me. So fast, I only saw a dim shadow for a flash of a moment, and he had arrived in front of me, in one blur, chopping at my shoulder. He is truly fast, so fast that I don't even have enough time to teleport. I waved my right hand and brilliant rays of light came forth to obstruct him. The bandit stopped for a moment. Are you a mage or a warrior? How come you have heaven battle spirit? I'm not using battle spirit. This is just another method of using magic. This is my real strength. Right now I could even cast some rudimentary spells without chanting. I only need to will it, then the light elements will congregate into the result I want. This took me 3 years to comprehend. Although there's still a gap between me and Teacher D, my power is unexpectedly similar to using battle spirit. At the moment, the bandit wasn't attacking me at all since I was simply too great. Even though I managed to block his attack earlier, my whole right side is numb now. After all, fighting each other like soldiers with short weaponry certainly isn't a mage's strong points. I won't give him this sort of opportunity again. Using teleportation, I moved out of his range. It seems like I'll have to use some stronger spells since his battle spirit is actually so powerful. His probing attack just now nearly injured me. If he had used all his strength I would have been unable to resist. I continuously used teleportation to change my position. He's actually really quick as he was only a bit slower than me while I was using teleportation magic. I'm afraid he'll cut me down if I stop. This situation can't continue on. I dodged to the side and started chanting an incantation. My hands started to emit a faint white light. The radiance grew stronger. This is a different spell than the one I had just used. This is my improved light-severing sword. With a wave of my hand, I can control my magic, using it to directly attack. It is a rank 6 spell, and its single-target attack power is exceptionally strong. It is greatly suited to this situation. If Brilliant Empire isn't necessarily able to hit him because of his speed, and area attacks too large or spread too thin to be able to harm him, then currently, I can only use light-severing sword and stake it all. I suddenly stopped and turned around with a white light. He immediately used a battle spirit movement technique and slashed at me with his knight swords that were emitting the same white light. I willed my magic to block it. That's right. Don't run away. It isn't satisfying if you run away. Fine then. I'll give something satisfying. Fast as lightning, I shot one light-severing sword after another at him. In return, he brandished his knight's sword to block them. Although I was unable to injure him, he was also unable to attack me. Now we'll see who lasts longer, my magic power or his battle spirit. Volume 3, Chapter 10, The Formidable Xiao Jin. Volume 3, Chapter 10, The Formidable Xiao Jin. The whole area we were fighting in was filled to the brim with my magic and his battle spirit. I secretly complained within my heart, why did I have to encounter such a powerful bandit? Don't tell me. Are all the people of Shoda are this strong? That's too scary to imagine. His battle spirit seemed to gradually dwindle. It seems that this was more than he could handle. I finally saw a ray of hope. Even though I used up a lot of magic power, I could still sustain this. Immediately, I took advantage of this opportunity and accelerated my attacks. My efforts weren't in vain. He was careless and got hit in the shoulder. He was sent flying quite a far distance. The power of a rank 6 attack spell is truly frightening. Even if he had battle spirit protecting his body, I don't think he would get off with light injuries. I stopped my magical assault since I knew that an exchange between knights stops when the opponent is unable to fight back anymore. Since he has his grace, why can't I also act like a knight? After he got up from the ground, I saw that his left shoulder was somewhat unnatural. He gave me an eccentric laugh and roughly said, "Brat, I didn't expect you to be this strong. It's admirable that at such a young age you have already reached this level. Regardless of the outcome of this exchange, I'll release you guys." Actually, I knew that if you guys truly wanted to run, we wouldn't be able to stop you at all. But you stayed behind for your friends. I can really admire this as a fellow man. Regardless of the outcome? What does that mean? Could it be that he still has enough strength to strike back? I indifferently replied, "Then I'll thank you first. I also admire your chivalrous spirit." These were my heartfelt words. As he brushed off the dirt on him, he said, "I'll let you see my true strength. Come out, war tiger." In the wake of his words, a big brightly colored fierce tiger came out with a majestic roar. "This is my magical beast, war tiger. You can also summon your magical beast, then we can fight each other with all of our strength. I haven't enjoyed myself for so long." War tiger, fusion. The war tiger gave out a long roar before charging into the bandit. In a flash, the man and tiger fused into one. On his body appeared some tiger-striped armor. It covered up all the important parts of his body, in total covering about 60% of his body. Even on his knight's sword appeared some stripes. His hair was let down magnificently. This imposing manner of his gave me a sense of being overwhelmed. Wah! This is the armor of a successful fusion between a warrior and his magical beast. Teacher D told me before that a warrior's magical beast is similar to a mage's magical beast. They both aid their master to attack and defend. However, if the magical beast reaches rank 7 and the master has heaven battle spirit, it can fuse with the master and become armor. This will also increase the master's attack abilities. In comparison to individual combat, this way was much more powerful. Being able to create armor by fusing with his magical beast means that he's already approaching the level of a radiant knight, equivalent to a magister. Let me experience your magical beast too. It seems that I'll lose if I don't let Xiao Jin out to fight with me. I still haven't pieced myself together from the shadow of Xiao Jin's last battle. I'll try it out and let Xiao Jin out. It's different from those days. Xiao Jin shouldn't be defeated that easily now. Come out, Xiao Jin. In a flash of golden light, Xiao Jin's huge body appeared and nestled up against my side. It was clear that Xiao Jin's appearance gave him a fright. He said in surprise, "Ah! What kind of magical beast are you? You're so big." The current Xiao Jin was over 10 meters long and from head to toe he was covered in white scales with 3 golden stripes flickering with light. The horn on his head has also grown a lot and the large wings on his back were only slightly shorter in length than a person's height. On his abdomen 5 sharp claws scratched the ground. He looked extremely domineering. I discovered that Xiao Jin didn't want to fight at all. He gave out a cheerful roar since he hadn't been outside for so long. It might be that he thought I brought him out to play. It wasn't until I told him we had enemies through telepathy that he nervously shook his adorable head to look around us. He sensed that only the bandits there were a threat to me and asked telepathically, "Are these the enemies?" I gave him an affirmative response. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jin suddenly had the imposing manner of a king and began to ferociously glare at the opposing bandits. All of his scales were erect and he even unfurled his wings and waved them, causing a small sandstorm. This frighteningly imposing manner caused all of the surrounding bandits to scatter in all directions as they shouted, "Monster! Stop, stop! I don't want to battle anymore." From within the sandstorm came the bandit's voice. I promptly told Xiao Jin to stop, but within my heart, I couldn't help but be baffled by the bandit. Neither me nor Xiao Jin have attacked him yet, he had already surrendered. Damn! What kind of magical beast is this? It's way too terrifying. My war tiger already seems to be afraid of him and wants to separate from my body. I admit defeat, so hurry up and recall him. It turns out that when the bandit confronted Xiao Jin, he already knew that he was unable to contend with me. So he took the initiative to admit defeat. Indeed, Xiao Jin is so strong that even I can't believe it. I know that right now I'm absolutely not Xiao Jin's opponent. Especially considering his imposing manner of a king just now. I was flabbergasted. Was this actually my Xiao Jin who was so cute and adorable before? Xiao Jin unwillingly returned to my body. I suddenly felt weak. I have consumed a lot of magic power. Even though I wasted a lot of magic power during the exchange of pointers, summoning Xiao Jin also consumed a lot due to how powerful he is. I supply him with all of his energy. He didn't attack, otherwise I would have collapsed. It seems like I still have a long way to go. If in the future me and Xiao Jin are able to display our full powers simultaneously, I estimate that our strengths wouldn't be too far off from a legendary Grand Magister's. After the dust had gradually settled, I could see the bandit not far from me standing there while being covered in dirt. He has already recalled his war tiger. I couldn't find a single thread of hostility in his gaze as he helplessly looked at me. By relying on Xiao Jin's formidable power, I've beaten him. Letting out a bitter laugh, he said to me, "I've got to say, my boy, this magical beast of yours is too abnormal." "Ah, how did you find him?" "I don't know what sort of breed he is." I replied with a smile, "I don't know what breed he is either. I only know that he's my best friend." "Actually, you didn't lose at all. It's just that your magical beast couldn't compare to mine. Our strengths are about equally matched." I reckon that my words have satisfied his vanity since he couldn't conceal his excitement. "All right then. You're a real brother. We're friends from now on then." Volume 3, Chapter 11, Having a Bandit as a Friend. Volume 3, Chapter 11, Having a Bandit as a Friend. The chief bandit cheerfully said, "All right then, brother. You and your friends can go now. I'll just go and receive the spoils of war now." Ha ha. I really didn't expect that in the end there would be this sort of result. Simply too dramatic. Unexpectedly, I became friends with the bandit robbing me. When the caravan leader, Mr. Meng, saw that we had turned enemy into friend, his heart felt unwell. Within his heart he was unceasingly scolding himself for having such poor judgment. Without looking at me, he quickly walked over to Long Meng and begged, "Long Meng. Talk with the great Mage Zhang Gong to help us by getting these older brothers to let us off. If we lose all of this merchandise, our losses will truly be too big." With a disdainful look, Long Meng coldly replied, "Isn't it too late now? Who told you guys not to trust Zhang Gong? Who is to blame? Blame yourselves. I wouldn't have any face if I helped you guys to plead. Yes. It's all because of my poor judgment. I was too selfish. But we, the elderly, are above and below are the young. There are a lot of people this time whose loss would be the same as losing their family fortune. I beg of you, help me talk to him." Mr. Meng was already shedding tears as he said this. Even though Long Meng looked the fool on the outside, but within, he was extraordinarily kind-hearted. After seeing Mr. Meng, a grown man, crying, his heart softened. Helplessly, he said, "Fine then. Don't be like this. I'll go and try, but I can't guarantee that Zhang Gong will agree." Thank you. You truly are a good person. I heard their conversation long ago since I was right behind them. I contemplated this for a bit. It isn't easy for a merchant to survive either. Forget it. There's no need to lower myself to their level. Without even letting Long Meng to open his mouth, I hurriedly said, "Fine then. No need to say any more, Long Meng. I'll go and try pleading for them." I walked over to the bandits that were currently taking inventory of the merchandise and embarrassingly said, "This is really embarrassing. I will have to inconvenience you." The bandit chief straightforwardly said, "What's there to feel embarrassed about? If you have something to say, then just say it. It's like this, you see. It isn't easy for these merchants either, so would it be possible for you guys to let them off this time? After all, this is the first time I've received a mercenary mission, so I wouldn't want to stop midway and pay the fees." The chief bandit shook his head and awkwardly said, "I'm afraid that it's impossible for us to spit out that fat meat that's already in our mouths. Why do you still want to help them? Didn't you see the true face of that band of profiteers just now? They don't trust you at all, so why do you still bother with them?" While also feeling very awkward, I let out a sigh. Ah. There's nothing to be done about it then. First of all, they're my customers, and second, they also have wives and children. I only hope you wouldn't be too harsh on them. I know that you must have your own difficulties, but everyone have to give themselves a way out. The chief bandit's face sank with gloom. Are you threatening me? I stared at him in the eye unyieldingly. Of course I'm not threatening you. I just hope you will agree to my request. In the future I will certainly pay you back the favor. Under my resolute gaze, he gradually softened and released a gentle sigh. Helplessly, he said, I truly can't say no to you, but I really like your character. I can agree to releasing one horse for them, but not the rest. I want half of the merchandise since I have so many brothers following me. I definitely can't let them return empty-handed. Besides that, I have one more condition. His answer was already very satisfying, since these unscrupulous merchants should also be taught a lesson. This is the best possible outcome. With a smile, I said, then I'll thank you first. Just tell me what condition you have and I will do my best to satisfy you. My condition is very harsh. Your heart must be prepared. If you can't do it, then the previous agreement will have been a waste. My heart tensed up and I clenched my teeth. Say it then. I'll do it if I can. Will he deliberately embarrass me? He wouldn't want me to strip, would he? Laughingly, he said, my condition is, he deliberately drew out this word to cause me to feel suspense. It's to invite you to go to our mountain stronghold as a guest. After hearing his words, it was like unloading a ball of gas. I became soft and nearly fell collapsed onto the ground. I collapsed. I violently collapsed. Ah! How can this be considered a condition? It's too simple. I said with a weak voice, Boss, I'll do it. Flabbergasted, he replied, What? You don't wish to go to our place as a guest? Then forget about it. I'll cancel the agreement. I hastily replied, No. I want to go. I want to go see what it's like at your place. Are you trying to scare me to death? Abruptly, he gave out a hearty laugh of rejoice. Ha ha! You've been fooled by me. This is my revenge. I was speechless. With the chief bandit's promise, the crowd of bandits returned half of the merchandise to the merchants. These profiteering merchants thanked me until I grew annoyed. I don't care about them at all. I told Long Meng the chief bandit's condition and told them to escort the caravan to Shoda first. I need to go to the bandit's nest for a few days as a guest after all. Initially, Long Meng was firmly opposed to this, but after my unceasing explanations of how the chief bandit definitely won't harm me, he finally agreed. He said he'd definitely follow me in the future, so I must arrive at Shoda safely. I accidentally received so many little brothers. I also have some means. I told him we would speak of this in the future when I arrive in Shoda and find them. After watching the walk away, I turned around and looked at the chief bandit. I said with a smile, Boss, let us go then. Oh, that's right. I still don't know your name. My name is Zhang Gong. I'm 16, but I'll be turning 17 this year. Everyone calls me Zhang, so you can call that too. I don't wish to carry my former name anymore. This year I'm 29 years old, so I'm much older than you. Then I'll be your older brother. Inwardly I thought, surely he has some extreme circumstances in his past. It would be best not to touch upon it. I answered, of course. It goes without saying that you're the big brother. Let's go then. Let me go and see what your nest is like. While saying this, I made a bandit give me horse before rushing onwards. You know the way? It'd be better if I lead the way. Zhang, whose horse was evidently much more excellent. In a moment he already caught up to me and rode beside me. Their nest is within the mountains of the border between Aixia and Xiuda. It wouldn't be accurate to call it a bandit's nest. It would be better to call it village due to its large scale. Furthermore, Zhang, who was precisely the village's chief. Whether young or old, when the women and children saw the bandits return with so many valuables, they all welcomed the bandits as if they were heroes. The scale of this bandit village wasn't small at all. The mountains encircled this small village situated in a depression within the mountains, thus providing a natural barrier for them. It was as if the whole village fused together with the surrounding mountains. How verdant and lush. If I didn't know any better, I would think this was an isolated world. Volume 3, Chapter 12, Ye Big Brother Zhang Hu. Volume 3, Chapter 12, Ye Big Brother Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu and I entered the village. He really is the village's idol. When someone sees him they always greet him. He also responds to them one by one. He let all of his subordinates return home and brought me to his residence. He lived in a simple, crude reed house in the deepest part of the village. Surrounding it was a very tattered fence. I said jeeringly, "You should repair this house, otherwise the wind will blow you away together with it." He didn't care about my jeers. My words seemed to evoke a worry on his mind. He murmured, "On the 8th month, a great autumn wind furiously roared and swept up my house's heavy reeds. The reeds flew to the river and scattered throughout. Up high, the winds takes the branches of tall trees. Down below, it creates a whirlwind, hollowing the ground beneath it. Before, I lived a life of luxury, now there is nothing. Contrary, only a simple, basic life is my goal now." I patted his shoulder. "It seems that you are also deeply heartbroken by these past events. Can you tell me about it? I am willing to hear you out. Let everything out of your heart, you'll certainly feel much better." He looked at me. His eyes displayed the gaze of an intimate friend, and said boldly with abandon, "Right, continuously stifling my heart's thoughts have made me feel unwell. Today I will let you hear. Walk, let us enter the house, and talk and drink." He had never married and lived by himself. He brought out a jar of wine from who knows where and brought out a few simple dishes. "Let's eat. Little brother, tomorrow I'll let them give you something a bit better." I immediately said, "This is already very good." He took out 2 large wine cups and said, "Come, let's drink." I said embarrassed, "I never drank wine before." "How about you drink by yourself?" Not drinking is out of the question. Wine is a truly good thing. We men have enough hardships for a lifetime. With no smoking, tobacco, with no drinking, you might as well live life as a dog. Come, drink. It was hard to refuse such great hospitality. I wanted to try wine and experience what it tastes like. "All right, today I will keep your company and drink with you." I picked up the wine jar and filled our cups to the brim. We raised our cups level to each other and drained it in one gulp. I respect Big Brother, respect for finishing first. He had a happy appearance and took another drink. Good, drink to your heart's content. When we drank the wine, I started to feel a bit hot, yet I also smelled a pure, simple fragrance. With it, it isn't very hard to drink. But the inside of my stomach felt like a fire burning. I felt as if my whole stomach was aflame. My face held a deep red. A good half day later, my energy started to slowly come back. Zhang laughingly said, "Aren't you drinking a bit slowly? This wine's strength cannot be considered weak. Your stomach for liquor will definitely be pretty good in the future. If an average person drank a cup of this wine of mine, they would be on the brink of death." With a red face, I said, "Oh, so it turns out to be that kind of wine." I hurriedly tried the dishes. After we ate for a while, I asked, "Big brother, why have you become a bandit? With skill like yours, you should be able to go anywhere and receive great status." Zhang sighed, saying, "Little brother, you wouldn't know. Before, I was also high-spirited like you. I was previously regarded as a genius of the Shioda Kingdom's young generation. When I was 20 years old, I had already become a heaven knight. At the time, I was a symbol of my family's glory, what everyone had hoped to accomplish." He stopped here and drank a large mouthful of wine. I interrupted saying, "Then what about later?" He continued, saying, "Later, I joined the army. Because of my outstanding performance, I gained the admiration of everyone. Quickly, I climbed to a position that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. You should know about the Shioda Kingdom's trump unit. The Earth Dragon Corps? I heard Teacher D talk about it before. If on plain terrain, a single Earth Dragon Legion could easily get rid of any adversary. Earth Dragons have extraordinarily strong magic defenses. Unless it comes across exceptionally high-rank magic, it would be fundamentally impossible to harm it and its knights. On the East continents, only the Shioda Kingdom produced an Earth Dragon, but the numbers are quite sparse." "Right, you're correct. At the time, among the 3 Earth Dragon Corps, I was their strongest leader." "Ah." It turned out that he had once been so formidable. "Then at the time, you were very proud of yourself. What about your Earth Dragon?" "I heard when Earth Dragons recognize a master, it will eternally follow him." Zhang continued to pour himself many cups of wine and painfully said, "My Earth Dragon's name was Zhang. He was the strongest Earth Dragon in the Earth Dragon Corps. The greatest reason for I am now like this is because of him. During our first training session, because of my mistake, Xiao Zhen sacrificed his life. He sacrificed his life to save me." He painfully grabbed the hair on his own head. I grabbed his hand and consoled him, "Don't do that. These matters have already passed. There is no use in regretting it now. You must start pulling yourself together." Perhaps because my consoling had impacted him, he gradually became tranquil. We continued to drink and chat. He said since Xiao Zhan died, he had never been able to forgive himself. Everyone had blamed him, they all said it was his fault that his precious Earth Dragon had died. This also caused him to be dismissed from his position as a corps head. At that time, he had begun to learn to drink alcohol. Every day drunk, every day looking at others with indifference. He couldn't endure it and ran away. Without a goal, he wandered aimlessly without direction until he arrived here. Coming here, everyone was pressed to banditry. That is because of Zhang skills, it was only natural the people of Villagely would be put to order. But later, because he sympathized with the bandits' lives and was simultaneous wanting for a home, he had also stayed behind and became their bandit chief. So it turned out that his past was so complicated. I was deeply moved. I drank a mouthful of wine and said outspokenly, Big brother, I greatly admire your character. Hick. How about we become sworn brothers?" My tongue had already become large. Currently the wine had already become sweet. I saw two Zhang swaying in my eyes. Zhang also drank almost as much as I'd. Good little brother, big brother recognizes this little brother. In the future, if anything happens, tell big brother. Big brother will surely help you settle the matter. I embraced his broad shoulder and while swaying, I lifted the cup, saying, Great, for the affections of us as brothers, come, let's dry these cups. It was as such, he drank a cup, I drank a cup, taking turns until we both finally completely toppled over. Ah, my head really hurts. In the morning, I managed to wake up, feeling dizzy and muddle-headed. Moreover, with this tremendous head pain. Little brother, you're awake. Zhanhu's voice came over. Oh, big brother, my head, why does it hurt so much? Ha, yesterday you drank so much, how could your head not hurt? Zhanhu said with a smile. Then how are you alright? I wondered. I drink every day, I've already adapted. Little brother, yesterday you said you wanted us to become sworn brothers. Is that true? Sober, I said, of course, I would be honored to have an older brother such as yourself. Emotionally moved, Zhanhu said, very well, I recognize you as my younger brother. Why don't you stand, go wash your face and eat something. Then your head won't hurt. Afterwards, it was precisely because of Zhanhu's assistance that the Child of Light was able to obtain true love. Furthermore, Zhanhu had later become an unforgettably mighty character in history. Volume 3, Chapter 13, Exchange of Skills. Volume 3, Chapter 13, Exchange of Skills. Name Zhanhu, height 184 cm, weight 80 kg. Major magic N/A, minor magic N/A. Magical Beast War Tiger. Overall magic strength Heaven Knight magic control F. Grades are divided into S, A, B, C, D, E and F. Magic power F, magic perception B, magic defense A. Magic attack F, speed A, unable to fly. Physical attacks A, physical defense A, stamina S. After eating breakfast, me and Zhanhu climbed a hill to enjoy the scenery with untroubled hearts. I said, Big brother, are you in a better mood now after you spoke the words hidden within your heart? In the middle of his laments, Zhanhu said, it's already been so long since I've been so satisfied. Now my whole body feels at ease. After we laughed together, I inquired, what kind of battle spirit are you using that's so powerful? My battle spirit has been passed down through my family from generation to generation. It's called the Ascending Dragon's Judgment. It's also what Xiuda's royal family cultivates. Since we're already brothers, I don't need to conceal this from you. My father is the younger brother of the current king of Xiuda. The Grand Marshal of the kingdom's armies, Shilu Xiuda. My original name was Jingyan Xiuda. I couldn't help but laugh. I never expected that you're related to the king, big brother. Little brother truly is climbing up the social ladder. Zhanhu forced out a bitter laugh as he said, you're playing with me, aren't you? How can I still be considered royal blood? I'm just a drifter now, that's all. Why are you asking me what kind of battle spirit I'm using? Could it be that you want to learn it? I muttered with a red face, originally I wanted to learn it from Big Brother since my teacher gave me a mission beforehand. That is, to learn some basic battle spirit to strengthen my weak body. But Big Brother's battle spirit is a royal secret. How could I possibly be able to learn it? Foolish little brother, why can't you learn it? It doesn't matter. Sect bias has already buried so many talented people, let alone you, who majors in magic. I'll teach you the Ascending Dragon's Judgment right now. Zhanhu boldly said. What a pure person I have recognized as a brother. It seems like one of the missions teacher D has given me will soon be accomplished. I gratefully said, that's simply too good then. Thank you, big brother. With a solemn voice, Zhanhu seriously said, the Ascending Dragon's Judgment is just one of many cultivation methods, but its origin is extremely ancient. It should be something the sacred knights created thousands of years ago. Its cultivation is split into 9 main stages. Namely, they are establishing the foundation, entry, basic understanding, first success, understanding, purification, transformation, ascension, peerless and unfathomable. The early stages are easy in comparison to the later stages, you only need to cultivate and you will surely be able to reach it. However, from the 4th stage and onwards, it becomes extraordinarily difficult. You can no longer advance with just your efforts, comprehension is required. I'm already at the middle of the transformation stage. There's actually a lot of overlap between the cultivation of battle spirit and your cultivation of magic power. It's just that one is acting from the mind to control the external magic elements, while battle spirit is the development of the body's potential. Generally speaking, both have their own methods of cultivation. I'll teach you the basic meditation method to cultivate battle spirit. Zhang, who was a very strict teacher. If I slacked off even the slightest, he would severely reprimand me. He planned to train me for 2 months before letting me go to Shoda. Every morning there would be training to strengthen the body, and under his supervision, I wasn't allowed to use magic at all. The body training mainly consisted of running and strength training. In the afternoon I would begin cultivating my battle spirit by meditating. At night I can meditate and cultivate my magic. In the beginning I wasn't used to this, but he wasn't in any way inferior to the years of training under the devil teacher, Teacher Xiao. However, I gradually discovered that no matter how tired I was in the morning, after meditating for a while in the afternoon I would already be recovered. The next day I would always be even more vigorous. Gradually, battle spirit began condensing within my lower dantian and combined with my magic power without any difficulties. The lower dantian is located in the lower abdomen. I was truly relieved that they combined without conflict. After today's afternoon meditation, I got up and stretched my body. I picked up an iron sword and brandished it. At the moment, I was practicing the basics of swordplay. While I practiced swordplay, I also controlled my battle spirit the way Zhang Hu taught me and made it flow into the iron sword from my arm. Shortly after, I was successful. However, this success may be due to my powerful mind. It felt as if the sword became lighter. With a light swing of the sword, I could sense the powerful spirit within it. With my strong foundation, I began a sword dance which caused the wind to whistle. It felt quite good. Suddenly, I had an idea. What would happen if I also imbued the sword with magic power? Let's try it out. Within my gold dan, I separated a bit of magic power. As I condensed this light element, I slowly began pouring it into the sword. In the beginning it seemed as if the battle spirit and magic power were doing their own thing and ignoring each other, but then they gradually began resonating. The battle spirit and magic power fused into a powerful energy. I swung the sword at a boulder to test it out. Immediately, the boulder split into 2. It seems like I've made another discovery. Under certain conditions, magic power can increase the power of battle spirit. I need to go tell this wonderful news to Zhang Hu. After hearing what I said, Zhang Hu told me with extreme excitement to demonstrate it again. He told me he hasn't been able to improve his strength for a long time. If he could fuse magic power with battle spirit in sword to create a magic sword, he would surely be able to improve once again. I was also very excited for him. Of course, the task of teaching him magic fell on my shoulders. Magic power and battle spirit had distinct differences. Battle spirit was easy to begin cultivating, but magic power was much harder to begin cultivating in. Zhang Hu had never learned any magic, so I first had to make him comprehend the existence of the light element. This was necessary if I were to teach him light magic. After arriving at his cottage, I prudently told him, "Big brother, I'm going to use my magic power as a guide for you to sense the light elements. You must congregate your spiritual power in accordance with my guidance, otherwise the light elements won't recognize you. There is only one chance, so you must pay attention." Zhang Hu nodded his head. "Okay. Begin then." I made him sit cross-legged in front of me. Slowly, I began lifting my finger until it was resting on his upper dantian. "We're beginning now." I condensed my magic power into a thin thread as it followed my finger and entered his upper dantian. During the opening of his upper dantian, he was trembling from head to toe, but gradually, he became more and more tranquil. I started speaking. Light element is an extraordinarily gentle kind of magic element. The true essence of light is that of generosity, tolerance, peace, and love. All living things require light element to grow. Light is like our elder brother and our fathers and mothers. Use your heart to sense it. Let it accept you. We are all the children of light. After finishing this speech, not only did I feel that Zhang has comprehended the light elements, I also felt a change within my body. Volume 3, Chapter 14, Onward to Shoda. Volume 3, Chapter 14, Onward to Shoda. I felt the surrounding light elements begin to wrap around me. My entire body was immersed in an ocean of light element. What is causing this? I withdrew my finger, letting Zhang comprehend the subtle light elements by himself. Sitting cross-legged across Zhang, I had focused on my translucent golden sphere. The golden sphere showed no abnormalities, unmoving between my eyebrows, on top of the upper dantian. I had just relaxed, thinking about standing up and stretching, when suddenly, the light elements around me frantically surged with me at the center. Light elements spread throughout my body, its power far too great. I don't dare resist and only relaxed my body, accepting the baptism of light elements. The light element within my body gathered like lightning. From head to toe, my body was like a balloon being inflated. I could no longer absorb anymore. At this time, the golden sphere began to move. It began to run through the blood vessels, rapidly absorbing excess light elements. The feeling of swelling gradually disappeared. The golden sphere's absorption rate was much greater than before. Quickly, the frantic light elements that entered my body achieved equilibrium. I finally relaxed and exhaled. I continued to maintain the current situation until light elements no longer surge into my body. I took in a deep breath, controlling the golden sphere within my body to cycle through my body before slowly returning to my upper dantian. I was amazed to discover that my originally translucent golden sphere had already entirely become transparent, showing a sparkling light. Within my body, Xiaojin sent out a lively mood for me. It was obvious that from the frantic surge of light elements just now had granted me benefit not at all small. I remembered that Teacher D told me I should strive for my golden sphere to at least become completely transparent within 4 to 5 years. Then how can this be? I carefully recalled what had happened previously. Could it be that when I introduced the light elements to Zhang that they had acknowledged me once more? This is too miraculous. I could not bear the violent joy surging through me. Currently, I have become the continent's 11th Magister, at least from my magic power. Give me a bit of time to adjust and I won't be inferior to any person. This is too wonderful. I opened my eyes. Zhang, who had already woken up earlier, fixedly looking at me. Seeing me awake, he hastily asked, "Zhang Gong, what happened to you? A moment ago your body was twinkling a dazzling, golden light, rendering me unable to approach you. What was that?" I emotionally said, "Big brother, I've succeeded. When I introduced you to the light elements, I don't know why but I went through a baptism of light elements. Right now, the source of my body's magic power, my golden sphere is already completely transparent." When Zhang heard, he had a slightly confused appearance and smiled, saying, "Talk a bit slower, don't speak so fast." "If you speak so fast, I can't hear clearly." I deeply looked at Zhang's eyes, and said word by word, "In other words, currently your little brother's magic power has already reached the level of a magister." After Zhang heard what I said, his mouth turned into an O and said with awe, "Younger brother, you've done it. You've done it. This older brother might not be able to be your rival." Ha ha. Very good. I have a magister as my little brother, let us drink a cup and celebrate well. Feasting, I asked him what he had felt from the light elements. He told me he had felt very comfortable. I told him he must think deeply about the methods that I have taught him. After I became a magister, we continued to exchange each other's knowledge. 2 months had passed in a blink of an eye and I had already practiced ascending dragon's judgment to the level of basic understanding. Zhang was very amazed by my rate of learning. We both said that my current spiritual power is exceptionally powerful. Therefore not only can it be used to control magic power, it can also be used to control battle spirit to a rather exceptional degree. My body is much stronger than before, and as a result of gorging myself on food every day, my body weight increased by 5 kilograms. In addition, I've grown a bit tan from exercising every day. From Zhang, I learned 3 sword techniques. My battle spirit had fundamentally aided the use of my magic. Zhang's progress was also equivalently large. He could already use a few of the most basic light spells. I primarily taught him a few support enchantments, because learning advanced light attack spells isn't something that can be learned in a short period of time. He was able to use light support enchantments with his knight's sword and battle spirit in concert. It produced an exceptionally good result. If I used advanced spells to attack him, it wouldn't affect him whatsoever. It was very easy to explain to him. He excitedly told me that he had already begun to stride towards becoming a radiant knight. I believe that he is capable of succeeding soon. He also said that he will certainly not let me advance alone and will definitely overtake me. 2 months of living together made us as intimate as true blood brothers. We have already reached the point where words are no longer said. I told him about the assignment that Teacher D had given me. He said that when I finish my travels from Shoda that I must come back and look for him. He wants to accompany me to complete this formidable assignment together. Naturally, I was extremely happy. Having his powerful arm give me assistance will be of great aid in completing this assignment. With these brothers' power combined, they could break gold. I didn't expect Ma Ke to not come and have Zhang accompany me. I should go. Zhang sent me off from the village's entrance. He gifted me a set of his previous night clothes. Although it wasn't gorgeous, when I put them on, they looked very spirited. To match it, he gave me an iron sword. It had a mighty appearance. Zhang said that like this I could be received welcome at Shoda. It would also be easy to obtain everyone's respect. It would make it very convenient when entering and leaving a city. Standing at the village's entrance, I took a glance back at the small villages similar to the size of a peach orchard, and said with a sigh, "Big brother, I truly would somewhat hate to part here." Zhang drew my shoulder towards him, saying, "Little brother, even a feast will eventually have to end. Take care of yourself on your journey. When you finish your travels at Shoda, come back immediately and find me. We'll find the holy sword together. Big brother looks forward to go out together and create a new world." Good. Big brother, be at ease. I will return as quickly as possible. Zhang, with a bit of grief, said, "When you go to Shoda, if you have an opportunity, could you go take a look at my home? But you mustn't tell them about my circumstances. So long as they are safe, I would be relieved." It seems that he is still very concerned about his home. After all, it was the home where he was born and raised. Then why aren't you going back? It would be great if you returned with me then. Then we don't have to separate. The king isn't that young anymore either. Even if he has high expectations of you, he won't wish for you to leave again. I said in an attempt to persuade him to come with me. I can't. You don't understand. We can talk about it again once you return so we can set off to retrieve the holy sword. You go now then. Quickly go so you can quickly come back. It seems like I'm unable to convince him no matter what. Reluctantly, I waved goodbye the big brother I have just gotten these last 2 months. Facing towards Shoda's vast earth, I continued my journey. Volume 3, Chapter 15, The Night Academy. Volume 3, Chapter 15, The Night Academy. Entering the borders of Shoda, there were many differences here compared to Aisha as expected, but the simple and honest nature of the people here were the same. Everywhere in Shoda, you could see warriors wearing knight's attire. Even a few remote villages were like this as well. It is clear that Shoda held military tradition in esteem. On the road, I practiced a few rank 8 spells that I couldn't use previously with the light magic book Teacher D gave me. Although they were only 1 rank higher, they were truly awesome, the results were certainly as different as heaven and earth. My increase in strength made me feel full of confidence in completing this journey of learning. Because I wore the Earth Knight attire, what Zhang had given me, I arrived at Shoda Kingdom's capital city without a hitch. Ah, what grand buildings! The tall city gate tower intimidated people at first glance. From my observations, the city guards were all made up of advanced warriors, truly powerful. When city guards officers and men saw my Earth Knight's attire, they displayed a gaze of reverence, satisfying my vanity once more. Just as I was about to enter the city, I suddenly heard a person shout from inside the city, "People in front, move out of the way." I unconsciously stood to the side and looked toward the city's interior. What, that's an earth dragon? I saw 10 massive creatures rush out. On top of each creature sat an armored knight holding a massive 3.6 meters long dragon spear. Truly awe-inspiring. Those huge creatures should be earth dragons. I attentively observed, discovering that their lengths were similar to Xiao Jin's, they were only a bit shorter. Their bodies were about 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, with 2 thick, strong hind legs to support their massive bodies and 2 large claws on their forelimbs. There was no doubt it had the power to rip a tiger apart. I inquired to the person to my side, "Hello, are those the Earth Dragon Corps?" The soldier looked at me and replied, "You aren't a native?" The Earth Dragon Corps routinely patrol the city every day. They are truly our idols. I laughed and said, "That's right. I came here to attend the Royal Knight Academy. I've never seen Earth Dragons before. They are truly impressive." The soldier wore an expression of reverence and respectfully said, "In the future you will surely become a member of the Earth Dragon Corps." Walking into the Shoda city, everywhere in the city was bustling with noise and excitement. I only asked once and heard the directions to the Royal Knight Academy. Arriving at the academy's gate, just as I was just about to enter, a guard barred the way. He politely said, "Hello sir, may I ask who you are looking for?" I promptly said, "Hello, I am a graduate from the Aisha Kingdom's Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, on behalf of Principal Lao Luandi to come and look for your academy's principal Li Kuan." "So you actually came from Aisha Kingdom, I'll bring you to go see the principal," he said straightforwardly. "Then I will thank you." He explained to another guard, then brought me inside the Knight Academy. The first thing I saw entering the gate were a pair of statues of swift, noble horses. It seems that these are the knight's emblem. The guard and I turned 7 corners and moved through 8 school buildings and several large training grounds, arriving at the corner of the academy. This environment is truly good. It was like a small forest, you rarely see so many plants growing. At the center of the forest, there was a small courtyard. At the center of the courtyard there was a small room. Without even being nearby, I heard people talking. A bold and angry voice said, "How are you so stupid? Don't use inflexible strikes, use what you've learned creatively. If you continue to practice so inflexibly you will forever be unable to become a radiant knight. Damnably stupid." A different bright and respectful voice replied, "Yes, teacher. It's like I'm with an idiot. Come, again." I asked the guard, "What is this all about?" The guard smiled saying, "The great principal is teaching his disciple. Let's go over." In my heart, I was somewhat terrified. Will it be alright if we disturb them? Just as I let out my voice, the bold voice from the small, inner courtyard pieced it, "Who is it? Did I not command to disallow anyone casually disturb me?" The guard respectfully said, "Great principal, Aisha Kingdom's great Lao Luandi has sent a person to come find you." "Oh? Quickly come over." I entered the courtyard with the guard. There were 2 people inside. One was an elderly man with a height exceeding 2 meters and a dragon's beard. He was wearing tight-fitting warrior's clothing and held a wooden sword. At his side was an adolescent that appeared not much different than me. He was a bit taller than me. His upper body was bright red and displayed strong, rugged muscle. It seems that a moment ago they were exchanging blows with wooden swords. I quickly walked in front of the old man and deeply paid my respects. I lowered my head and respectfully said, "Teacher Li Kuwen, hello. I am Zhang Gong, a graduate from the Aisha Kingdom's Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. I was entrusted by Teacher D to come and meet you." Teacher Wen looked from head to toe and said with a smile, "Lao Luan, that old fellow, I thought he had already forgotten about me. You're his disciple? Even now there are still people that are willing to learn his lousy light magic. It seems your aptitude is not bad, but it isn't equal to my learned martial skills, huh?" A very straightforward character, however his words made me somewhat embarrassed. "Neither humbly nor arrogantly," I said, "is Teacher D's light magic still quite ferocious. Like your martial skills, they each have their own merits. Excuse me, this student cannot put this off any further. Here is a letter from Teacher D. Please look at it." Teacher Wen took the letter and said, "Don't speak so formally. It is awkward for me to hear. I'll look at what Teacher D wrote." He quickly finished reading the letter and once again looked at me from head to toe. Looking at my straight hair, he finally said, "Old D wrote that he had much confidence in you, said you were a magic genius. I don't know how much of a genius though." I didn't dare reply, fearing a reply would badly excite the fiery temperament of the old man. It was actually his apprentice that helped me out of the predicament. "Master, a guest arrived, won't you invite him into the room to rest? You're frightening him." "Hee, right. You youngsters will be very intimate in the future, huh? Walk. Let's enter the room. Guard, you can return." We entered the wooden room. Teacher Wen inquired from me how Teacher D was doing. From his questions, I felt that he and Teacher D had a deep friendship. Teacher Wen said, "Oh, that's right. I still haven't given you an introduction. This is my disciple, Dong Rihua. He's half-elf. He's a kid that keenly feels teacher's temperament, hee. Dong Ri felt a bit embarrassed by Teacher Wen's words. I nodded at him, saying, "Hello. Please take care of me in the future." He gave a warm smile in return. Volume 3, Chapter 16, Physical Training. Volume 3, Chapter 16, Physical Training. Come on, let's chat while we eat. We arrived at the principal's exclusive dining room. At first, I was a bit nervous and ate the food bit by bit. But when I saw what Teacher Wen looked like when eating, I felt that my previous image was simply too elegant. Teacher Wen had one foot up on his chair and was noisily, madly scooping up food into his mouth, making food fly all over the place. Dong Ri gave me a sheepish smile. I heard Teacher Wen's voice, "Zhang Gong, why aren't you eating? Quick, eat some more." After hearing Teacher Wen's encouragement, I'll definitely be blunt. I started sweeping up food like a tornado. From morning until now, I've only eaten some traveling rations. I'd been hungry enough to die for a long time. Now it was their turn to be dumbstruck. In the short time Teacher Wen wasn't paying attention, I've already cleared off more than half the food on the table. Wah, this kid. Has Lao Luan been starving you so much that you came over here to balance it out? Teacher Wen teased me. Now that I've already started eating, I can't resume being polite. I'll eat until I'm full before I'll consider it again. With my mouth full, I answered with a muffled voice, "Teacher Wen, if you don't hurry up and eat, you'll be hungry later." Ah. Dong Ri, eat quickly. He's eating too fast, we won't get anything to eat if we don't hurry up. How can we still chat while eating like this? It's literally just like a competition. By the time all the food was cleared, I reckon I was the only one who was full. Teacher Wen grudgingly said, "Looks like we need to make more food in the future." Old D sent me a rice bucket. After returning to the log cabins, Teacher Wen said, Zhang Gong. From now on you'll live with Dong Ri in the house on the left. Old D let me train you for half a year. Will you be able to persevere? I saw a bit of craftiness in his eyes. Looks like my life's going to get difficult. Then I must not embarrass Teacher D. I resolutely answered, no problem. I will certainly persevere. Inwardly I believe that, with the foundations I learned from Big Brother, I will definitely be able to cope with whatever comes up. We started to idly chat. From our conversations, I learned that Teacher 1 is a Radiant Knight and Dongri is an Earth Knight. Underneath Dongri's blonde hair was his unique characteristic as a half-elf, pointy ears. Half-elves are very rare, they are the results of when a human and an elf mate. They have humans' intelligence as well as elves' talent. Take Dongri as an example, he has a human structure but an elf's face. Elves are all very handsome. On this point Dongri makes me admit my inferiority. I know that in terms of talent, he's certainly not any worse than me. It's just that he wasn't as lucky as I was, hee hee. Teacher 1 said that Dongri's archery skills are ancestral skills. They are extremely powerful, he even admits his inferiority in this aspect. I accidentally said, Dongri's archery skills are that good. If he learns some magic to make some magical arrows, then it will be even more powerful. They both stopped talking and were looking at me weirdly. Dongri's eyes were also showing boundless desire. I asked, what I said wrong? For the first time, Teacher 1 started to get serious and said, no, what you said couldn't be truer. If you didn't come, I was going to have Dongri go to old D to get him to teach him some magic. Now that you've come, you two can learn from each other. In exchange, I will also teach you some martial arts. I said smiling, don't be so serious, sir. Brother Dongri and I certainly won't let you and Teacher D down. Starting from the next day, Teacher 1 had me do physical training with Dongri. Teacher 1 had very rigid requirements, even harsher than Big Bro Zhan Hu. If not for the fact that I had a certain amount of foundation, I would have collapsed long ago. Teacher 1 even praised me, saying that my physical ability isn't like a mage's. How could he possibly known that I've already been training for 2 months? I was finally able to rest in the afternoon. Originally, Teacher 1 also wanted to teach me battle spirit, but I told him that I've already learned some battle spirit from a friend and didn't want to change it. Teacher 1 wanted me to show him, but I muddled through by saying that my friend didn't want me to show it to other people. Teacher 1 got a bit angry and said that he won't bother with me anymore then. The next day, he increased the level of my physical training by a lot. Nearly killed me. That's good. The Ascending Dragon's Judgment truly is a good battle spirit cultivation method. I only need to sit down and meditate for a while, then my physical strength will be restored. My magic powers seem to have reached a bottleneck. I couldn't find a method to continue advancing, but I had this feeling of being enriched. However, I sensed that with my current strength, I could even move the mountains and fill the seas. My magic power was like the unceasing torrent of the Yangtze River. I used the same method that I used to teach Big Brother Zhan Hu to teach Dongri light magic. His acceptance was even quicker than that of Zhan Hu. When I experienced his sword techniques, I could only describe them as frightening. It is said that within 800 meters, relying on his keen sight, he could cut off the right wing of a housefly without even touching the left wing. Teacher 1 had exaggerated that with one glance, Dongri could identify the father and mother of a housefly. Dongri's personality is rather easygoing. A few parts of his character are quite similar to mine. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, we've already become exceptionally good friends. Evening was the best part of the day for us because we could go out and have fun. Time goes by so fast. I've already been in Shoda City for over a month. Today, Dongri and I went out to play. We were just outside the academy when someone called out to Dongri. Big Brother Dongri. A delicate voice floated over. Dongri and I turned around at the same time. A red-haired girl approached us, maybe younger than us by a year. I'm 2 months older than Dongri. She had big, watery eyes and very long hair. I poked Dongri and whispered to him, "Your girlfriend?" Dongri's face immediately went red. He hurriedly explained, "No, we're just ordinary friends." I teased, "Really? Doesn't look like it. He. At this point, that red-haired girl already arrived in front of us and said to Dongri, "Big brother Dongri, long time no see. Is teacher Wen being too strict? You seem to have lost weight. Wow, she's this concerned about him and he still says she's not his girlfriend." Dongri muttered, "Hello Miss Hualuan." Miss Hualuan angrily said, "Didn't I already tell you, don't call me Miss Hualuan. Call me Hong Shui, okay?" Who is this? She had only noticed me now. Am I really that insignificant? I'm practically being regarded as heir. Hualuan, no, Hong Shui. He is my friend, a student of a friend of teacher Wen's. He studies magic. I smiling said, "Hello Miss Hualuan, I am Zhang Gong. She also replied kindly, "Hello, I'm Hong Shui Hualuan. It's a pleasure to meet you." I said to Dongri, "Dongri, I still have some things to do. You and Miss Hualuan talk, I'll go ahead." I speedily slipped away without waiting for Dongri's reply. Let's give this kid a chance. Volume 3, Chapter 17, Orphan Dongri. Volume 3, Chapter 17, Orphan Dongri. As she watched me leave, Miss Hualuan said to Dongri, "Oh, your friend is so considerate. He left so quickly." Dongri complained in his heart, "What kind of friend is he? He escaped without me. This time I've been ensnared by Hong Shui and won't be able to escape for a while." Leaving aside how Dongri dealt with Hong Shui, I wandered around the main streets leisurely after I separated with them. As I wandered around the streets, I suddenly noticed that there were many people gathered ahead of me. What are they up to? I couldn't help but be curious with my juvenile temperament, so I walked over to take a look. It turns out it was an announcement. I squeezed to the front of the crowd. On the announcement it was written that next month there would be a nationwide grand tournament. They're inviting experts from all over to come and participate. It wasn't limited to martial arts, that is to say that magic was also allowed. The top 10 people can directly join the Earth Dragon Corps. I wasn't really interested in it since I already had a 5-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, I wouldn't be interested in fake dragons. I returned to the academy to discover that Dongri still hasn't returned. I asked Teacher Wen about the competition I read about in the announcement. Teacher Wen asked me, "You're participating, Zhang Gong? This is a great opportunity for you." I shook my head and said, "I'm not participating. Everyone else is a knight and I'll be the only mage. What's the point? Besides, I don't want to join the Earth Dragon Corps. It would be better for you to have Dongri participate." It was only now that Teacher Wen noticed that Dongri hadn't returned with me. Where did Dongri go? I gave him a mysterious smile. Him, he's fine. He's on a date with that girl Hong Shui Hualuan. Teacher Wen knitted his eyebrows. So it's actually that girl Hong Shui. You also know about her? I asked. Of course I know. She's His Majesty's niece. The child of the king's younger sister. Ever since I attended a banquet at the royal household with Dongri, she would always come to bother Dongri. I feared that she would affect Dongri's studies, so I made sure he avoided her as much as possible. This is where you're wrong. Both men and women have to marry. How could you stand in the way of others' love? I said with a giggle. You brat. You're not the least bit serious at all, just like that old fellow Lao Yun. Humph. Wait until I ask Dongri when he gets back. Dongri. You can't blame me. I didn't do it on purpose. After a little bit more than an hour, Dongri returned. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by Teacher Wen's repulsive face. Teacher, I'm back. Humph. You still know to come back. There's nothing good to be said about your martial skill, yet you still go and court girls. You've made me lose face. Dongri wasn't acting like how I imagined at all. Instead of admitting his mistake in fear and trepidation, he faintly said, "I'm an orphan, and the other person is royal blood. What qualifications do I have to court her? I'm going to go rest now." Dong Ri was picked up by Teacher Wen when he was small. Since then he has followed Teacher Wen. After saying this, he turned around and went to his room, leaving Teacher Wen to glare at my small eyes with his big eyes. Teacher Wen said, "This child, how can he be like this? Ah, he's never contradicted me before." I thought it over for a bit before speaking. He is surely feeling wronged because he feels inferior. You can be relieved. I'll go console him. I must also accept some of the responsibility for this matter. I shouldn't have abandoned him earlier. When I returned to the room, I discovered Dong Ri sitting in the corner staring into space foolishly. I walked in front of him and asked, "What's going on, Dong Ri? Who's bullying you?" "It was my bad, I shouldn't have abandoned you there." Dong Ri indifferently responded, "It's not about you." "Then what's the matter? Don't be like this, alright? I'm also a commoner, how about that? Let others say what they will." I used my strength to shake his shoulders. Suddenly, Dong Ri violently pushed me away as he roared, "Even if you're a commoner, you still have a mother and father." "What do I have? I don't have anything at all. I'm an orphan. Do you know what they say about me? They say I'm a mixed breed." "A mixed breed? Did you know?" At this moment, Teacher Wen rushed in from outside and tightly hugged Dong Ri. "Child, don't be like this. You still have me. I'm your closest relative now." It seemed Dong Ri found some comfort within Teacher Wen's embrace, for he soon burst into tears. Embracing him, Teacher Wen couldn't help but release his tears too. "Child, tell me. Who said you're a mixed breed? Tell me." Teacher Wen emitted an ice-cold murderous spirit as he said this. I was convinced that if a name came out of Dong Ri's lips, Teacher Wen would immediately pounce on that person and chop him up. Maybe Dong Ri also knew what would happen if he said anything, so instead he wept and said, "You don't need to ask. Tell me." Teacher Wen had tightly grabbed onto Dong Ri's shoulders. I immediately ran over from the side, grabbing Teacher Wen's hands and said, "Teacher Wen, you don't need to bother with this matter anymore. If you take any action, people will say that you're the big taking advantage of the young. Let us younger people settle our own disputes. I will certainly go with Dong Ri to demand justice." I also had a monstrous fury bubbling forth within me. They actually dared to bully my friend. It seems they've lived long enough. It was only due to this that Teacher Wen gradually became more and more calm. He said with a sigh, "Zhang Gong, that I'll request that you please do so." I coldly answered, "You might not know, but before I arrived, my magic power has already reached the rank of a magister. If I want to increase his confidence in me, I can't conceal my strength from him." Teacher Wen and Dong Ri were both stunned. Such a young magister. Who could possibly accept that? Thinking that they still weren't convinced, powerful light elements surged forth as I brought out the transparent gold dan from my upper dantian. After revolving around me for a bit, it stopped at my upper dantian. This is one of light magic's most direct and powerful spells, a pure energy attack. It seems Dong Ri had already forgotten about his shame when he said, "Ah, you're so powerful, Zhang Gong." I withdrew the magic and resolutely told Dong Ri, "Good little brother, tomorrow we'll go find those that bullied you and get your revenge. Are we not also people? In the future we will certainly be able to create a career for ourselves." My words seemed to have allowed Dong Ri to pull himself together. He tightly gripped my hands. All of our words had been said. After Teacher Wen left to go rest, I inquired from Dong Ri what the matter was. While clenching his teeth, he told me about what happened during their encounter. It turns out that after I left, Hong Shui ensnared Dong Ri and forced him to accompany her for a walk. Not long after, they came across a noble's child. No matter if they were the son of a duke or an earl, they all tried to court Hong Shui. She truly is a femme fatale. It was only natural that they were extremely jealous of Dongri, who was able to accompany Hong Shui. They immediately began spouting evil words at him. All sorts of vulgar words were thrown at him. From his childhood, Dongri had never had much contact with others, and he also wouldn't strike back. It was only after Hong Shui retaliated on his behalf that he would angrily fought the nobles and run back, sulking. Volume 3, Chapter 18, Taking the Initiative to Provoke. Volume 3, Chapter 18, Taking the Initiative to Provoke. Dongri, rest assured. Tomorrow I will definitely go with you to seize justice from them. I made us meditate together. Like this, we quickly entered the land of dreams. Tomorrow I will definitely speak out for him. Early morning, when Dongri and I woke up and was just about to start our body strengthening exercises, Teacher Wen stopped us. Teacher Wen said, "Today I am giving you the day off. Rest well." Saying this, he turned around and left. Dongri and I looked at each other with surprise. We both knew that Teacher Wen gave us this time in order to take revenge. This is great. I immediately urged Dongri to quickly change his clothes, so that we could go find that gang of despicable fellows and get revenge. Principal, is Elder Principal here? A familiar voice came from outside the room and I quickly ran out to look. It turned out to be the gate guard. I smiled and said, "Elder Brother Guard, what business do you have? I think teacher left to inspect the academy." "Ah, so it's Zhang Gong. It's not good. Something big happened. Duke Bai Qizhu brought several Earl elders to come see the principal. It looks like something terrible is approaching. I don't know what's going on. They've brought their own clan's future generation. Altogether there are about 100 or so in total. Their relentless demands is slowly eroding away the gates guards." He said while panting. The guard looked very worried. "Ah. Impossible. We still haven't gone to take revenge." Unexpectedly they actually came to get revenge against us. Although they have infuriated me, I calmly said, "Elder Brother Guard, first go into the academy and find Teacher Wen. Dongri and I will go to the gates and take a look." Dongri and I arrived at the academy gate with the speed of lightning. Damn! It was truly noisy, just like a market. A large group of people were crowding at the academy gate. Dongri pulled on my ear and quietly whispered into it, "Zhang Gong, look. Those brats over there are the noble children I hit yesterday." I thought to myself, "Little brother, you can really hit. All those you hit were the children of government officials." It'd be useless to say anything now. Together, Dongri and I walked over. Dongri didn't dare to say anything, so I took the initiative to yell, "Everyone quiet down. What happened? What troubled you so much that you came to disturb the Night Academy?" A bloated fatty that could not have walked more slowly came over and said, "Who are you? Tell your principal to come out and talk." "I am Bai Qizhu." Although he was very fat, I sensed from the radiance in his eyes that the Duke was not a simple person, but was actually a master. I politely said, "Hello Duke Elder. I am a student at this academy. Bringing so many people to this academy's gate, I fear this has caused a rather bad disturbance. When Principal Wen is satisfied he will come out. Could you wait at the side of the road for a moment?" He wrinkled his brow and frowned, saying, "What clan are you from? I've never seen you before. Are you a commoner?" I nodded, "That's right. I was born from commoners." Without waiting for me to finish, he interrupted me, "So it turns out you were such a lowly peasant. You don't have the privilege to speak to me. Go off to the side." Hearing his words, my anger immediately surged. What's wrong with commoners? Are commoners not people? Are only you nobles considered people? Without us commoners, what would you nobles eat, drink? Is it not because of your ancestors that your names carry a bit of weight? What is so amazing about that? I will not move out of the way. What could you possibly do to me? My words made the commoners present let out a breath of their resentment. The commoners have suffered long enough from the bullying of the nobles. Behind me, Dong Ri continuously pulled on me. Later, I would know that this Bai Qizhu snobbishness was extraordinarily large. My words clearly infuriated him. Oh good. A filthy peasant dared to oppose me. Men, come teach him a lesson. This is a populated area. Can he not distinguish this? We have to find a desolate area away from the city. He prematurely called his men to come fight me. His subordinates knew their boss's intentions and prepared to cripple me for life in order to relieve their boss's anger. Dong Ri suddenly came out from behind me and said, "What do you dare to do? This is the Knights Academy. We do not tolerate the disorder you bring." Not only did Dong Ri's appearance prevent me from escaping the trouble, but contrarily had gotten himself into trouble. From within the Duke's crowd yelled a person's voice, "It was him. Yesterday it was him that hit us." Bai Qizhu glared at Dong Ri and fiercely said, "So it was you who hit my son? Humph! I will give you an ugly death. Come. Surround them for me. Do not let them run." Bai Qizhu henchmen immediately surrounded us. Our situation was far from good. I sensed that Dong Ri behind me had cowered back a bit. Attentively, I responded to his feelings. "Afraid of what? Have you forgotten I am a magister?" My words greatly increased Dong Ri's confidence. With a magister, what could you possibly be afraid of? Even if you fought, it would be impossible to lose. We were surrounded like water in a bucket, with 3 rows surrounding another 3 rows. You don't have to be this extreme. We are only 2 children. The fat duke sent out orders, "Go. Arrest them for me." It seems he wants to find a proper place to punish us. Although the masses were dissatisfied and infuriated by the conduct of nobles bullying commoners, but with Bai Qi's large forces they dared not to speak out. Who dares to try? I am truly furious. My past temperament had always made me avoid conflict. Maybe it was because my current strength is exceptionally powerful and also because they bullied us too much, that I was at the end of my patience. I decided that I would no longer run but would instead battle of life and death. I secretly chanted an incantation to protect Dong Ri and I from within. A layer of faint white light wrapped around us like a ring. Apart from Dong Ri, everyone had thought it was battle spirit. It was actually my spell, Divine Halo. Bai Qi was very surprised, and thought to himself, "These 2 brats are truly powerful. No wonder they could hit my son. It is a good that I've brought many people. Everyone, together. I don't believe they can block all of us. Truly shameless. You have to use this many to defeat us?" I said with disdain. Hearing my words, most of the men that Bai Qi brought had ceased their advance. It seems they still greatly value their honor. A knight's spirit is deeply rooted into their minds. It will be much easier this way. I chanted, "O great light elements, my friends, I request of you to let out an endless radiance. This is a rank 5 light attack spell." Its appearance was exceptionally scary to others, even though the spell's attack potential was not very strong. Following my chant, a dazzling white light burst out from my body, enveloping a range of 50 meters. The thugs approaching within 10 meters of me were thrown far away. A few of the weaker thugs suffered heavy injuries. I coldly snorted, "Whoever no longer wishes to live, do not hesitate to come over. Let's see if us brothers can put this worthless lot into order." The people present don't dare move. Bai Qi, seeing this situation go amiss, swayingly walked to the front. His slender small eyes on his chubby face were already blinded, forming 2 slits. "What you had just used was magic. Fine brats, it seems I have underestimated you. I will let you look at my strength. Know that my dukedom was not a product of coincidence." Humph. As his voice fell, I felt the pressure on my body increase. The Duke's small stature let out grandeur that reached to the sky. This is far too unthinkable. Don't tell me, could it be? The Duke's words confirmed my notions. He proudly said, "You didn't expect that I was actually a radiant knight from my appearance, did you?" In Shoda, strength is not limited to one's own appearance. Volume 3, Chapter 19, Revealing the Enemy's Weakness. Volume 3, Chapter 19, Revealing the Enemy's Weakness. I composed myself. I was barely able to suppress the fear I felt within my heart. I felt that if I truly fought him, the outcome would be disastrous. The rank of Radiant Knight is on the same level as a Magister. I definitely cannot be careless. I secretly adjusted my magic power so it was in peak condition. Bai Qi saw a different scene before him. At first, Bai Qi smiled when he saw me turn pale under his pressure, thinking that evidently I wasn't able to resist it. Suddenly, a halo of faint white light emerged from my body, completely suppressing the pressure he had previously emitted. He couldn't help but think to himself, "This brat. Could it be? He actually has the strength to contend with me? Then doesn't that mean he has the strength of a Magister? It's unimaginable for someone so young to possess such strength." At the moment, we were standing opposite of each other. I heard a sound coming from my side. The sound was different from the spiritual communication of magic. It was created by using a string. Therefore I was the only one who could hear its contents. It was Teacher Wen's voice. He said impatiently, "Quickly stop resisting Zhang Gong. Don't let him sense your strength. Quickly." My heart jumped in alarm. That's right. It truly would be unwise for me to expose my strength. I gradually willed my magic power to withdraw into me. Once again, my face showed an expression as if I couldn't endure his pressure. Bai Qi was relieved. He thought that my strength was short-lived and my real strength was far weaker. Right as I was about to act, his old foe appeared. Oh! What kind of wind could have blown the Duke all the way over here? He. Ah, what are you doing here with such a large amount of troops? Teacher Wen's words weren't at all like his ferocious outer appearance. On the contrary, they were unusually smooth. After seeing that Teacher Wen had arrived, Bai Qi reluctantly withdrew his pressure. He cynically said, "I was wondering if this old ghost would come out. I'm here to get justice from you, not to idly gossip." Feigning astonishment, Teacher Wen inquired, "Justice? What justice?" "Ah, I haven't offended you, the Duke." The fat on the Duke's face began trembling before he replied furiously, "You don't know? Your disciple beat up someone yet you don't know? Today, you must give me an explanation for this. Your disciple beat up my son in addition to many other nobles yesterday. Tell me then. What is to be done?" Awkwardly, Teacher Wen replied, "Right, it seemed like there was this kind of report. However, it was told to me differently. The disciple said it was the noble children who insulted him first. It was only after being insulted that he acted. Ethics would say that they provoked him first." It seemed Bai Qi has calmed down a bit as not a single emotion was revealed on his face. Those who knew him well would know that he was truly angry now. He coldly said, "That is to say, you want to shield your disciple." Teacher Wen still had a good temperament, so he could ask with a smile, "Can you let me see your son's condition first?" Without even waiting for Bai Qi to speak, a luxuriously dressed youth came running out of the crowd. He shrewdly said, you see. He hit my face." While saying so, he revealed his fat face to everyone. Teacher Wen as well as all of the surrounding observers laughed. It turns out that this youngster had been slapped, thus leaving a palm print on his face. Ah, it looks like Dongri's hands were really light yesterday. Originally I thought he had beaten him up, otherwise why would he bring so many people to carry out his revenge? I secretly tugged on Dongri's clothes and whispered to him, "Ah, your hands are so light." He replied, but I can't freely injure others either. It's enough to give them a lesson. Teacher Wen said to Bai Qi, I see that your esteemed son's injuries aren't that grave. Is it truly necessary for the Duke to muster such large forces for this matter? This is the royal family's highest level of Knight Academy after all. Clearly, within these words was a hidden threat. Bai Qi angrily kicked his fat son's ass back into the crowd. He hatefully said, You scoundrel bastard! Who let you enter this world? You've actually made me lose so much face. He turned his head to Teacher Wen and said, You refrained from pressuring me today, so if you give me an explanation for this matter today, I'll leave it at that. Teacher Wen restrained himself from smiling and coldly said, Then what are you thinking of doing? Your son abused my disciple. Don't tell me, you still want my disciple to apologize? I didn't go looking for justice from you, yet you, the guilty party, came to me. You thought I was easy to bully, didn't you? Following Teacher Wen's words, a mob of students led by teachers from every branch rushed forth from the academy. These students were all pillars that supported the kingdom. Not a single one of them was weak, let alone the academy's teachers, who were all at least Earth Knights. With such strength, I fear only the Earth Dragon Corps could contend with them. Author's note, a rule of the Shoda Kingdom. Every single noble may possess a military force in accordance to their rank. A prince can possess 5,000 troops, a duke 3,000, and an earl 2,000, while all other nobles may possess 1,000 troops at most. On the other hand, the Knight Academy possessed 8,000 or so students. This was one of the reasons why Teacher Wen wasn't afraid of Bai Qi at all. Bai Qi's complexion changed. Fine. You're too cruel. We'll take this matter to His Majesty to judge. What does it matter how many come to pressure me? Teacher Wen disdainfully replied, You have less people. If you're going, then go. I'm not afraid of you. Teacher Wen had already been conferred the position of Teacher of the State. Within Shoda, this position possessed incredible fame and influence. Because he undertook a project to provide the best education, the Knight Academy became an official organization recognized by the kingdom. Although the title he was granted fell short of Bai Qi's, within Shoda he wasn't at all weaker than Bai Qi. Bai Qi had all the nobles go back and wait for his message. Teacher Wen also dismissed all of the academy's people. Before he left, he used a voice string to tell me to not take any action if he didn't return and to watch after Dongri. Actually, ever since we saw Bai Qi's true strength, me and Dongri had some laments. We didn't expect that a person like the Duke had such profound martial skills. Who would have imagined that within the nobility there was such a capable person? Of course we wouldn't rashly go take revenge anymore. Of course, Dongri took some persuading before he gradually released his emotions. Other people said to let his words out. There was no need to be angry and suffer. Bai Qi and Teacher Wen went to the royal palace to have judgment. Neither of them gave each other an inch. On the other hand, me and Dongri could only return to our rooms and wait anxiously. Even the gluttonous me didn't go eat. It was only when Dongri comforted that I felt better, be at ease. With Teacher Wen's relationship with the kingdom, there surely won't be any problems. Sure enough, after a little more than an hour Teacher Wen returned. However, he looked displeased. Volume 3, Chapter 20, A Battle of Honor. Volume 3, Chapter 20, A Battle of Honor. I immediately went over and asked, What is going on? Could it be that His Majesty had sided with the Duke? With an anxious gaze, Dongri looked at Teacher Wen. Teacher Wen sighed and said, It will not be like that. His Majesty is a very wise monarch and very shrewd as well. If he were to hit 50 slabs, not one strike would be different. Then why do I see you having such an unhappy appearance? I inquired. Teacher Wen replied, Although His Majesty did not discriminate against any party, he has given me a difficult task. He will have me send a troop of students from the academy branch in order to compete in Shoda's 5-year national martial competition. Bai Qi will also have to send a single rank of troops. In addition, this affair will be resolved by seeing which dispatched troop receives the higher ranking. The winning party will have the losing party apologize in public. Ah. So it's decided like that. That's a bit unreasonable. We truly were the just party. Zhang Gong, you wouldn't know. Bai Qi has an exceptional amount of influence in Xiuda. His Majesty had no choice but to yield to him to some degree. Furthermore, because of Xiuda's prevalent martial traditions, many affairs are decided based on the result of a martial competition. Teacher Wen said with significance. Dongri interrupted, saying, then we won't have to worry. Our academy has many powerful students. How could we possibly be afraid of Bai Qi? Indeed, because of our strength, we could even rival the nobles. Teacher Wen wrinkled his brow and said, that is exactly what I am worried about. Bai Qi was adamant on the two of you participating. He will also send his eldest son to participate in this tournament. Each team in the competition must have 5 members. Although the academy students' strength isn't weak, their age is comparatively young. It is impossible for them to have deeply cultivated their strength, but Bai Qi does not have that problem. It is said that his eldest son is awfully hard to deal with. I curled my lips. What good could that fat hog possibly produce? Take his young, idiotic son for example. Teacher Wen gravely rebuked me, Zhang Gong, you cannot look down on your opponents. You should know about Xiuda's most ferocious Earth Dragon Corps. His son is the second Corps Chief of the 3 Earth Dragon Corps. This isn't a position that can be obtained through bribes and influence. His eldest son this year is 38 years old and is already Xiuda's genius knight. At the age of 30 he was already a heaven knight. Second only to the previous Earth Dragon's 3rd Corps commander the Imperial Prince Qilu Xiuda, known as the Zhanhu, War Tiger, son of Jingyan Xiuda. Ah. Isn't that big brother? That being said, the Duke's eldest son isn't any weaker than Big Brother. Teacher Wen continued, these past 8 years, only the heavens know whether or not he was able to become a Radiant Knight. Although Zhang Gong has a Magister's strength, in the end his cultivated experience is comparatively short. In addition, we don't know what other experts Bai Qi will dispatch. Therefore, I am truly worried about this competition. In my mind, I felt nervous. Although becoming a Radiant Knight isn't an easy matter, nothing is absolute. But if the 5 people on the opposing team possesses Big Brother's strength, then we are determined to lose. While I was waging war in my mind, Dongri started talking. He said passionately, Teacher, be at ease. No matter the cost, we will surely obtain the final victory. We are the righteous party. It is unconditional, we cannot let them have their way. Dongri's words influenced me, right, we will definitely win. Teacher Wen smiled and said to Dongri, foolish child, what would you know of righteousness? Only the strong are just. To defeat the nobles is to defeat evil. Besides, from a fundamental point, Bai Qi isn't such a villain. It is only that he has many faults, nothing more. Dongri and I looked at each other in dismay. I said, he isn't regarded as a villain even with that behavior? Teacher Wen chuckled and said, you two are still young and far too naive. In this world there are no absolute villains. Neither are there any absolutely good people. There are only those with different ideas. That is why regardless of how small a good is, don't forsake it, and no matter how small an evil is, don't commit it. With regards to Bai Qi, it is only that he is somewhat obstinate. He has a strong notion of his clan and is somewhat protective. But when facing issues of right or wrong, he can still choose the correct choice. Can you still call him bad? Teacher Wen's words deeply moved me, establishing the future philosophy that would undertake. Those were words spoken before. If you are satisfied, then participate in the competition. Even if you were to train, it would be too late. I can select the 3 strongest students at this academy to participate with you. In these coming days I will have you 5 people get used to each other. I demand that you ensure yourselves to be in your peak condition. Fight to obtain a high rank. In fact, even if you lose it wouldn't matter. At worst I would have to thicken my face skin and find Bai Chi and acknowledge I was wrong. He shouldn't bother me about it too much. After finishing, Teacher Wen laughed at himself. When I heard a hint of bitterness inside his words. He clearly isn't very optimistic toward us. Dong Ri and I secretly resolved that we must beat Bai Chi's troop. Teacher Wen was at such an old age, and additionally he exceptionally valued face like most of Shioda's people. We absolutely cannot allow this old man to suffer humiliation. It is done. Today was very tiring. Rest a bit earlier. Tomorrow morning, I will find teammates for you, and have you train and get familiar with each other. Dong Ri, who I am most worried about is you. Your strength is still comparatively weak to the opposition. Train with great effort. Saying this, Teacher Wen went back to his own room. Finished eating dinner, Dong Ri and I practiced in the courtyard. I muttered to him, Dong Ri, this competition will definitely be arduous. I believe you should fully display your advantage. Dong Ri curiously asked, I have an advantage? I smiled and said, of course you do. Your advantage is indeed ferocious. It is your bow and arrow. Hearing my words, he despaired, saying, bow and arrow? I am only accurate, my strength is not at all strong. It is of no use against an expert. I said profoundly, how could it possibly be useless? What I want is exactly your accuracy. We can use magic arrows. Saying this, I quietly whispered, sweet nothings, my plan into his ear. His wrinkled brows gradually unfolded. Dong Ri smiled and hit me with a first, luckily you thought of that. Now we can handle them. In these 2 days we must diligently practice our coordination. I nervously said, lower your voice. This is our secret weapon. Dong Ri covered his mouth with his hand. His comical action made me hold my sides as I laughed. Only then did he know I was playing with him. He came over and noisily laughed with me. Teacher Wen silently looked at us from the front window and couldn't help but faintly shake his head and said to himself, youngsters truly don't know the feeling of worry. I don't even know if they have any secret abilities. After all, what kind of secret ability was it? Let us find out in the competition. Volume 3, Chapter 21, New Teammates. Volume 3, Chapter 21, New Teammates. Me and Dong Ri woke up early in the morning. Thinking back on the results of last night's practice, we couldn't help but smile. We were brimming with confidence in regards to the tournament. We didn't see Teacher Wen in the house, maybe he went to go look for some teammates for us. I was also looking forward to having new teammates. Waiting was the best way to get annoyed. It wasn't until noon that Teacher Wen returned. Have you found some teammates for us? How come you were gone for so long? I grumbled. Teacher Wen smiled and said, I see that you are anxious, but I'm even more anxious. I had to screen them, only the most suitable teammates will do. He. So you're saying you've already found some suitable candidates? Who are they? I eagerly asked. I told them to come report in the afternoon since we have to eat lunch first. Once they're here, we'll go over the tournament's rules and system again. You two can go practice for a bit before we eat. Just don't tire yourselves out. The most important thing is to be in optimal condition. You won't have a breakthrough in such a short amount of time. Oh. Then we'll go practice. I said dissatisfied as I dragged Dong Ri off to practice. Soon, it was afternoon. We were currently in the house resting when we heard some people shouting. Shou Si Mali, Xing Aoli Si and Gao De Jin, reporting for duty. It seems our teammates have arrived. Teacher Wen replied, good. Come in. I quickly ran out of the room with Dongri to welcome our new teammates. All three of them had differing appearances. Two of them were exceptionally tall, exceeding 2 meters in height, and possessed a sturdy body. Although they weren't handsome, you could tell from their appearances that they had tempered themselves through extremely difficult training. They had a ferocious aura. From head to toe they had bulging muscles, causing them to have a very valiant appearance. They seemed to be about 27 or 28 years old. The last person was a bit shorter. He was only about 180 centimeters tall, just a bit shorter than me and Dongri, and appeared formal and cleanly cut. With clear and deep eyes full of wisdom, he looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. Teacher Wen also came out of the house beaming. Come, I'll introduce you guys. This one here is Zhang Gong. He came from Asia and he's an expert in magic. Over here is Dongri, my disciple. He's also the weakest out of all of you, so you must take care of each other in the future. Teacher Wen pointed at a robust man in red samurai's clothing. This is Xing Li Si. His strength is approaching that of a Sky Knight's. He could have graduated long ago, but in order to learn martial skills that are even more profound, he stayed to continue his studies. He's one of the expert warriors at the academy. Dongri and I immediately went over to greet him. Although Xing etiquette was very thorough, he didn't really look at me and Dongri. Teacher Wen pointed the other robust man. This is Gao Dejin. His circumstances are similar to Xing. He's also an expert warrior. Indeed, their circumstances really were similar. He didn't really put me or Dongri in his sights either. Finally, Teacher Wen arrived at the side of the gentle and quiet youth and patted his shoulders. This is Xiao Si Mali. He's admired by everyone as the #1 expert at the academy with the strength of a Sky Knight. He truly did possess a formidable strength. As he was attentively watched me, he took the initiative and stretched his hand out. Hello, I'm Xiao Si. I smiled as I shook his hands. Hello, I'm Zhang Gong. I welcome you guys as our new members. After seeing Xing and Gao standing behind Xiao Si, I knew that Xiao Si was the boss of the three. Teacher Wen said, all right then. For now, you can all go practice and get to know each other. I'll talk to you all about the tournament later. All 5 of us bowed in salute as Teacher Wen returned to the house. Without letting me speak, Dongri said in rush, your big brother Xiao Si. I've heard of your reputation as the #1 expert among the students long ago. Please give guidance to your little brother in the future. Xiao Si softly said, I don't dare to give you guidance. We'll mutually help each other in the future instead. Dongri could only sheepishly smile in response. He really does know how to capture people. I don't like these kinds of people. I interjected, don't we need to organize a team for the tournament? We need to decide on a captain and give the team a name. Xing directly said, why do we need to choose? Obviously the team captain should be Boss Xiao Si. Xiao Si said with a frown, Xing, don't speak in your confusion. My ability isn't enough to be the captain. How are my words confused, boss? With your strength, if you aren't going to be the captain, then who is? Don't tell me. You mean them? He said as he shot us a glance full of contempt. So violent. I said with a slight smile, I hope that we can all talk to each other in a peaceful manner. We all share the goal of surpassing Duke by cheese troops and to ultimately attain the position as champions to win honor for the academy. It would be pointless for us to argue over such a trivial matter. How about this, each of us will exhibit our strengths and whoever is the most powerful will be the captain. Xiao Si secretly thought to himself, he's only a child yet he's so insightful. He must have an uncommon strength. Thinking this, Xiao Si replied, that's fine. Xing and Gao both took the initiative to forfeit. Dongri also forfeited, he didn't have any ambitions within his heart at all. I didn't have any originally either, But in order to prove to them that neither Dongri nor I were weak, I must compete with Xiu Si. Obviously, Xing Ao and Gouda thought I was overestimating myself. Gouda even told me it would be better if I forfeited, otherwise my defeat would be too unsightly. I ignored them and concentrated on my opponent, who was as calm as water, Xiu Si. Will you be starting or will I? Xiu Si indifferently replied, the guest will comply with the host's rules. I'll see your strength first. He meant for me to demonstrate first. I'd reckon that Xiu Si is from the mountains. Ha ha. I bluntly replied, yes. I walked to the center of the courtyard and closed my eyes. I started slowly moving my body, but gradually increased the speed. The whole courtyard gradually became filled with my reflections. Suddenly, my figure stopped moving in the courtyard, but instead, there were 10 exact copies of me standing in a circle. Xing Ao gasped in surprise. What sort of witchcraft trick is this? Why are there so many people now? All 10 of me said, this isn't a trick. This is a type of spatial magic. I created it from short-range teleportation magic. Every reflection is me while at the same time they aren't me. This was a spell I created using short-range teleportation magic as a foundation. It hasn't ever been seen in Aisha before. Actually, it was just that my teleportation speed was very fast, but it required a large amount of magic power to sustain. It was only when I entered the realm of Magisters that I was able to use this spell. Volume 3, Chapter 22, Radiant Battle Squad. Volume 3, Chapter 22, Radiant Battle Squad. It's only natural I don't solely rely on it. This spell is only used to give me enough time to cast larger spells. The 10 of me simultaneously chanted, O great light elements, my life's most intimate companions, become the most magnificent halo of light to be shed on this earth. This is the most gentle rank 8 spell I can currently use, Brilliant Halo. It is also a sealing spell. This was the first time I used a rank 8 spell. Following my chant, all 10 of me let out a faint golden light. From each and every illusion's body emerged a weak ring of light, encasing everyone present. Aside from Xiu Si, everyone was somewhat shocked. Once they were all covered, they had all stopped, including Dongri. By use of his profound battle spirit and quick reflexes, his body let out white heaven battle spirit, withstanding the halo's attack. However, this was all useless. The ring of light continued to pursue him and eventually enveloped him. All 10 of me opened our mouths, saying, if anyone can break through my magic, I will recognize you as team captain. If none of you are able to break through, then I will be team captain. Dongri had immediately given up resisting. So long as one doesn't resist, this spell would only trap you within, without harm. The 3 new teammates certainly were unable to deal with it well. They tried their utmost to struggle, letting out their battle spirit in an attempt to contend with my ring of light. I paid most attention to Xiu Si. His body had almost been entirely covered by the ring of light. It was like a cover of light had trapped him within. A moment later, no matter how much they had struggled, they were unable to get rid of my spell. This is the gap of strength, the gap between a Magister and a Heaven Knight. Xiu Si took the initiative to speak. I concede. I accept Senior as the team captain. Hearing their boss's words, even Gouda and Xing Ao had given up resisting.